Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 4 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 5, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Sports Festival, here we come. Rikido crowed. I could sure use it after that last episode, ribbit, Tsuyu said with a sigh, sitting back down next to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 after returning from seeing Kamemoto with a bag of popcorn and a bottle of water in hand. Want some? She asked. Yes, thank you, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered, reaching over and taking a few pieces of the buttery snack in his fingers. I have thought back on the sports festival many times since then, wondering if I could have improved my performance. My parents recorded the TV footage as well, but seeing things close up as we are likely to may provide a better perspective. Tsuyu nodded. Yeah, but since the show follows Midoriya mostly and I didn't make it into the finals, I don't think I'll see too much of myself. Still, any new insights could be helpful. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded, feeling dark shadow whine inside of him in discomfort due to the quirk inhibitor still in play. It was strange how it had apparently malfunctioned yesterday during that inappropriate lecture of Midnight's, but it seemed to be working properly this morning, at least. As I joined him for the second round, there should be plenty of footage, and I did not encounter any difficulties when facing Yorozu or Ashido. I am mostly concerned with seeing if there was any other way I could have fought against Bakugo. Quirk-wise, it is a bad matchup for you, Tsuyu agreed. Surrendering once he had you was probably your only option. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 hummed in his throat. Still, was there any other way I could have stood out more? Was it purely for appearances and to learn about the USJ that Hawk sent me an internship request? Denki elbowed Hunter. Ready to hear the shouts of nice try all over again. Hunter groaned and placed his palms into his eyes as he leaned back. Don't remind me of that. Oh siaping, I'm gonna have to see it again. This 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐻. At least you only have to see it this time and not also feel what it's like to get encased in a glacier, Denki consoled him. The timer ticked down just as the last people who had gone to get more snacks from Kamemoto returned to their seats. Don't forget that we have lunch in an hour. Tenya reminded everyone. It would not do to eat too many snack foods at this time. Don't sweat it, Ida, Ochako mumbled while munching, having returned with the popcorn she'd sought previously now that she and Izuku finished his post-vomit pretzels. We'll be fine. He frowned at her laid-back attitude, but took his seat. A flash of light, then a slow fade-in of a hospital at night, with all the windows dark except for one that had bright light streaming out of it. Narrator Midoriya's voice proclaimed, the first incident was in 𝐿𝐿 City. The camera zoomed into the room, where a smiling happy baby was glowing brightly with white light. An extraordinary child was born who radiated light. Even Izuku was groaning and sighing along with the rest of his classmates. And we're back to rehashing stuff we already know, Mashiro sighed. I envy the child with the first quirk, Yuga stated. His sparkle is even greater than mine. Just get on with it, already, Minoru griped, folding his arms. Izuku looked around, seeing the annoyed expressions of his classmates and girlfriend. I'm sure that if we hold on just a bit, we'll get past this part. It is the start of the new season of the show, Toru reasoned. People probably would have skipped the recap once they saw it was episode 13.5, plus there's normally time between seasons of a show, right? Don't hit me with logical arguments when I'm binging something, Mina groused. Let's get to the new stuff already. It was an age of heroes. All Might stood, posing in front of a bright light, his back to the audience as he laughed. Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. He glanced behind him, his trademark fearless smile on his face. Because I am here. Aizawa sighed and poured himself another drink into the tiny sake glass he had gotten for himself. Kiyama, every time All Might says I am here, take a drink. Ooh, sounds fun. Kiyama agreed, taking the bottle from Aizawa and filling up her own glass. They were less than a quarter through the bottle since he had grabbed it after the information about Dr. Tsubasa and the Nomyu came to light in the previous episode, but this sounded like a fun way to help drain it. She raised her tiny sake cup to Aizawa's and they clinked them together. Cheers! Yagi groaned. Didn't think my catchphrase would turn into a drinking game. Be a hero just like him, child, Midoriya proclaimed. The screen went black, except for characters in white reading, but Midoriya approached her devastated little boy as he sat in front of the computer with All Might's debut video on the screen. She enveloped him in a hug as the two of them cried. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. Oh good, Tetsu said, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. Didn't have to see that villain doctor again. Man, just thinking about that guy makes me want to punch something, a hero commented, smashing his fists against one another. We will certainly take measures to ensure the doctor's capture as soon as we return to the school, Principal Nezu stated. There is no need to rile yourselves up about this at the moment. Instead, think towards the assignment you'll be conducting this coming lunch hour on UACE defense systems. OCRP. Tetsu gasped. Forgot about that, a hero hissed. The screen panned down over a stereotypical modern city, with high-rise towers and many-floored buildings everywhere. Midoriya in his current hero costume, not the one from the first season, with its arms ripped off, was kneeling at the edge of a cliff overlooking the city. And so, I started to give up on my dream. When's this? Shoto asked, leaning forward as many shadowy humanoid figures with glowing eyes and nasty smiles seemed to be approaching Midoriya. What the heck? Katsuki muttered. Midoriya rose to his feet as a wall of villains stood in front of him, their eyes glowing, some flying, others many times his size, and all standing before a fiery background that made it look as though these villains had crawled out of hell to tear him down. Still, the scene shifted to the star of light that streaked through the sky, changing colors as it hit additional points, the visual representation of One for All. Even though my brain told me I could never be a pro, in my heart I knew all I wanted was to be a hero. The yellow star shot upwards through the sky, turning bluish-white as images of All Might, then Eraserhead and 13, then Ida and Uraraka, and finally Bakugo and Todoroki appeared behind it. Midoriya's hand appeared, reaching up and grabbing One for All in his fist. And, thanks to the people who guided me and supported me, Midoriya pulled his fist down, smiling in the light as he prepared to fight the mob of villains. I am here now. On my way. Kiyama turned to Aizawa. Does it count if Midoriya says it or just All Might? The villains rushed through the flames towards the young hero. Midoriya swept his right hand out to the side, and red lines appeared over the limb as he sent One for All's power surging into it. The camera panned over him, the red lines appearing all over his visible skin on his face and other arm. My dream is becoming a reality. He braced his feet, securing his stance. And though I've had setbacks, I keep pushing forward. Midoriya brought his arms from his sides and settled into a stance with his left fist forward and right held back, ready to fight. The villains continued to race towards him. My journey is just beginning. You see, this is the story. Midoriya let out what was presumably a devastating punch from his right fist, but the scene swayed to a globe with the sun rising over the far side of the earth. Of how I become the world's greatest hero. Aizawa looked at Kiyama. You know what? Yeah, it also counts if Midoriya says it. His colleague grinned and poured the sake. That is so dope. Denki shouted. I still think narrator Yu is talking out of his butt. Katsuki hollered. So it's just a narrative construct of your future, then, Tenya surmised. Interesting. Or, at least the future if we'd never come here, Izuku said. I've got to admit, it looks pretty dark, though. Or sweet, new season intro. Hanta said, grinning as he saw Midoriya in the UAP clothes standing on the roof of a building, watching All Might leap through the sky. The wind blew through Midoriya's hair as the show's title logo faded in overtop him. Then the vocals kicked in, showing Uraraka in the exercise clothes she'd worn during the entrance exam stretching by the seashore. Demon, this is making stretching look awesome, Hanta chuckled. He turned and looked at Ahiro. Looking good, man. Thanks, Zero, Ahiro answered with a smile. Seems like this intro's pretty chill so far. Wonder if it's just us stretching. The music's nice either way, Kyoka said, with Momo and Itsuka nodding beside her. Midoriya broke a finger, blasting away Todoroki's ice. Spoke too soon, a hero laughed. Hey, it's 𝐭𝐸𝐴. Izuku gasped. And there you are with Dark Shadow, Tsuyu said to Fumikage next to her, to which he nodded. And me. Mai and Tetsu said at almost the same time. While this one doesn't have the same kind of energy as the first season's intro did, it works really well considering it's just us competing in the sports festival, Itsuka commented. Yeah, Kyoka agreed. Not having to see the villains constantly is a plus. The intro ended after an action shot in profile of the class together in their hero costumes leaping forward, no All Might present in this one. The first scene was a landscape of the city, with an off-screen woman's voice saying, up next it cut down to a mildly busy street, with the voice revealed to be a female newscaster on a large screen, an update on yesterday's incident at the UA Rescue Training Center where Hero Corps students were attacked by a gang of villains. Koji looked around. Did any of the rest of you watch the news reports when we were off school after the attack, he asked. Mashiro nodded. Yeah, I figured that the news would have more information about what happened than what we knew at the time, he said, several others nodding along, especially Itsuka, Tetsu, and Nito. We weren't really told a whole lot about it after the fact. Izuku and Yagi both tensed in their seats as the camera changed to what appeared to be a small and dilapidated brick apartment building, with an unlit and crooked neon welcome sign above the front door. Ochako looked at her boyfriend, feeling the change in his posture. Izuku. What is it? His heart still thrilled at hearing her call him by his name. It had only been one full day since he'd asked her to call him that, and she'd mostly stuck to it. It was still taking some getting used to, but Izuku didn't mind the feeling of his heart racing whenever she spoke his given name. He shook his head. Oh, nothing, Ochako. That's just the place where I interned at. You interned there? Nito asked in a laugh. Sounds like your internship scared, Midoriya. Itsuka sympathetically patted his arm. Not that mine was much better. The camera moved to showing the inside of a room, presumably within the building. The floors were checkered, one green wall had numerous papers and a large sheet of graph paper pinned to it, while a large bookcase was full of books and a small TV. In front of the bookcase was a tiny circular table for two, with two red swivel diner-like stools set in front of it. Greetings, All Might's voice said over the camera's slow pan across the room. The air is warm here. Yagi placed his right hand up to his mouth, his fingers going inside as he unconsciously started to bite at his nails. It's showing my letter to Gran Torino. While he started to internally freak out, the rest of the students and staff were silent, watching and listening quizzically. It feels like summer is just around the corner. I hope this letter finds you well, sir. In good health and even better spirits. But if Midoriya interned here, and All Might's writing a letter to this guy, a hero, thought. The camera was panning over the small box television on the bookcase, showing the news report about UA. This semester, I took a position as a teacher at UA High School. Heh. That's right. I'm now guiding the next generation of heroes. It swayed to showing the table itself, on which was a plate of taiyaki, as well as the letter that All Might had written to the home's occupant. I was hoping to find someone worthy of inheriting my power among the elite students at the school. A hero in training with outstanding test scores and a powerful quirk. Izuku gulped at the reminder that All Might had chosen him before the man had ever arrived at UA to scout amongst the students who had made it to UA before him, but shook his head. It was fine. He was the bearer of one for all, now. He had to stop feeling guilty about being the one to receive this power instead of someone else. Tenya frowned, placing his hand to his chin. Should All Might really be divulging that information in a letter? Unless, the pro Midoriya was interning with. He must have been in on the secret of one for all, too, Shoto realized. But All Might said earlier that the only ones who knew were the principal, recovery girl, and one other, which would have been Detective Tsukochi. Did he forget to mention the old man? However, before I ever began my tenure at UA, I met a young man. Even though he was weak, and had no quirk of his own, he showed incredible bravery. Ochako leaned against Izuku, seeing him rush in to rescue Katsuki from the sludge villain all over again, feelings of pride for how brave and heroic Izuku was when it counted welling up in her chest. He rushed into a dangerous situation that caused pro-heroes, including myself, to hesitate, and managed to save the life of a classmate. He may not have had a plan when he acted, but he knew he had to do something. I feel like watching this young man spring into action taught me something that day, and it reminded me of the virtues I must embody in order to call myself a pro. A hero. That's why. I meant it when I said to him, "Young man, you, too, can become a hero." Soon after that, I told this pupil the secret of my quirk, and proposed that I transfer it to him. This ability I have, that's been passed on from person to person, cultivated, and made stronger, the crystallization of power that binds itself to a courageous heart for the good of those in need, one for all. Where's All Might going with this? Denki wondered aloud throughout yet another batch of flashback clips over the course of the first few episodes of the last season. Who'd he write this letter to? He accepted without hesitation, and I began training him for the trials he'd need to overcome in order to be accepted into the hero course at UA High School. Aizawa and Kiyoma both laughed in their throats, and Yagi still continued biting his nails. What was his old teacher's honest reaction to his letter? Why wasn't it showing 𝐵𝐵 at all? Even though he struggled with his newfound abilities, he never stopped fighting, and gave 100% as he tried to HNS one for all. I don't like to toot my own horn, but I believe I found the perfect person to pass my quirk on to. He has shown me time and again that he has what it takes to be a real hero. The clips from last season ended, returning to the table with the plate of taiyaki and the letter. I'm still quite new to the role of instructor. All Might's letter continued as the plate was picked up off the table. The day may come when I must trouble you, my old teacher, for advice. More than one set of eyes bulged from their sockets, hearing those words, but no words came past their lips, holding their commentary until All Might's narration of his letter to this old teacher of his was finished. The camera slowly panned down the text of the letter, with the complimentary close "Sincerely yours," followed by the signature Toshinori Yagi. I'll be counting on your wisdom and patience when that time comes. Until then, please take care of yourself as the seasons begin to change. Izuku sighed and placed his hand over his eyes as he saw 𝐵𝐵 take a bite out of the taiyaki. Would it kill the old man to eat a proper meal? I'll continue to keep you updated about what's happening. Sincerely yours. The camera panned out to show the side and back profile of a small old man, with white-gray hair, wearing a yellow and white hero costume with a long yellow cape, sitting on a couch, with the plate of taiyaki sitting atop a stack of several books. So, Toshinori has found a worthy successor, switching to a familiar red background with Plus Ultra written in the background. The episode's title appeared in yellow characters. That's the idea. Ochiko, a hero, stood up. Hey! That was the old guy who was with All Might at Kamino. He shouted. Midoriya, you're saying you interned with him? And All Might called him his old teacher. Denki joined in. Izuku smiled and looked around at the inquiring faces of his classmates. Yeah, that was 𝐵𝐵. He used to be All Might's old homeroom teacher back at UA and trained him to use one for all. Hunter whistled. Wow, no wonder you instantly improved once you got back from your internship, then. Having a retired pro who taught All Might help you with your quirk must have made a big difference. Several pairs of eyes turned up towards where Yagi was sitting, and he looked away and began whistling. What was it like? Minoru asked Izuku. Interning under an old guy like that. Izuku smiled through a grimace. You know, I think I'll just let the show tell you. Hush. Mai snapped, pointing at the screen. Secret UA faculty meeting about the league. Gulping, the other students obeyed the support course girl and returned their attention to the screen. Aizawa sighed. Guess these won't be a secret either. Nezu nodded. I acknowledged the risk of the students finding out once it showed myself, Midnight, Recovery Girl, and 13 at the destroyed barrier when none of the students were present. We all have secrets that will be laid bare by watching this. Registered as having some kind of disintegration quirk, Tsukochi was saying to a room of UA teachers while the show was instead portraying a stylized background of Shigaraki and Kurogiri, but so far, we've come up empty. Same for the Warp Gate villain, Kurogiri. It cut back to Tsukochi standing in front of 3 long wooden desks arrayed in a U shape, with Principal Nezu and All Might on the left, Snipe and Midnight in the center, and Vlad King and an empty chair on the right. So they're not citizens or they're using aliases. Tetsu growled and sat back in his seat. DMN villains. Why do they have to be sneaky like that? Don't they have any guts? Vlad King looked down, frowning. So what you're really saying is we don't know anything. We've got to track him down, Snipe said. I shot their ringleader, but once he heals up he'll probably try pull in something like this again. What a pain. Nezu was looking curiously at All Might as the man seemed troubled. He did seem like the type, the #1 hero said. Is something on your mind, All Might? The attack on the USJ was too bold. All Might answered him as the show, again, went into a series of flashback clips over the past season. No sane adult would ever attempt it. Katsuki groaned. Don't tell me that we're getting another DMN recap after the recap. I believe the teachers are just reviewing and discussing the event, like we are, Yuga replied. He looked back to the screen, the flamboyant youth propping his chin up with his hands while his elbows were on his knees. I agree with Monsieur All Might. It was far too bold for a villain to carry out such an attack. Go his way, he was visibly upset. Like he was gonna throw a tantrum. All Might sighed in frustration as he leaned back in his seat and looked at the ceiling in thought. I guess bragging about Nomu's quirks was a quick way to draw me into a fight, he reasoned. That might be true, yes, Nezu agreed, but strategically, it was foolish to reveal his quirks up front instead of keeping them a secret. Momo felt herself nodding along with the principal's past assessment. Telling the enemy what your skills were up front was a tactical error. It would have been wiser to have maintained secrecy, especially given that Nomu had multiple quirks, which was something that should be impossible. Shigaraki made wild, immature claims, but did so with a completely straight face. All Might continued. And he talked about Nomu like he was some kind of pet. It seemed like he'd never been told no before, like he thought things would go his way no matter what. He has the personality of a spoiled little brat. A man-child. Katsuki huffed at All Might's comparison of Shigaraki to a man-child, but inside he kicked himself. Thinking that everything would go your way no matter what. Up until the sludge villain, he'd been basically the same way. It took getting saved by Deku and all the stuff that had happened at UA to kick that notion away. A child with incredible power, though, Vlad King pointed out. It's possible he never got the quirk counseling students receive in elementary school, Midnight theorized. Kiyoma smiled, leaning back in her chair a little. That's a better line for my first of this season, she said, somewhat pleased. There were 72 villains arrested in the aftermath of the USJ attack, Tsukochi reported. They were all small-time thugs who usually lurked around back alleys. What worries me is that this man-child got them all to follow his crazy plan. That is concerning, Rikido agreed. They had to have known it wouldn't work, right? Tsukochi spoke over the camera, moving to reveal different scenes of the city, busy streets with people, a crow in a back alley. Criminals are starting to feel more pressure now that the world is brimming with heroes. That could be why they were so quick to back such simple-minded villainy. Vlad King didn't look all that pleased with the answer. Guess that makes sense. There are plenty of people out there looking for a cause to get behind, Snipe said while Midnight sighed. So what can we do to stop them, she asked, a hard and troubled look coming to her face. Momo gulped, seeing her mother look so serious on screen. She'd never mentioned what happened in these staff meetings at home. At home she had always been big smiles and inappropriate innuendo and lots of flirting with father. Seeing her mother so worried about the state of things, it was really hammering home just how serious the school was taking the attack right after it happened. Well, Tsukochi began, not looking nearly as seriously concerned as Midnight as he reviewed his files, it is thanks to you heroes that we have the time to devote ourselves to this case. We'll expand our investigation and continue searching for the perpetrators who planned this attack. Nezu looked down. A man-child, here. All Might glanced at him. In some ways, he shares common ground with our students. They both have so much potential. And, like our students, I suppose it's possible someone is guiding him, trying to nurture his malice and villainy. Izuku and Katsuki both felt a chill run their spines as they both thought the same thing. All for one. I don't want to think about what that could mean. All Might said over an image of Musutafu at night, from the perspective of the road down from Uace Mountain. Principal Nezu, sir. Tsuyu spoke up. Did you know about Shigaraki's MSTR back then? Nezu shook his head and reached for a fresh cup of piping hot Yorkshire Gold. No, my dear. I only had a hunch that it was possible that there was someone in the shadows guiding him. I did not know that such a person existed. I was sure that All Might had an idea of who I was referring to, but like him, I did not wish to entertain that specific possibility. What possibility? Nito inquired. Shaking his head again and smiling, Nezu replied, Oh, I do believe that the show will unveil that to you all in due time. No need for us to spoil a good story for you. Lame. It was still night the day after the USJ attack, and currently in the Midoriya household, Inko Midoriya was making supper for herself and her son. Narrator Midoriya was explaining that school had been closed, probably to give them a break, but it was pretty tough to relax. Who is he? A familiar quiet voice in Midoriya's room asked. He's already saved 100 people and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. Ochako giggled. Watching the All Might debut video again, she asked. Izuku chuckled in response and didn't answer, instead reaching for some more popcorn. I'm getting the distinct impression that it's your favorite video, Midoriya, Momo said, placing her hand into her bag of gummy worms and picking up 2 of them. We never seem to see you watching any other All Might videos. Yeah, man, there are tons of them. Minoru added. Fear not, citizens. Aizawa grabbed the bottle of sake. Hope has arrived. He poured some into his and Kiyoma's porcelain ochokos. Because I am here. Drink, he said, and the pair of teachers clinked their glasses and sipped their cups dry. I'm still so far away from becoming a real hero, Izuku thought while huddled on his chair, watching the video with a faraway look in his eyes. His thoughts flashed back to the USJ. During the USJ attack, all my classmates and I did was slow Mr. Aizawa and 13 down. Momo sighed, hearing that she wasn't the only one who was doing so. Midoriya, I know, he answered, leaning into Ochako while wagging his finger at his past self. Bad me. You did good. The hell are you talking about, slowing them down? Katsuki growled. We took out tons of those DMN petty villains without breaking a sweat. But your quirk is your sweat, Kaken, Denki chuckled. Shut your mouth, Sparky. You're the only idiot in our class who let himself get captured by those rejects in the first place. Midoriya had moved to sitting on his bed, curling a weight with his right arm as the background behind him showed his thoughts of All Might fighting Nomu at the USJ. I have to embody one for all and MSTR every aspect of it, until it's second nature for me. The scene flashed, going to a flashback of All Might lifting up his shirt to show Midoriya his scar. Because there isn't much time left. And because I'm the one he chose, I'll make him proud. Yagi felt his eyes moistening. Young Midoriya. So you wanted to make your father proud? Shoto asked. Yagi coughed as Izuku whirled around in his seat. Todoroki, he said. We've been over this. Mina grinned. Sure, he may not be your dad, but you're definitely projecting Dad Might vibes, Midori. Izuku turned his eyes on her as she giggled. Sensing that he couldn't win, Izuku buried his head in his hands while Ochako patted him on the shoulder, his girlfriend unable to keep a smile from her face either. Inko Midoriya opened the door to her son's room after calling his name and knocking. The food's done. Midoriya gave his mother a smile as he lowered the barbell with its 18 kilograms 40 pounds of added weight down onto his right leg. I'll be right there. Thanks, Mom. His mom smiled as the scene cut to an image of part of the set table, Midoriya's favorite food very prominently in the center of the image and taking up almost the entire screen. A bowl of delicious-looking katsudon. Eat up. Those new muscles need lots of fuel. That looks pretty tasty, Midoriya, Rikido said, placing his hand on his chin. It's just katsudon, Nito said dismissively. You are entitled to your opinion, Minoma, Izuku replied. However, keep in mind that your opinion is wrong. Mrs. Midoriya's great, ribbit, Zu said. Yes, Tenya agreed. You appear to have an excellent mother, Midoriya. All Izuku could do was blush and wave it off. I look forward to meeting her, 𝐒𝐿 softly murmured. She seems wonderful, Izuku. He nodded, blushing even harder. Yeah, she is. Though, she might drown us when I introduce you as my girlfriend. 𝐒𝐿 looked at him quizzically. Drown me? Doesn't she have a minor telekinesis quirk? Well, I'm sure that you'll see. Back in class when it resumed on Saturday after they had Friday off from the USJ aftermath, 𝐔𝐸𝐽, Ojiro, and Shoji were talking about how nobody had probably noticed her when they were on TV. It is difficult to stand out when you're just gloves, Ojiro said as the show revealed an image of when the girls of the class had appeared on TV outside the USJ, with 𝐔𝐸𝐽 standing right behind Uraraka, but Gyro being more noticeable given that the only part of 𝐔𝐸𝐽 that was seen was the gloves of her hero costume. We're totally big deals, Kaminari said, leaning back in his seat to look sideways at Kirishima while Gyro fiddled with the jack and lobe of her left ear. Those news channels love us, we're basically celebrities. Yeah, it's kinda crazy, right? Kirishima asked. Gyro scoffed. Get over yourselves. The hero course that pumps out pros was attacked, and that's what they care about. Who knows what would have happened to us if the teachers hadn't shown up? Regardless of which teachers you were talking about, Shoto said as on-screen Mineta freaked out, more than one of our classmates' desks would have flowers on it this year. While Izuku could feel that there were eyes on him, considering how close he came to being killed several times that day, his own eyes were drawn to the others. Minoru and Tsuyu, who were with him and would have been killed by Shigaraki just as he would have been by Nomyu had all might not arrived when he did, and then to Denki, Kyoka, and Momo. All three of them were at the mercy of the villain using an electric quirk. If Snipe hadn't arrived when he did, then there was a risk that the villain could have reneged on his deal and killed all three of them anyway. If All Might had arrived a couple of seconds later, and if the rest of the teachers had taken even a minute or two longer to appear on scene, then it wouldn't have been the end for just the symbol of peace, but Class 1A could have had 6 empty desks with flowers on them, over a quarter or their class wiped out in a single day, including both holders of one for all. Possibly their homeroom teacher too. 2 pros, one of them the #1 hero, and 6 students. Could society have even recovered from the shock that such a thing would have delivered to it? If that had happened, Izuku thought, trying not to feel the chill that had invaded every student in the theater at Shoto's words, and both All Might and I had died, would there have been anyone who could have stood up against All for One? Would he have come out of hiding and taken over Japan without even trying, now that One for All was gone? He didn't want to think about it, but he had to face it. Until I'm ready, I have to be more careful. The people here are handing me a lifeline, showing us these videos, fixing my body, and giving us more time to train. I can't afford to waste it. A warmth entered his right hand, and Izuku felt surprise for a moment, seeing 𝐒𝐿's hand in his. She was giving him a smile to match the warmth that her hand was giving him, and Izuku felt the chill receding as heat blossomed in his chest. And I need to make the most of my time with 𝐒𝐿, too. Soto was shadowboxing after talking about All Might's fight with Nomyu, while Tokoyami nodded and tilted his head down. His strength is truly a thing of wonder. The clock ticked. Ida rushed forward in his usual bustle. Attention! Homeroom class is about to begin. He made a dramatic pose with his arms outstretched. Everyone stop talking and take your seats. We're all sitting, Kirishima pointed out as the camera showed Ida up at the lectern while every other student was sitting at their desks. I didn't honestly act like that, did I? Tenya asked, looking around at his snickering classmates. So uptight. You really need to loosen up a bit, Ida, Mai said. Hey, Midoriya, Mizo called to him, now that you're class rep, try to go a little easier on us, okay? Izuku smiled and gave him a fist pump. I'll do my best. Teach class today. Ashido asked Asui, the frog-quirked girl catching Ashido's chair before it fell over. No idea, she replied. Mr. Aizawa's still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Except his not, Kiyama sighed. Aizawa stood there, face completely covered in bandages and his arms wrapped in slings. Morning, class. Sheesh, Itsuka said with a wry grin. Can't imagine Mr. Khan doing that for us. Are you saying that Mr. Khan is inferior to Eraserhead, Kendo? Nito inquired. She shook her head. I never said that, she replied. Just that Mr. Khan would probably have arranged a substitute while he recovered. My well-being is irrelevant, the mummified Aizawa said as he made his way to the lectern at the head of the class. Kiyoma, cheeks tinged pink and feeling warm from sake, took a deep, loud breath through her nose before turning to Aizawa. You, she growled, probably louder than she intended, and you, she added, rounding on Yagi. Both of you numbskulls are why that cinnamon roll injures himself. You want Midoriya to not throw his life and future away fighting beyond his limits. Stop setting a bad example for him and treating your own lives as dispensable and your health as an inconvenience. Midnight, Aizawa tried to interject. Of course Midoriya and his classmates are going to disregard themselves if their two biggest role models don't value their own lives. It's meaningless if you die, Shota, or have you forgotten about Shirakumo? Aizawa's eyes flashed as he quietly murmured, as if I could forget. His female senior winced and deflated. I'm sorry. I went too far with that. Shirakumo. Tenya asked. Do you know who she's talking about, Ribbit? Tsuyu queried, looking towards Izuku, who shook his head. No idea, Izuku replied. If he's a hero, I've never heard of him. Nezu bowed his head. Mr. Oboro Shirakuma, hero name, Loud Cloud, was a classmate of Eraserheads and present MICs in Class 2A while they attended UA. He and Eraserhead went to the same work-study as Midnight when she was in her third year under his Purple Highness, but he tragically lost his life while trying to evacuate children from a building that collapsed during a villain attack. Izuku felt a chill while looking up at his homeroom teacher, with his thoughts going back to what Aizawa had been telling him just before the recap episode. Students have died fighting villains before. Even his own classmates while he was a student. No wonder Mr. Aizawa is so harsh on us, he never wants to see that happen to any of us. Izuku gulped as he turned his head away and looked down at his knees. And I keep making his and All Might's jobs harder because of how often I put myself at risk to face villains. Being a hero is dangerous. Even if I have one for all, I still haven't mastered it, and I'm still just a student. Izuku clenched his fist tightly as he forced himself to come to that realization. But still, he felt Ochiko's hand atop his own, and Izuku felt his tension slowly recede as he opened his eyes and found his girlfriend's warm brown eyes gazing into him, a comforting smile on her face. Her expression alone was telling him in a soft but strong tone, I am here, and the chill that had crept up his back started to retreat. A smile came to Izuku's face and he wiped the tears away from the corner of his eyes, feeling overcome by just how much Ochiko's silent support meant to him. With the tears gone, Izuku nodded at her, and the comforting smile on Ochiko's face brightened, then turned into one of steely resolve. We'll figure things out together, Deku, declared his girlfriend. So that we save everyone, and come back safely. Yeah, he agreed immediately, manipulating his fingers to thread between hers. Nodding in sync, the pair turned to look at the screen again. Snuck inside. Gyro asked Aizawa. They could attack once we're all in the same place, added Ojiro, voicing the concerns of some of the students who visibly seemed anxious about the idea of hosting the sports festival so soon after their USJ had been attacked. Aizawa sighed. Apparently the administration thinks this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled and our school is safer than ever, he explained. Plus, they are beefing up security compared to past years. Aizawa looked at them all with serious eyes underneath his bandages. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. It's not something we can cancel because of a few villains. The camera zoomed in on Minetta's face, as he just stared at Aizawa with an "is my teacher a thing idiot" expression plainly visible. I'm sorry, but why not?" he asked. "It's just a sports festival." "Just a sports festival." Tetsu yelped. "Don't tell me you were planning on chickening out, Minetta." "He honestly seems like the type," Nito said. "I just don't want to get murdered." Minetta answered Midoriya's question on if he knew how important the competition was. "That's also a fair point," Itsuka said in Minoru's defense. Minetta was one of the ones who had a really traumatic experience with Shigaraki, Nomu, and the other villains at the USJ. Having the sports festival only a couple of weeks after that is like painting a big fat target on us, daring the league to try again. Yeah, but us and All Might sent them packing the first time, a hero countered. Wouldn't that be a deterrent enough? Showing that even us students could take 'em down. Nito shook his head. You muscleheads don't get it, do you? He stated despite posing it as a question. They were pushed back, yes, but their leader escaped. And you saw the press conference after the training camp was attacked, right? The public and the villains in the shadows didn't see it as a villain attack that failed, they saw it as the villains walking up to UA, punching us in the face, and then walking away. It doesn't matter how many villains were beaten up and detained, the fact is that UA failed to capture Shigaraki and Kurogiri, two exalted hero teachers were put in hospital, and the symbol of peace was injured. The only reason they tried again at the summer camp was because they knew that they could get away with it. Minoru blinked. So, are you agreeing with me or not, Minoma? Laughter was his response. Oh, I still think you seem like the cowardly type, Nito replied. However, your concern that the sports festival could be attacked does have some merit, so you're not a total idiot like some other students. I must agree with Minoma, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said, bowing his head. All Might proved the victor in the end, but my parents were anxious about my return to class on Saturday. Knowing that villains were brazen enough to attack us at the USJ, it's not inconceivable that they would make another attempt at the sports festival, even if Shigaraki was convalescing as his wounds healed. Tsuyu blinked and placed a finger to her chin. Hey, Tokoyami. Why'd you respond like that when Soto asked if you saw All Might fighting Nomu, Ribbit? You were in the squall zone the entire time, right? That's true, but when Present MIC led Koda and myself out, we saw the hole in the ceiling that All Might had sent Nomu flying through. Zero was kind enough to give us a blow-by-blow of the fight on our way back to school. Hanta grinned. More like I couldn't shut up about it. I was probably geeking out over All Might's fight more than Midoriya would have if he hadn't broken his legs and been ushered to Recovery Girl. Yeah, but that's as far as some people go, Gyro said after Kaminari mentioned people being scouted into being sidekicks after graduating UA. They miss their chance to go indie and stay eternal sidekicks. She turned to look at Kaminari. Actually, that's probably where you're headed. You're kinda dumb. While some chuckled at the on-screen Kaminari's expression, and Denki himself stuttered, J-Jo in frustration, Kyoka grinned while folding her arms and looking smugly up at him. Hey, I'm willing to revise my assessment if you prove me wrong, she said. Right now, you're still totally eternal sidekick material. Oh yeah. Denki countered. Well, newsflash for you, Gyro. I'm gonna make it into the top 20 someday. Chargebolt's gonna be a big name on the hero scene. Maybe you can settle this with a contest? Mina asked. Denki smiled. Heck yeah, that sounds perfect. After the pickup lines you fed to Midoriya to say to Uraraka, I'm not convinced you'll ever graduate from Eternal Sidekick, though, Kyoka said. Mina just cackled. Don't you worry, Gyro, Kaminari. I'll come up with a great way to show off how you'll totally be able to make it as a pro. Denki smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Thanks, Ashido. I'm counting on you. Kyoka reached down and grabbed her phone, quickly typing a DM to Mina. Gyro, what are you up to, Ashido? Ashido, you'll see. Ashido, wink with tongue sticking out. We put on a good show, and we're basically on the road to being pros. Zero said as the lunch bell was ringing, seemingly just as pumped for the sports festival now that it was definitely a sure thing, and Aizawa had stressed that security would be increased and how important it was for their futures. Soto grinned. Yeah, this is why I'm even here in the first place, he said, punching his fist into an open palm. We get so few chances, Tokoyami sagely reminded them while sitting on the lockers at the back of the classroom. We have to make the most of this. A cheery musical trill started while Hagakure in her uniform took center stage ahead of a bright yellow and white background. Oh, man, Ojiro, I'm getting kind of nervous about the festival. Ojiro simply sat in his chair, looking at her with a smile and a slight bead of sweat on his cheek. I have to come up with a way to get noticed. Sure, he answered her, not fully sure what to say to her. Maybe with a cheer. Maybe you should be looking at a shinier costume or something, he suggested as 𝐻𝐻𝐾 started to practice cheering in front of him. Otherwise you're going to have to try really hard. Mai's eyes widened as she made a pronounced gasp. Did someone say costume upgrade? She whirled around to find her seat partner from the first day on the island. Don't you worry, invisible girl. Mama's got you covered. Are you sure standing out's what you want to do, 𝐻𝐻𝐾? Momo asked. Wouldn't being unnoticed be more beneficial to you? Maybe, Izuku said before Toru could answer. But there are definitely times in which 𝐻𝐻𝐾 would want people to notice her as well, so maybe having a costume that could help her choose when she wanted to be noticed or stealth would be beneficial. Right now, even if she wanted to be noticed, it's really difficult. I'm sure that there are some other people who would pick up on her being around without help, but it could become a problem when working with unfamiliar heroes. They might not be able to coordinate properly. Communication is definitely a problem when one person's invisible, Momo agreed. Your predicament really is a double-edged sword, 𝐵𝐵𝐺 said sympathetically to Toru. It's fine, you guys, Toru replied. I've got my new super move after all, so I'll definitely be able to stand out next year if I keep working on it. I'm really going to own my quirk and get properly scouted for an internship next year, believe it. This is gonna be nuts. Midoriya commented, seeing how fired up all his classmates were getting about the sports festival. Everyone's so excited. Well, yeah, of course we are. Ida replied, getting up out of his chair. We enrolled at this school with the sole aim to become heroes. He began shaking his hips slightly as he demonstrated his own enthusiasm in a very Ida-like way. So naturally, we're all getting fired up. Mina laughed, pointing at the screen, totally ignoring that the past version of her was also watching Ida's moves. What kind of dancing is that, Ida? I'm just expressing my excitement through physical motion. Tenya replied. Yeah, no. Not like that. I'ma teach you all how to dance while we're here. K. And also nervous, Midoriya answered Ida. Deku. Ida. Oh right. Mina laughed again. This. Uraraka had a purple aura around her, a very intense look upon her face that was messing with her normally chill vibe. A manic grin was on her face, eyebrows angled down and forehead scrunched. Let's do our best in the sports festival. Ochako buried her head in her hands and groaned. Izuku patted her back to make her feel better, but that didn't assuage her thoughts. She looked so silly and stupid, looking back on it now. She hadn't realized that she'd gotten that intense when the competition came up. Oh gosh, I really was pumped up, wasn't I? She lamented. This is so embarrassing. Izuku chuckled. Hey, it's okay. It's not like this is the worst thing the show's covered. Mineta blushed after Ashido questioned what was up with Uraraka. Peens, he asked, not quite getting the last syllable out before Asui's tongue snapped out of her mouth and slapped his cheek hard enough to knock his head a full 90 degrees to the right. Minoru scowled, rubbing his cheek in sympathy pain with his past self. I'm seeing a pattern here. Stop deserving it, ribbit. Oh come on, Minoru countered. How did just saying PMS justify hitting me that hard? While premenstrual syndrome is a medically accepted condition, current scientific evidence doesn't support the hypothesis that it actually causes mood swings, Momo stated. So you're perpetuating a stereotype, Mineta. Aizawa sighed audibly from above. He does raise a good point, however, their teacher said. Verbally correcting him as you did just now, Rorozu, would have been preferable to physically striking him like that, Asui. Tsuyu turned around in her seat, getting onto her knees and grabbing the back of the furniture to look up at Aizawa. To be honest, sir, this wasn't the first time Mineta was being sexually inappropriate around me, ribbit. You did see how he behaved at the USJ, right? Aizawa nodded, but it was Kayoma who answered. Yes, and we also saw how you dealt with the situation, she said. And, to be very honest, Asui, I believe that you're overdoing it, especially in this instance. Asui blinked, feeling something like lead falling in the pit of her stomach and an itch starting to rise in her collar and throat. Midnight, would it be possible to speak to you about this after the episodes today, ribbit? I believe that's an excellent idea, Nezu remarked brightly. Once we finish watching the 2 videos for the afternoon, perhaps we should stay behind for another supplementary lesson on ethics, hero informatics, and the legal system. 𝐻ero and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 both winced, as well as several other students. Or CRP, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 grunted. I'm terrible at hero laws. Same, man. Nito looked towards Izuku. Do you think this lesson's going to be anything like yesterday's? Oh God, I hope not, she answered. Kinda look like you're losing it, Kirishima told Uraraka as she had her fist move high in the air with an insane intensity about her. Now that I think about it, Midoriya thought as he watched Uraraka continue to shout out that she was going to do her best, there's something I've been meaning to ask her. Uraraka, your eyes twinkle like the night sky, will you go out with me? Yuga asked aloud. Everyone whipped their heads towards him, while he just smiled at the flustered expressions on Ochako and Izuku's faces. That's what you should have asked her at lunch, no? The pair glanced at each other and blushed. Sure, they were dating now, but if Izuku had asked her that after knowing her for only a single week, he doubted he'd ever be able to look Ochako in the eye again. Phut. Mina laughed. Even I know that that's going too fast for them, sweetie. On their way to the cafeteria after having pulled Uraraka out from the classroom of sports festival jitters, Midoriya posed his question to her. It was just a voiceover, as the scene was just full of students milling about in the halls on their lunch break. Hey, Uraraka. What's up? Why did you decide to come to UA? What made you want to be a pro hero? Momo's eyes lit up, as well as most of the students, who quieted down to listen to whatever it was Ochako had told Izuku back then. The girl in question still had her head buried in her hands from embarrassment while her boyfriend rubbed her back, and Tenya was giving her a sympathetic smile. I wonder what Uraraka's going to say, Momo thought to herself. She and Midoriya look up to one another so much, so her aspirations are bound to be similar to his. Uraraka has such a kind heart, so she obviously wants to dedicate herself to helping others. Yagi leaned forward, grinning. Ah, this should be enlightening. His voice was quiet, expectant. Uraraka's always been a fine student, and a scrappy fighter during class. She has such drive to succeed. It will be interesting to learn what motivated her to decide to become a hero. Midoriya stopped walking, a look of surprise on his face. For the money. The show cut to a slow pan-up of Uraraka, deliberately not looking him in the eye and vigorously rubbing the back of her head, ruffling her hair. You want to be a hero so you can get rich. It was like a 16-ton weight had just dropped on almost everyone's heads, stunning practically the entire room. Katsuki started laughing, not able to even properly vocalize his immense satisfaction that Izuku's girlfriend came to UA for the same reason that he did, to become the richest hero of all time. Yagi's sweat dropped. Didn't see that one coming. I didn't expect that from Uraraka, Koji said with a hushed voice, looking towards where she was sitting. Doesn't seem to be bugging Midoriya much, though, Tetsu said. Just surprised she had such a motive. Uraraka was turned away, looking embarrassed with her hands on her cheeks underneath her hair and her legs together, striking a very cute appearance even while apologizing to Midoriya and Ida for sounding greedy compared to their own motivations for joining the hero course. I hope you don't think less of me now. Not at all. Ida replied, making some exaggerated hand motions. Your goal is to support your well-being, which is a perfectly admirable ambition to have. He's right, Mai said. Gotta put bread on the table somehow. That's a very good point, Mashiro agreed. Though I'm with Sho Midoriya. It's surprising. Uraraka sighed while fidgeting, still not looking her friends in the eye. Well, you see, my family owns a construction company. She looked a little like she was about to cry as she kept fiddling with the hair on the back of her head, but we haven't gotten any work lately, so we're flat broke. Anyway, this isn't really something I usually tell other people, but Momo felt her heart bleed a little while glancing at Ochako. She honestly hadn't expected to hear this coming from Ochako, and she doubted that Ochako had meant to let the whole class know about her family's predicament. She trailed off while Ida and Midoriya both placed their hands to their chins in thought. Construction, eh? Ida mused. Midoriya gasped in excitement. If she got licensed, I bet she could use her quirk to bring costs down a lot. Ida smiled in agreement while making a swift gesture. And they could sell their heavy lifting equipment. She could float everything. Uraraka finally looked at them as she did a little hop to face them, making finger guns at them. I know, right? I've been telling Dad that since I was a kid. Her expression softened and she trailed off, pointing to the side with her finger guns. But the girls in class immediately cooed "Os" when the screen shifted to a flashback, showing 𝐒𝐿𝐵 as a little kid with tears in her big brown eyes, wearing an oversized yellow sweater with the word super on it in red screen print, light green breathes, and cute pink slippers. Izuku felt his own heart clench and he felt like he was going to die of cuteness overload. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had never once shown him a picture of what she looked like as a child, and now this was being moved on him without warning. She was so adorably cute. She was always cute, but this just cemented it. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 groaned in despair as she saw Izuku's face, hearing him mutter how utterly adorable she was as a child, and now knew what it was like to be in his shoes with how often she and the other girls got to see him as a little kid because of the show. You want to work for us? A man's voice, most likely Uraraka's dad, asked her. Baby Uraraka nodded towards the camera and lifted her arms up as she spoke, coming towards the camera. When I grow up all big and strong, I'll help you and mommy out any way that I can. Never mind, a hero said, wiping tears from his eyes. You're not greedy. This is so manly, Uraraka. The man placed a big hand attached to a thick, muscled, construction worker arm on his daughter's head. I really appreciate the thought, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. The screen showed him kneeling down to her level, petting her head while her mom stood behind him, watching the exchange. But as your dad, I'd be even happier if you achieved your own dream. That's the way to make us happy. And if you do make money, you can take us to Hawaii or something. Still with tears in her eyes and a trembling lip as her father shot down her offer to help, baby Uraraka clutched her sweater in her tiny hands and looked down. Daddy, back in the present, Uraraka was gripping her skirt similarly as she made her declaration to her friends. I'm gonna become a pro. I'll sign with a good agency and make plenty of money. Then I'll be able to let my parents have an easy life. Tetsu sniffed. That is so inspirational, Uraraka. I'm not crying, there are just onion ninjas in here. Yagi's expression softened along with those of his fellow teachers. Well, I'll be. Momo felt tears coming to her own eyes, not knowing that her mother was getting misty-eyed several rows above her. That's so appealing, Uraraka. As Uraraka smiled in embarrassment while Ida clapped and cheered her on. Midoriya seemed to be viewing her with opened eyes. She's not here because of some hero fantasy. She's more grounded than any of us. Before anyone else in the Maple Theater could comment on 𝐒𝐿𝐵's revealed motivations for becoming a hero, they paused as a familiar booming laugh echoed from the speakers. All Might appeared on screen with flowing stars and stripes, shouting out and pointing, young Midoriya is here. Rikido. Mr. Aizawa, midnight. Everything is your fault, All Might, Aizawa said as he started to pour the sake into Kiyoma's cup, his co-worker eagerly holding it out for her refill. I don't say it that much, do I? Here. Midoriya asked, himself and his friends caught totally off guard by All Might's sudden appearance. Lunch. All Might replied, holding up a tiny bento box wrapped in a cute aquamarine cloth with tiny white bunny faces on it. Why wanna eat with me? That's adorable. Toru laughed, screaming the same thing the 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had at the time. She wasn't the only one to burst out laughing at the spectacle, but a few people made frowns when they saw the past version of Tenya just nod and let Izuku go off to have lunch with him. Hang on, Denki said, looking down at 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and then Tenya. Didn't either of you find it at all strange that All Might was asking Midoriya to have lunch with him? The pair looked at each other in contemplation. Aizawa sighed, holding his sake glass. I think we'll need to do some more situational awareness lessons for my class. He downed his drink. I wonder what he wanted with Deku. Uraraka cheerfully asked Ida as they stood in line for lunch rush food, not a worry visible at all. I heard that when All Might was attacked by villains during the USJ incident, Midoriya tried to stop them himself. Perhaps that's what this is about. Was it? Aizawa asked. Yagi chuckled and shook his head. Not exactly, no. Mai giggled. Is it wrong that I am just loving the exaggerated movements you're making, legs? They're not that exaggerated. Tenya replied, flicking his hands at her in very similar motions to what his on-screen version was doing. Hand gestures are an important part in nonverbal communication. Ida, I told you to call me Zu as well, ribbit. I apologize for my past transgression, Zu. Since their quirks are so similar to each other, Ida was continuing after the show flashed back to Asui mentioning how similar Midoriya's and All Might's quirks were. It's possible that All Might's taken a liking to him. How lucky. While the majority of the students around them seemed to be totally ignoring their conversation, one student several spots ahead of them in line glanced back. All Might and Izuku Midoriya, hair thought Todoroki. And the rivalry starts, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. I guess at least one person in class started to notice something, Aizawa said, smiling slightly. It is kinda weird that neither of you questioned it, though, Minoru thought aloud. Ochako blushed. Well, it's not like All Might looked like he was going to give Izuku a hard lecture or get him in trouble, she replied. He was just like a big friendly muscly teddy bear back then. And, it's All Might. Getting to have lunch with him would be super cool. Yeah, but if he came up to me and asked if I wanted to eat lunch with him, I'd be wondering why he wanted to eat lunch with a student when we have class with him right after lunch, Kyoka put forth, which put a dampener on Ochako's response. Oh yeah. That is pretty weird, here. Itsuka shook her head and groaned. Okay, I know I'm starting to sound like a broken record here, but 50 minutes. How did none of us spot this until he deflated on live TV? I guess All Might really went plus ultra to keep his time limit under wraps, Yuga replied. At this point I can barely even look like All Might for an hour and a half, the hero told Midoriya as the camera panned over the teen's worried expression. I'm so sorry, Midoriya apologized. I should have just, All Might cut him off with some laughter, BLD spewing out of his mouth. You don't need to apologize for anything. He's right, Midoriya, Momo added, even though the sight of All Might laughing BLD made her feel a little squeamish again. There's really nothing to be sorry for. All Might was the one who pushed himself too far at the USJ, not you. He looked at her, seeing both Itsuka and Kyoka nodding alongside Momo, and Ochako gave his shoulder a firm squeeze. I brought you here to talk about the festival, All Might said. Oh, yeah. Did he give you some rad pointers, Midoriya? Denki asked. Izuku winced. Well, for all yet. So, then, what's your plan? Midoriya looked down after All Might questioned him before he remembered something. Wait, I did once. The show cut back to when he was trying to protect Asui from Shigaraki and ended up punching Nomu. When I landed a smash on that brain villain, there was no backlash at all. Oh. That's right, you did mention that. Way to be on top of the game there, All Might, Nito chuckled. To be fair, though, Midoriya did mention it during the battle and this is still the first day back from school, Kiyama answered him. Having a bit of a debrief right now and bringing it up was a good way to move forward. Midoriya was deep into self-analyzing as All Might asked him about what was different this time. His thoughts went to what 13 had said before the whole train wreck of a rescue training exercise happened. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust. But my quirk could also very easily be used to kill. 13's hand became Midoriya's as he clenched it into a fist, and looked at it with a very serious expression. The muscles in his hand twitched as he was all too aware of the power within him. This was the very first time, ever, that I used my power against a person. It's a good thing that that first punch was against Nomu, who could take it, Rikido said. If it had been anyone else, well, he left the thought hanging, all of them remembering what had happened when he punched the roof of the practice building during their first combat training, and when he punched the zero-pointer, and when he shattered Todoroki's glacier. Izuku was a monstrous powerhouse at 100%. It was a good thing he'd learned to control some of that power since then. Katsuki made a noise with his teeth. If he'd punched Shigaraki like that, then none of this SHT with All for One would have happened. But then Deku would probably have broken from having literally punched a person into red paste. Wimp's too soft for that kind of thing. All Might moved towards the window as Midoriya took up his cup of tea. To be frank, I don't have much time left as the world symbol of peace. Soon, I'll have to put that title to bed. Midoriya looked sad as he gazed down at the coffee table. No way, staring out at the city beyond his reflection, All Might continued. And some villains out there are starting to notice that. Someone has to step up and keep the people safe. Aizawa frowned, groaning and rubbing his eyes. You're kidding me, right? Koyama sighed, placing a hand to her forehead. All Might turned back and dramatically extended his hand to Midoriya. I gave you my power for one reason, 'cause you will be the hero who takes my place. Getting intense in here again, Denki said as the show went back to Midoriya struggling during his 10 months of hell after he collapsed from overworking himself. It is quite a lot of pressure that All Might's putting on you, isn't it? Nito muttered quietly, hoping that Izuku didn't hear him. He wanted to be a hero, yes. A good and successful hero, absolutely. However, to become the next All Might. That wasn't anywhere close to being on his radar, yet Izuku was striving to be just that with the former pro pushing him. That was a level of commitment that went beyond his experience, even despite how much he had struggled to make his quirk work for him over the years. Excellent, All Might said. The time has come for you to prove it. This sports festival. It's something that the pros, no, the entire country will be watching very closely. I want you to think of this sports festival as your debut. You are the fledgling symbol of peace. The next All Might. As All Might had been talking, the camera started shaking slightly, thick lines of tension running up and down the screen as Midoriya felt the pressure mount more and more upon his shoulders, the boy's anxiety showing through at what his mentor was saying. Izuku Midoriya. All Might's pupil became the cloudy landscape with the lights of one for all racing through it. I want you to introduce yourself to the world, and proudly say I am here. Koyama sighed as the screen cut to a cherry tree in bloom and held out her glass. Drink. Mina frowned. Wow, All Might, way to lay the pressure on Midori. Hey. It's us. This seems wholesome, Itsuka added with a smile, seeing the girls of 1A lying on the grass in a circle, cloud-gazing as the cherry blossoms fell around them. The ending song's lyrics kicked in, showing the 6 girls of 1A in their hero costumes breaking through UACE robots from the entrance exam. Minoru smiled and relaxed back in his seat. This is nice. Yeah, Mizo agreed before any of the ladies gave Minoru a hard time. It is pretty wholesome. Ochako looked at Izuku, and he seemed to be watching with a content smile on his face. It's really easing off the tension from the end of the episode, he agreed, falling back into his seat and wrapping his arm around Ochako. He giggled a little in his throat. I like it. Those are our queens. Denki called out. Every girl in our class is a queen, Hunter agreed. Especially Uraraka and Yaomomo, a hero stated. Uraraka's dating Midoriya now, and is like, the most manly guy in class, and she was freaking awesome with why she wants to be a hero, so that totally makes her a queen. And Yaomomo's kinda like a rich princess with an awesome quirk and is our vice rep. Yeah, girl, Kyoka sided with him, patting Momo on the shoulder. You're totally the queen of queens in our class. Momo blushed, not exactly knowing what to say to this amount of praise being heaped on her. I really don't think it's not an unfair assessment, Shoto spoke up. You're both pretty amazing. Ochako started to wave her hands back and forth. This was getting out of hand. Izuku pressing compliments on her. Yeah, that was expected, but for Shoto Todoroki to do it too. Come on, you guys, stop teasing us. We're really not all that special. Mina's way more athletic and outgoing and Zu's always keeping a level head and, just shut up and take the compliments already, Katsuki barked. I'm not gonna start bowing or anything, but both of you make physics your beach. And now even Bakugo was saying she was awesome. Ochako would never have expected that when she woke up this morning. She was still cessed at him for all the SHT he put Izuku through when the boys were kids, but she had better things to do with her time than spend all of her brainpower coming up with more revenge plots than the one in which the pom-pom was currently suffering with that pink hair job. The very cute and wholesome featuring the girls of the class hanging out together ended with the show's title all in pink and white, before the fanfare for the next episode preview began. The next episode preview is here. Narrator All Might shouted. What number is this one, Shota? 𝐭𝐽𝐽 asked as he poured the drinks. 6 or 7? 6. This was a bad idea. You mean fantastic idea, she countered. We should have brought Yamada and Tensai with us. They would have had so much fun. You're delusional if you think I'm sticking around when you three are wasted. Everyone participates in, narrator All Might said as clips from the next episode were playing, showing Hatsune walk onto the field along with Tetsu and a number of 1B. Katsuki grinned. F in finally. Good thing we don't have to sit through watching 2 weeks of boring training. A hero grinned. Man, I'm getting all fired up. Next time, Roaring Sports Festival. Narrator Midoriya announced. Ooh, don't miss young Todoroki pick a fight with young Midoriya. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. Everyone shouted, giggling seeping into their giddy smiles as the episode clocked out and the 5-minute timer came up onto the screen. Ochako stretched. Time for a quick bathroom break. Be right back, Izuku. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, he agreed, also rising from his seat. He paused, since it seemed like Kamemoto hadn't said anything this time to remind them about them only having the amount of time on the countdown clock. She seemed to be doing something on her phone, but what it was he had no idea. This is the last one before lunch, so it's probably not a good time to get any snacks you guys, but make sure you use the bathroom if you need to. Will do, class representative Denki shouted, leaping to his feet and saluting Izuku before rushing off to take care of business. Izuku smiled awkwardly, feeling a little bit of joy at hearing the term class rep associated with himself, before following the electrification quirk teen's lead. Shoto glanced upwards at where the teachers were sitting as he watched Izuku head off to the washroom in the interim time. The sports festival was the next story arc that this show was going to cover. He wasn't sure how much time it would devote to it, but if the first couple of events lasted an episode each, then today was likely going to be his last opportunity to talk to Aizawa before his talk with Izuku was shown. It was a given that such a thing would happen, considering how closely the show stuck to the inheritor of One for All. He should at least warn the teachers before it was out in the open. The whole point of pulling Izuku aside was so that nobody else was aware of his past. However, thanks to the drinking game that Aizawa and 𝐭𝐽𝐽 had come up with, it was looking less likely that they would be in a proper state to receive such information during their lunch break, and maybe even afterwards. There was also that extra lesson that they were going to have on ethics and laws, plus more quirk training. Hopefully he would be able to find time to speak to Aizawa about it, and Aizawa would be in a fit state to discuss things with him. A bit of physical motion drew his eyes slightly away from Aizawa, Shoto's ears catching a coughing noise. All Might, perhaps I could discuss this with him. He was the focal point of my conversation with Midoriya, after all. It would make sense to warn him about it first. Rising from his seat, Shoto made his way over to where the teachers were sitting at the highest row. They quickly became aware of his presence, despite Aizawa and 𝐭𝐽𝐽 having been imbibing. Is there something we can help you with, Mr. Todoroki? The principal asked. Something like that, Shoto replied. Would it be fine to speak with All Might after we finish watching today's batch of episodes? There is something coming up that I would like to discuss with him. You are referring to the conversation you had with Mr. Midoriya after the conclusion of the second round, correct? Shoto froze at Principal Nezu's words. How did you? The principal smiled. You act as though I am unaware of anything that happens on campus ever since the USJ incident. I am fully aware of what the two of you discussed. You wanted to inform us prior to the rest of your classmates finding out, correct? Rocked on his heels at the discovery that his secret wasn't so secret after all, at least amongst the faculty, Shoto could only dumbly nod in reply. That is correct, yes, sir. We are already aware of the situation, Aizawa answered with a surprising statement. And it wasn't from the principal's eavesdropping, either. All Might had a talk with Endeavor, who made some interesting comments about having created you as well as stating that you were in a rebellious phase. In an act of rare acumen, he discussed the current number one's words with us during lunch. The principal rounded it out with some of the information his cameras recorded of your conversation with Midoriya, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 added. So we already know the content of what you will be discussing with Midoriya. There's no need to be concerned about surprising us out of the blue. Yagi nodded his head. Young Todoroki, it may surprise you to learn this, but it was always something of an open secret amongst the hero community after the incident with your older brother that your father wasn't exactly the best family man. After your mother was put into hospital, we've all quietly kept our eyes on him. Enji Todoroki is no Inko Midoriya, no doubt about that. A hard taskmaster projecting his own ambitions onto his son, yes, but if you or your siblings had been in any real danger, rest assured that we would have acted. I was not expecting this, Shoto thought, looking at his teachers in befuddled bewilderment. You knew. I was honestly surprised when you chose Endeavor's agency for your internship, Aizawa answered. I'd have figured that you'd have ignored his offer to spite him. Then I saw you openly using the fire half of your quirk after internships. He may not be the best person in the world, but he's good at his job, and you came back from your internship showing that you can at least work with him on a professional level. Shoto saw Yagi nod. Yes. If I had to compare him to someone, I would say that Endeavor resembles a famous American general from a certain war. They certainly call him a hero, though I suppose we wouldn't see eye to eye on that. A general? Shoto inquired. He couldn't think of his father being compared to any general. Yes, Yagi said with another nod. If we're talking about ego, I would say he's quite similar to George Patton's reputation. Time will tell whether that holds true now that he's on top because of my retirement. Shoto grimaced, remembering just how Endeavor had looked after Kamino. The man had essentially thrown a tantrum in his personal gym. Having been handed the title of #1 rather than earning it himself had been a heavy blow to him. It almost reminded him of how Katsuki had acted after winning the sports festival, but at least Endeavor wouldn't have required a muzzle and chains. His father knew how to handle PR, and had kept his rage against the world a private affair confined to his gym. Shoto and Fuyumi only had to deal with the noise. I wonder that myself. Last episode before lunch is about to start, guys, Izuku announced from the front as the clock was down to less than 30 seconds. Young Todoroki. Shoto looked back at All Might. If you would like to discuss this more this afternoon, I would be happy to make myself available. I'll think about it, Shoto answered, and quickly returned to his seat. Of course you'd compare him to an American, Aizawa muttered. Couldn't compare him to one of your own countrymen. Well, who would you pick, Aizawa? Kiyama asked. Hideyoshi Totsuomi, he answered. Aizawa made a sideways glance towards Yagi. Though I wouldn't go so far as to call you Nobunaga Oda. Yagi flinched. I appreciate you not comparing the symbol of peace to the man who set Mount Hiei on fire. He turned his attention towards the screen as it counted down the final seconds. There's another man I can think of who's a better comparison to the Demon King of old. Izuku quickly sat back down in his seat on the love seat next to Ochako just as the countdown timer finished. The screen came to life with a globe of the Earth floating in space, spinning with bright points of light illuminating places where the biggest cities were, until the Earth was obscured by the moon. This is a superhuman society, narrator Midoriya said in his voiceover, with 80% of us possessing some uncanny ability. The moon passed, showing a cloud-covered sky that was parting for a brilliant sunbeam to come down, then cutting back to show many sunbeams cutting through the clouds above a dreary cityscape. Cities swirled with chaos and confusion following the appearance of these powers. Minoru yawned. Are we seriously getting another recap, he asked. Maybe it's not so bad, Toru hypothesized over the image of All Might that shifted to showing Eraserhead and some of her classmates. Maybe it's just, like, the first 30 seconds or so as part of an extended intro. God, I hope so, Kyoka sighed. It's honestly going to get a little repetitive if we have to keep hearing Midoriya remind us that this is the story of how he becomes the world's greatest hero. Which he won't. Katsuki barked. You still have to go through me, nerd. Itsuka groaned while Kyoka said, did you seriously not hear Yummo, discount Endeavor? Beating up the most villains isn't going to make you #1. Katsuki went teasich, and threw his head to the side, not looking down at any of his classmates. I effin' know that, he grumbled quietly. Nito looked towards Izuku. Honestly, Doesn't that sound a little pompous to you, saying that you'll be the world's greatest hero? Izuku waved his hands in front of him at the accusation just as his on-screen double and narration said that, while Ochako frowned next to him. That's not me saying that, he denied frantically while the intro started. I mean, that's my voice saying that, but it's not me. This is a show I had no part in the making of, so I can't tell you if what narrator me is saying is true or not. I mean, obviously I'd like it to be true, because that's my goal, to be the world's greatest hero, but it's not like I'm bragging that that's what I'll be and you should just bow to me or something. Yeah, that's more of a Bakugo thing, Tsuyu commented. I don't think there is anything distinctly wrong with it being declared like that, Momo said, placing a finger to her chin. After all, this is being presented from an entertainment perspective to the viewing audience instead of as a documentary series. Unless this is a docudrama, Itsuka countered. Even so, Momo replied with a nod, conceding Itsuka's point, while we are finding aspects of it educational, primarily its focus so far has been entertainment. Having the protagonist's narration as if the story is already finished and they are telling us how said event, Midoriya becoming the world's greatest hero, occurred, makes sense from such a standpoint. That and the show's totally awesome. Toru added. I mean, we're in it, you guys. We're basically celebrities to the people where Miss Kamemoto's from. I cannot argue with her, Yuga replied, though my sparkle doesn't get nearly as much screen time. The intro finished, and instead of returning to where the last episode ended with Midoriya and All Might, Mr. Aizawa in the classroom was shown. The UA Sports Festival is about to start, he declared. Fanfare kicked in as it recapped part of his explanation from the previous episode, with fade-ins of Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Endeavor appearing next to him. It's true that joining a famous hero agency can garner you greater experience and popularity. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival. That means you better not slack off on your training. Yes, sir. You look concerned there, Midoriya, Rikido said, rubbing his chin. Was something on your mind? Izuku winced and rubbed the back of his head. Well, you knew how little control I had over my quirk back then, right? He said as the title screen, Roaring Sports Festival, was shown. I was worried I'd make a poor showing. Poor boy, Kiyama muttered, watching as Ochako hugged him. Well, you did squick a lot of people out when you were literally breaking yourself, Itsuka said. Not like you had much choice in the matter, though. The show had returned to All Might and Midoriya's lunchtime meeting. Think of the sports festival as your debut, All Might told his successor. You are the fledgling symbol of peace, the next All Might. Izuku Midoriya. The screen cut away from Midoriya's stressed expression as his mentor was laying all of this on him to All Might clenching his fist. You must introduce yourself to the world, and proudly say I am here. Drink. Mina, Denki, and Hanta all cheered, glancing back and seeing Aizawa and Kiyama pouring out the sake. But, All Might, that's your catchphrase. Midoriya gasped. Hey, do you think we should do a drinking game like that? Denki asked. With what? Mina asked. Kamemoto said we're not allowed alcohol. How about Hellfire Cola? Katsuki barked and grinned. I'd like to keep my tongue intact, thank you. Minoru replied. Wimp. Given the number of times All Might says I am here, or we see Midoriya watching that same video or it's referenced, I'm gonna agree with Mineta on this one, Bakugo, a hero replied. I think you're the only one who could handle it. I concur. Tenya stated. If we will be playing such a social game, it should not be something that will render harm or incapacitation. How about energy drinks? Mashiro suggested. Ojiro, Aizawa threatened with a growl. I'm not suggesting we shotgun them or something whenever the line happens. Mashiro hastily defended himself. I mean we all get one and we just take a sip. That sounds feasible, Izuku said, rubbing his chin. And it wouldn't be too much to consume in a day, Momo agreed. Izuku nodded. Plus, we'll be doing quirk training both before and after watching episodes each day, he added. So it's got the possibility of us getting a boost of energy before lunch or after lunch before training when we're in a post-lunch food coma and settling down. If you Hellions do this, I'm giving you a hard limit of 2 cans a day, Aizawa stated firmly. No exceptions, no matter how many times we hear that catchphrase. Awesome, Mina declared. All right, gang. During lunch, let's figure out which one we're having. Do not forget that we have an assignment from Principal Nezu to do as well, Ashido, Tenya reminded her, taking the wind right out of Mina's sails. Right. All Might declared, pointing right at Midoriya. Meaning, you'll have plenty of opportunities to sell yourself. Midoriya gave him a slightly uncomfortable look and a non-committal response of, I guess. Hit by the tsunami of apathy that was his successor's reply, All Might was blown backwards, with the couch he was on being knocked on its back as well. While a number of students chuckled, Koji turned his head towards Izuku. You don't really seem all that enthusiastic about the festival, Midoriya. With his classmates' words mirroring the concerned look on Ochiko's face, Izuku chuckled a little to himself. Yeah, well, he gestured lamely towards the screen, as his past self's muttering was starting up. Excited about this after everything that just happened at the USJ. Plus, I've already got the world's greatest hero teaching me, so the festival probably isn't my only hope of getting scouted by an agency. And besides, I don't know that I'll stand out right now considering I did so horribly on the fitness tests and can't control one for all very well. The camera cut to All Might on his back still, lying against the fallen over couch. BLD was spurting out of his mouth. Man, nobody is better at spoutin' word vomit than you, kid. I see, Tenya said, placing his hand on his chin. When he puts it like that, Itsuka started. There's really no reason to be excited about a festival you'll just embarrass yourself in, Nito agreed. Katsuki scoffed. Morons, he grumbled. All Might was imparting some words of wisdom on his young apprentice after the boy inquired as to his well-being. Settle. The difference between those two mindsets has a big impact on how far you go in the real world. Izuku looked down, as if he'd just been lightly scolded by his mentor. I understand how you feel, All Might reassured him, and I may even be projecting a bit of myself onto you. Only a bit, he says, Aizawa sniped. You were absolutely pushing Midoriya too hard, Kayama agreed. Show a little more restraint, All Might. He wants to be the best, Yagi argued, and he already felt inadequate. You don't become the best by being handed it to you. You don't settle for first place, you fight for it. He needed to be reminded of that. He's 15 and he only used his quirk for the first time 2 months ago. Kayama pointed out, probably with a louder voice than she intended thanks to the sake. Oh, I'm just going to pressure this boy who, after a year of training, still doesn't know what the F he's doing since he just got my quirk and doesn't have a clue how to use it because I'm SHT at explaining things, into winning the most prestigious event he's ever participated in on live national television. And we mustn't forget his own heightened feelings of anxiety and inadequacy after being bullied for 10 years, Nezu added. Izuku blushed and tried to hide his feelings by paying even closer attention to what was happening on screen instead of what was going on at the back of the theater with the other teachers loudly lambasting All Might for turning the heat up on him. He couldn't hide how red his ears were getting, though, nor could he prevent himself from feeling a little hot under the collar of his t-shirt. While he understood intellectually that they were correct in grilling his mentor with a rotisserie spit over an open flame for the inadequate job he did in preparing Izuku to actually use One for All, how does one explain the process of something that they do intuitively to someone else to whom it doesn't come as naturally? And All Might was right, he did need to get back into that mindset of always striving for excellence instead of merely settling for good enough. If he hadn't gone into the sports festival with the intent to win, would he have been able to get through to Shoto during their fight? Would he have really given his all and fought tooth and nail to get Shoto to do the same in their match if All Might hadn't pushed him? Ochiko's left hand was on his right, and he could feel her thumb tracing the scars from the surgery that had left it crooked. Izuku guessed that she was also thinking right now. If All Might hadn't pressured him, would his hand still be messed up? I'm kinda torn between who I agree with here, Denki said, glancing back at the arguing adults. On the one hand, yeah, Midoriya really shouldn't be getting pressured to try and win the whole thing when he's only used One for All, like 6 times. On the other hand, they are scouting out the competition, idiots, Bakugo said as he walked past Mineta to approach one of the sets of doors to their class, which was completely blocked by other students after the final bell had rung. Yeah, this happened. Mizo agreed with a nod. We're the class that survived a real villain attack, Bakugo continued. They want to see us with their own eyes. Let's just hope he doesn't explode anybody. Midoriya tried to assuage a panicking Mineta as the short boy pointed towards the walking firecracker heading right towards the mass of other students. Bakugo stopped in front of those students who had come by one as classroom. At least now you know what a future pro looks like, Bakugo stated as he stared down some of those crowding the doorway. Now, move it, extras. We really did not need the antagonism right after dealing with the USJ, Momo side. Itsuka shrugged. Well, we knew that you and Ida at least were decent, she consoled her. But, yeah, what Tetsu said about Bakugo really didn't endear your class to us a whole lot. And here's Shinso, Mashiro grumbled, folding his arms and glaring up at the screen towards the displayed purple-haired teenager from General Studies. Egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here I was forced to choose a different track. Such is life. I didn't cut it the first time around, but I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course. Denki looked back towards the staff. Is that actually a real thing? Can you really transfer people from other areas into the hero course? Nezu nodded his head. Oh, yes, Mr. Kaminari. In fact, your teacher Eraserhead is one such individual who was brought into the hero course beginning in his second year because of how well he performed in the sports festival. It's also why he spent your internships and part of the summer giving some extra guidance to young Shinso, Kiyoma tittered. Midnight. He saw too much of himself in his tiny purple clone to resist, she continued with a giggle. So don't be surprised if you see him again later in the year. Hanta rubbed his chin while his homeroom teacher shot a death glare at their arts teacher. Here. I thought he looked buffer when term started again. Yeah, Rikido agreed. Guess that was due to Mr. Aizawa's training. Between him, Midoriya, and the stuff at our internships, don't you think hands-on coaching from a pro is a whole other level of training compared to what we did to get into UA? You said it, Minoru agreed. Hey, you. Yeah. Tetsu screamed, jumping up from his seat. Finally. I'm from Class 1B next door to you. Tetsu shouted from the back of the crowd. We heard you fought some villains and I came to see if that was true. But you're just a bunch of brats who think you're better than us. CRP. Ida, Midoriya, and Uraraka all thought. Everyone hates our class now. Don't you think it's weird that there have been several instances of several people having the exact same thought at the exact same time? Mai asked. Tenya put his hand to his chin in thought. It does seem peculiar, now that you draw attention to it. Maybe we're all just that much in sync with each other, no. Ochako proposed. It's not that surprising that we all had the same reaction, right? On a scale of probability, yes, it is, Uraraka. Momo shot her down. Ochako gulped, but the other brunette didn't notice. It really is interesting, though, with how often it's been occurring for all of us to have the same thought at the same time. These people don't matter. Kirishima seemed confused by Bakugo's declaration as the blonde firecracker started to walk past the crowd of students to leave their classroom. Hey! Narrowing his eyes, the aggressor returned his gaze fully to his future opponents in the festival. The only thing that's important is that I beat them. Just as what happened in the past, a hero clenched his fist and glanced away from the screen with a tear in the corner of his eye, saying along with his past self, I hate that was such a manly exit. Tetsu growled. Looking back on it, as much as it pisses me off, I gotta agree with you. We have to beat them, he wasn't wrong, Tokoyami agreed. Yeah, sure, Kaminari complained, but this Seekus. He made us everyone's enemies. Gyro and Yorozu shared a look of exasperated acceptance of the situation while Mineta started to agree with Kaminari. Yeah, that's right. All of these dumb students will be gunning for us in the festival now. We kinda would have been gunning for you anyway, Itsuka admitted. It's not like we didn't want to win ourselves, your class just painted a target on your backs. By nearly getting killed by villains. Tsuyu asked. By fighting off villains while only one of you needed to see Recovery Girl afterwards, Izuku pointed out. You heard what the detective said. Over 70 villains were apprehended and we didn't know the full details of what happened. You guys were hot, and then Bakugo's PSS poor attitude had us want to take you down a few pegs. Not like that happened, Nito griped. Only Shiozaki got past the first round of the finals. It still ended up being a Class A showcase. Beach all you want, you still didn't prove squat. Katsuki answered. I guess that's what happens when most of the powerhouses of the year are in our class and we're in a fighting tournament, Denki said, watching as the on-screen Midoriya was comparing Bakugo's, Uraraka's, Ida's, and All Might's words with the feelings he had back on the beach in February. That's probably by design, Mai said. Hey. What's that supposed to mean? Rikido asked. Well, Mai drew her word out. You have Eraserhead as your homeroom teacher. Is Vlad King really going to be able to put down Todoroki or Midoriya or Sparky Boomhands if any of them go feral? Nito shifted his gaze to glare at Mai as she sat next to him. Are you saying that Mr. Khan is incompetent? Mai's expression turned flat as she directed her gaze to match Nito's. You want to look me in the eye and tell me that BLD Control can put down quirks strong enough to level 5-story office buildings? Or that could completely freeze or boil his BLD? Nito held her gaze. For a few seconds, gnashing his teeth and swallowing his saliva as he was forced to accept that, should Class A's students go wild, there would be little that his homeroom teacher could do to shut them down. Only Eraserhead, through erasing their quirks with a single glance, could handle them. He looked away, signaling the support students win. We're not saying that we think Vlad King isn't a great teacher or anything, Izuku quickly tried to mollify him. It's just, yeah. Itsuka agreed as a montage on one as training to prepare for the festival began to play on screen. Those with the more destructive quirks need someone on hand who can do damage mitigation. It gives your class an edge in raw power, which means we need to get better with technique. Having the sports festival so soon in the year with your class having also survived a villain attack gave you an experience advantage, too. We just didn't have enough time or training to fully compete. She smirked at those around her and thumbed her nose. But it's going to be different next year. Momo smiled. I look forward to the competition. You'd better show us your best moves, Ochako told her, because we won't be pulling any punches next year, either. Maybe you'll make it to the podium next year, Denki added. You completely embarrassed yourself, Kaminari, Kyoka stated, so maybe you shouldn't be talking. Izuku's eyes went wide. Whoa! Gyro! You can throw darts that accurately with your jacks. I had no idea you had that much fine muscle control over them. Kyoka blushed at the excited look on Izuku's face. Well, it's no big deal, really, she replied. It's not like I got a chance to show off like that in the festival anyway. Still, Momo added, perhaps you should include something in your costume to take advantage of that. Right now you're only amplifying your heartbeat with your speakers, which, while useful, is a tad basic. Why you're a Momo? Kyoka gasped. I apologize, Gyro. You are my friend, but it really is an elementary usage of your quirk. If they're that dexterous, you really should take advantage of your skill in manipulating them. Is nobody going to talk about how Grapehead's part of the montage was practicing a victory speech? Katsuki barked. Is nobody going to talk about how Kiri just jumped off a building? Mina added, throwing a glare up at him. I hope Bakugo wasn't the one who gave you that idea, Minoru stated. A hero smiled brightly. Actually, he did. It was a great idea to train my quirk. Mina continued to glare at their couch. Karaishima! Tenya popped out of his chair, arm chopping away. There are safer ways to train your quirk than jumping off of buildings. But it was for the sports festival, man. A hero countered. I couldn't just act as Soto or Ojiro's punching bag. What if I had to face them in the festival? And Midoriya's punches at that time would have KO'd both of us if I tried to tank him. Inko Midoriya was fussing over her son on the morning of the festival as he prepared to leave. Don't get hurt. I won't. Toru gasped. Midoriya. Yeah, Deku, Ochako chided him. You can't just lie to your mom like that. That does seem like a pretty awful thing to do, Midoriya, Shoto commented. I take it you didn't remember what you said to her during our match. We're going to need to make sure you keep your word more in the future when it comes to not getting hurt, Aizawa chipped in. Do better, Midoriya. We don't need your mother pulling you out of UA because you can't keep your promises to her. Izuku flushed red as it seemed like everyone in the theater started to come down on him for telling his mother he wouldn't get hurt and then reneging on that completely during his fight with Shoto in the second round of the finals. It's not like I meant to, he grumbled. Ochako giggled and cuddled into his side as the video cut to UA. You know we're just giving you a hard time, Izuku, right? We'd probably be tripping over ourselves in embarrassment if the show was showing the rest of our parents before the festival. One of mine was our umpire, Momo said. But it would have been a little embarrassing if we had to see what my morning was like. What happened? Kyoka asked. I'd rather not say, Momo replied, her cheeks tinging pink. The same reporter for NHA that had triggered the UA barrier the morning of the press break-in gave her cameraman an excited look while they waited to get through the security screening process at the front gates. Perfect. Nothing brings ratings up like a little controversy. Plus, everybody will tune in to see Class 1A. It's not like they're going to be watching anybody else, Meshiro commented. What? Tetsu sharply asked. Yeah, Rikido agreed. The second years go the second day and the third years go the third day. Yes, said Fumikic. It was rather fortunate that we did not have to compete with our seniors over whether the pros choose to watch us or not. Yeah, Denki said, leaning back. Could you just imagine the dirty looks we would have gotten from the third years if nobody came by their games because everyone was watching us? Imagine that, Mina almost giggled. Your last chance to show off your stuff and you're upstaged by a bunch of dumbass who barely know what they are doing. Sounds like half of Talktick to me, Toru replied. Oh, so that's what you meant, Tetsu calmed down. I thought you were about to say that our class wasn't worth watching. You're not, Katsuki stated. Tetsu and Nito both started to get riled up while Ahiro tried to defuse the situation, but Katsuki continued. If you didn't compete with everything you had, why bother showing up at all? There is no good enough, either you win or you die. Itsuka leaned towards Izuku. You think he's still sore about the way he won in the final, she whispered. Izuku winced. I don't think Bakugo will ever forget about that. I'm pretty sure he would have refused to go to Island on principle if Kirishima hadn't badgered him into going. Takoyaki were frying on a hot griddle stand set up on the UA grounds in the carnival-like atmosphere of the sports festival, looking succulent and delicious as a lady's voice said, I'll take one order to go, please. The man behind the griddle looked up to see 3 local Musutafu heroes standing in front of him, Kamu Woods, Death Arms, and Mount Lady, all 3 of them wearing lanyards with tags to show that they were security staff just like the man was wearing a vendor tag. Whoa! Mount Lady, is it really you? He asked, excited to see her here in front of him, ordering his food. Kayoma huffed and hollered, tramp, from her seat at the back. And hold the salt, will you? Mount Lady asked, giving the man a bright and pleasant smile beneath her fuchsia irises while her companions just seemed to either be waiting on her to finish in Kamu Wood's case, or just plain unamused by the D2 according to Death Arm's expression. Of course, the man replied. That's going to be 1,000 yen. Mount Lady gasped, and then started fidgeting as the screen slowly panned up her body with a bright pink background. She brought her hand up to her chest, nudging her bosom slightly, while saying with a bashful and slightly growly purr, Oh, no, my money's in another costume. The vendor had steam coming out of his nostrils from the display. So hot. This is on the house. Aren't you a dear? While the girls in the theater gave the screen deadpan looks, Kiyoma's voice droned, Baich. You said it, Midnight. Minoru shouted, standing up and raising his fist at the screen. I hope you choke on that octopus ball. Wow, Mineta, Izuku ventured, blinking in surprise at the hostility the boy most open with his SXL desires was showcasing towards the blatantly SXL hero, I'm surprised you don't like her so much. Didn't you have your internship with her? Minoru sat down, folding his arms over his chest. She may have sex appeal, but she is not cute. Mount Lady is a demon hiding in the body of a hottie. By Momo sighed and palmed her forehead. Yes, mother, we know that you do not like Mount Lady. Working security this time, Death Arms commented to Kamu Wood's disappointment that he wouldn't be able to do any scouting as the trio patrolled the lines of vendors hawking their goods. Mount Lady popped one of her freshly fried piping hot ball of octopus tentacle into her mouth. Looks like they called in pro heroes from all over to guard this thing, she mumbled through a mouthful of tentacle. Quite a show. Koji shifted in his seat. Did Mount Lady not go to UA? Yeah, Hunter agreed. She seems surprised by the setup. That's because she didn't, Izuku replied. Mount Lady's from Hokkaido and moved down here to make her debut. He looked at Minoru again. I'm really surprised that you don't like her, Mineta. She's an amazing hero. Amazing at seducing people to get what she wants, Ochako pouted, feeling her stomach growl. She gave Izuku a shifty look. Despite using her sex appeal to solicit free food, I must agree with Midoriya, Momo said. Mount Lady is an exceptional pro who took part in the raid on the League of Villains this summer, despite how new she is. I wouldn't put it past her to rank fairly high this year. Yeah. A hero agreed. Mount Lady's got to be one of the manliest heroes in the city. Kirishima, don't you think there's a problem with what you just said? Mina asked. He looked at her in complete bewilderment. Here. What? Did I say something wrong? He looked at Tetsu. No, man, I got why, he replied. She's got a lot of guts and doesn't turn tail or fight dirty. I'd like to try fighting a match with her one day, but she'd probably just step on me. That's not as fun as it sounds, Minoru advised him. I don't recommend it. Midoriya. Everyone stopped their chatting and paid a little more attention to the screen as Shoto Todoroki spoke for the first time in a while, his tone of voice conveying a very serious air as tense music started to play. Todoroki approached All Might's successor, the taller boy standing over him as Midoriya turned towards the recommendation student. Hey, Todoroki. What's up? Bakugo glanced towards the interaction happening behind him. Uraraka, Asui, and Yorozu did the same from their seats. Todoroki's abrupt move to engage Midoriya in conversation seemed to attract the attention of everyone in the class. From an objective standpoint, the scarred young man declared, I think it's fairly clear to say that I'm stronger than you. Youch, Itsuka hissed. Todoroki curled his head down towards Midoriya. However, you've got All Might in your corner, helping you out. Yagi winced at being called out like that. If Todoroki was saying that, then they really had been bad at hiding it. I'm not here to pry about what's going on between you two, Todoroki told a surprised Midoriya. But know that I will beat you. Nito scowled and rubbed his chin with his hand. This is a really different scene from how our prep room went, or how we thought your prep room went. Yeah, Tetsu agreed. We were all pretty much united in screaming for your guys' BLD and going over our class strategy. Todoroki threw off Kirishima's hand from his shoulder. We're not here to be each other's friends, he spat. Endeavor's son turned and started to walk away from Midoriya and Kirishima. Don't forget. This isn't a team effort. Such a cold shoulder, Hunter said with a grin. Except it was a team effort, Mr. White Christmas, Mai piped up. The second round was all about teamwork. Shoto felt something in his chest hitch a bit as guilt flooded him. I believe I should apologize, he said. That was unnecessarily arrogant of me. Meh, it's cool, Denki replied. You're not so standoffish anymore since you joined us mere mortals, so I think we're all good. Shoto blinked. But, am I not also mortal? The smack of Izuku's palm hitting his face was quite audible while Katsuki started to laugh. Wait a sec, Todoroki, Midoriya said, gathering his courage to speak plainly to the boy who froze an entire building in an instant and gave no quarter to a horde of petty villains. I don't know what's going through your head or why you think you'd need to tell me that you'll beat me. Todoroki stopped and half turned back to consider Midoriya. Most of the girls in the class looked on as Midoriya talked, Uraraka with her anxiety for Midoriya plain on her face, Yorozu with her lips thin and eyes expressing both curiosity and concern, Gyro looking at him with a slight amount of confusion as she listened, and Asui with interest. And, yeah, of course you're better than me. In fact, you probably have way more potential than anyone in the hero course. Ida was observing with a stern look, and Kirishima blinked at Midoriya, seeming a little disheartened hearing his friend speak so dejectedly. That's why you got in so easily. Kirishima raised his hands, trying to calm down Midoriya and perk him up a bit. Midoriya, maybe you're being a little HOD on yourself and us. No, Midoriya refuted. He's right, you guys. An image of Shinso appeared in the background as Midoriya spoke his mind. All the other courses, they're coming for us with everything they've got. He flashed back to that day he collapsed during training, where he was fighting his body that was in open revolt against the abuse he'd thrown at it in order to train harder than it could handle. I wanna be the world's greatest hero. Yagi gulped, seeing what his successor was struggling with internally while in the prep room. Young Midoriya. We're all gonna have to fight to stand out, Midoriya declared to his listening class. Todoroki turned to face him properly, and Midoriya lifted his head to challenge his classmate, rarely seen confidence and determination chiseled into his expression. And I'll be aiming for the top, too. Todoroki considered him with a glare. Fine. Denki rubbed his arms up and down his sides. Ooh, seeing that again gave me chills. But it was also inspiring, wasn't it? Mashiro added. Even though he was trying to psych himself up to face Todoroki, Midoriya also pumped the rest of us up too while he was at it. Kyoka smirked. And you say you're not fit to lead our class? Izuku blushed at the compliment while Momo smiled at him and nodded her head. It's just as she said, Momo assured him. If you require proof that you do have the charisma to be a leader, Midoriya, you showed it right there. The scene had since shifted out of the prep room and into the stadium, with the crowds cheering, broadcasters and other assorted media ready to snap all the pictures of the action that they can, and present MIC serving as the MC in the audio booth of the stadium. Get those cameras prepped, media hordes. Denki snorted. Did present MIC just say media wares? Media hordes, Kyoka corrected him with a scowl. Honestly, you're exhausting. I was actually thinking the same thing, to be honest, Rikido admitted. Present MIC could stand to be a little clearer in his pronunciation, Tenya said. He is representing UA, after all. I really hope he's not blaming it all on the sound system, Kyoka grumbled. MIC's doing it on purpose, Aizawa droned from the back. I can assure you of that. Let me hear YA scream as our students make their way to the main stage. Present MIC's voice rang out as the camera showed the tunnel leading into the stadium. A triumphant fanfare started up as the view swayed to what was being broadcast on television, showing Inko Midoriya watching nervously. Come on, Izuku, she said aloud, seemingly more to herself as she prepared to watch her only son compete in his first high school sports festival with a quirk of his own. As Izuku sank back into his seat with a hand covering his face as he tried to avoid the realization that it was going to show his mother's reactions to the festival, Kyoka grinned while giving him a sympathetic look. You know, I'm glad it's not showing my parents, she said. My dad sent me off that morning wearing a shitty idol fanboy yukata and headband. Midoriya does look a lot more nervous now than when she saw you off earlier, Mina pointed out. The show cut from the teacher's box overlooking the field, specifically All Might, to zooming towards one specific entrance at ground level. All Might's message to Midoriya rang out again. You must introduce yourself to the world. Oh, here it comes, Hanta said with a grin. And proudly say I am here. Drink, called out a good half of the students. This was a terrible idea, Aizawa said as he poured out the last of the bottle of sake into his and Kiyoma's cups, and they clinked them together before polishing them off. Midoriya stepped forward into the light of the sun at the head of his class, saying, All Might, I won't let you down. Ochako blinked and popped her fist into her palm while the mid-episode break for the show's logo appeared. Oh, so that's what you meant when you said that. I thought it was a little strange. The fanfare kicked off again amidst fireworks and an aerial shot of the stadium. Welcome back to the UA Sports Festival. Present MIC announced, where up-and-coming heroes will leave everything on the field as they fight for the chance to achieve worldwide fame and celebrity. This first group are no strangers to the spotlight. MIC continued, making a performance of his introductions as he appeared on the jumbotrons around the stadium's open roof as more fireworks continued to be set off as the athletes entered the field. You know them for withstanding a villain attack. They're the dazzling students lighting up your TVs with solid gold skills. That's right. It's the Hero Course students of Class 1A. Even looking back on it, he's still talking your class up too much, Tetsu grumbled. A hero put his hand on his shoulder. It's no big deal. If it had happened to your class, he'd have been hyping you guys up instead. It's not like anything else that was newsworthy happened between the start of term and the festival. Izuku winced and shakily pointed up at the screen. I don't really make faces like that, do I? Ochako didn't look at him when he sent his gaze her way. Everyone else also pointedly avoided eye contact as he tried to find someone to disprove what the screen was showing. Sorry Midoriya, Koji said apologetically when Izuku's eyes found him. You really do like that sometimes. Idiot, Katsuki growled. You had All Might's power, why were you looking like such a frigging scared rabbit? Hey, even you were intimidated a bit, Bakugo, a hero commented, right as the screen was displaying himself and the blonde. I was not nervous. Katsuki barked back. You shut your mouth. I was excited to have all those extras around to watch me win. They haven't been getting nearly as much screen time, troll words were never spoken. Itsuka sighed in agreement with present MIC as her class now entered the stadium. Chock full of talent. Welcome, Hero Course Class 1B. The camera swayed from Tetsu stiffly walking at the head of Class B to Shinso and his classmates, who seemed less than amused to be having to participate in the games. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. The camera swayed again, to Hatsume in her gear. Ah ha ha ha. Mai laughed maniacally. Yes. My first appearance. Feast your eyes upon my genius babies. And finally, the business classes I, J, and K. Give it up for all of UA's first-year contestants. Woo! Mina started to cheer, whooping and hollering enough to get a few of the other students in the audience to join in the excitement, while several others simply laughed. I get the feeling we're just here to make the hero students look better, one of Shinso's classmates in General Studies groused. I can't wait for this to be over with, the dirty blonde next to him muttered, while Shinso himself stared at the Hero Course students with a frown as he mentally prepared himself for battle. Mina winced at the words of the General Studies kids and looked towards the principal. Principal Nezu, sir, seeing this, shouldn't we have, like, a separate event for the General Studies students where they don't have to compete against the Hero Course if they feel like this about the sports festival? Wouldn't that be even more exclusionary, though? Mizo wondered. In case you have forgotten, students, this is a chance for those students who still vie for a space in our heroics program to show us all their drive and their abilities to convince us that we made an error in denying them a placement during the entrance exam, Nezu reminded them all. He took a sip of his tea. And we do have the Culture Festival in the fall term, which many of the students outside of the Hero Course take great pride in. Yagi placed a hand to his chin. I suppose that an argument could be made for letting the festival be optional for those of different courses, but there are still recreational games open to all the students after lunch, which don't have the pomp and ceremony of the main tournament and serve as a more traditional school sports festival. He frowned. If we made it optional and allowed the majority who didn't opt in to sit it out, just how many students outside the two hero classes actually would compete, I wonder. If the sports festival in the spring is a showcase of the hero students, the school culture festival in autumn is a chance for everyone else to shine, Aizawa said. Besides, if we didn't have that loophole, I wouldn't be in this position, All Might. Not everyone has flashy quirks that can be useful against robots. Kiyoma groaned. You're just gonna keep bringing that up, aren't you? Every chance you get the entrance exam isn't rational. You have a personal vendetta against it. Aizawa gave her a look. I don't see why you don't have a vendetta against it, he replied. Your quirk puts people to sleep. That's very helpful against machines. How the hell do you pass the exam? Kayoma huffed. I got in off the sports festival at the start of my second term, she answered smugly. There was a vacancy from a student who got expelled for their violent behavior just after midterms and I was selected to take their place. I just know that complaining about the exam is not the hill I want to die on. Hypocrite. Meanwhile, with the students, Momo had her hands over her face as the on-screen Kirishima, Kaminari, and Tokoyami discussed Midnight's costume. Mother, she whined, now that the secret was out and she was able to air these grievances publicly, do you have to be so flirty all the time? So you don't have a problem with her costume? Itsuka asked. Momo blinked at her in confusion. Why would I? She inquired. Our quirks both operate on the same principle. The more exposed skin we have, the easier it is to utilize them. There's no shame in that, it's her attitude that's the problem. Momo pinched her nose. At home she and father are very spirited in their affections, and she brings that same spirit into her hero persona. Student pledge, Midnight announced in her role as chief umpire for the first years, we have Katsuki Bakugo. Midoriya looked horrified as he looked back to Bakugo, who started to move forward, while Kirishima seemed surprised, Kaminari dumbfounded, and Yorozu nonplussed by the idea. Midoriya and Zero leaned together. Here's the first-year rep. I guess that hothead did finish first in the entrance tests, Zero admitted. From next to them, that same dirty blonde-haired girl from General Studies side. Only for the hero course exams, she scoffed. Oh, right, Midoriya answered apologetically, with Kirishima looking somewhere between mad and confused, Kaminari with some kind of revulsion, and Yorozu appearing sad and a little hurt by the other students' words. That girl obviously hates us, Zero whispered to Midoriya. Yeah, Kaminari agreed as he turned his sour expression towards the front, and we've got Bakugo to thank for them not liking our class. You idiots all need to grow a thicker skin, Katsuki grumbled. Who cares what they say, as long as you win in the end? She's just whining because she's gonna lose and she knows it, so she's getting you riled up. Mina groaned as the on-screen Bakugo made it to the microphone. Miss Kamemoto, do we have to listen to Bakugo being an but up? There again. Of course you do, Kamemoto answered, and even turned the volume up. I just wanna say, Bakugo began in front of a silent crowd and first-year student body, I'm gonna win. All of one as heads were displayed in blue caricatures of their reaction to that statement while as a class they all thought, I knew he'd say something like that. Mai laughed while the boos echoed from the speakers, and Nito, Itsuka, and Tetsu all jokingly started booing as well, quickly joined by a few others. Mai, that was arrogant, wasn't it? Get off the stage. Mina heckled. Boo! Itsuka jeered. Why would you be so disrespectful? Ida shouted at Bakugo, arm chopping. You're representing us all. Mai giggled again. Legs, so earnest. Not my fault, the rest of you are just stepping stones to my victory, Bakugo answered, giving the rest of the first years a thumbs down. Tetsu was in a red rage. I'm gonna crush this overconfident JRK. I can't wait to knock him down to size. Anytime, Piggy, Katsuki challenged him. Tetsu turned towards him, just as incensed as his on-screen counterpart. What did you call me? You heard me the first time, Piggy, Katsuki retaliated with a smirk. I'd like to see you try to take me down. Tetsu gained a fierce grin. Oh, you're gonna be eating my fist for dinner tonight, Bakugo. Yuga frowned. Pardon me, but I'm not quite sure I understand Bakugo's insult. He cast a critical eye over Tetsu. He doesn't seem to resemble a swine in the slightest. Izuku placed his hand to his chin. If I had to wager, I'd say it has something to do with Tetsu's quirk. Yorozu nodded. Yes. I believe Bakugo is referring to pig iron. Mai also nodded. That makes sense as an insult, I guess. Its only use is being an intermediary metal when making steel, so I guess Bakugo's calling him unrefined or useless in a unique way. Midoriya gave Bakugo a strained and unamused look after the other clipped his shoulder into Midoriya's while walking past, Ida still aggressively arm-chopping and attempting to lecture a completely not listening Bakugo. And turning all the rest of us into targets at the same time. Ochako frowned while looking thoughtfully at the screen. You know, I never would have thought that Bakugo was actually nervous about it. He does everything he can not to show any sign of being weak. So even his pledge was selfish, ribbit, Tsuyu commented before sighing. He was the one who declared that winning was the only thing that mattered, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 reminded her. This is where you begin feeling the pain, Midnight announced to the students. The first fateful game of the festival. She extended her arm and WHP with a flourish as a screen appeared behind her, the middle of it rapidly running through the options like a spinning drum as a happy, suspenseful sound played. I've been wondering for quite a while where that screen came from, Yuga pondered. Yeah, Rikido agreed. It just popped up out of nowhere. He looked towards Mai. Do you have any ideas? She shrugged and scowled before folding her arms over her chest and kicking herself deeper into the couch cushions. All Mr. 𝐺𝐿𝐼 would say when I asked after the festival was that it was a proprietary secret, and no, I wasn't going to learn how he did it. The spinning stopped, revealing the first game of the festival. Ta-da! Midnight sang. So it's gonna be an obstacle course, Izuku said, leaning forward along with Ida and Zero. All 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest, Midnight announced as the screen followed along with visual aids. The track is 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. Midnight raised her WHP. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game. She liked her lip as an evil purple aura surrounded her, sending shivers down the spines of quite a number of the teens in the crowd. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. Momo gave the smiling, now shining, figure of her costumed mother a deadpan expression. She sighed. Maybe next time, phrase it a little differently, mother. What's wrong with what I said? Kiyoma asked, only a little slurred. All of the students crowded in front of the stadium exit to the track, showing a great mass of the 11 classes' 220 youths. All might, Midoriya thought again of his mentor as he prepared for the first event to begin. You must introduce yourself to the world, you've got to be kidding, Aizawa groaned, not noticing that Kamemoto had left her seat and was standing behind him and Midnight with a fresh bottle of sake in her hands and a shh-eating grin on her face. A grin that was shared by almost everyone else in the theater, who all took up the call to follow along with All Might's words to his successor. And proudly say I am here. Drink. Woo. Kiyoma giggled as she raised her empty cup in the air while the students laughed, and was surprised to see their red-haired attendant standing behind them with a new bottle of booze. Pour it. Come on, Shota, drink. It's DA rules. We gotta drink whenever they say I am here. Sighing, Aizawa lifted his cup to be refilled while his senpai drank her cup dry. I'm quitting this game after this episode. Well, I'ma keep playing, Kiyoma tittered. It's fun. Kamemoto continued to grin. I did say that you can't die on this island, so get as drunk as you want. If it's that much of a problem, we can give you a tonic to wash the alcohol out of you. Midoriya lowered his head slightly after running through the fact that he didn't have control over One for All yet. That means, I have to go beyond. Plus Ultra. Ochako cheered, then leaned into Izuku's shoulder a little more. Itsuka gasped. Wait, so did you go the whole first 2 rounds without using One for All at all? Denki whistled while Izuku kept silent. DMN, bro. The music swelled up. I hope you're watching, All Might. The final green light above the entrance went out, signaling the end of the countdown, and Midnight shouted, Begin. Energetic. Music picked up as all of the students started to race into the tunnel. And we're off to a racing start. Present MIC declared in the booth next to Aizawa. How about some color commentary, Mummy Man? Mina burst out in giggles as the long-suffering Aizawa on screen sighed at his old friend. Mummy Man. It is fitting, Yuga agreed. Did you not hear Present MIC say that when we started? Kyoka asked, surprised. Mina shook her head. No, I was a bit distracted at the time, she answered, twirling her fingers around and pointing at the screen. The doorway, Aizawa replied to present MIC's question about what they should be paying attention to. The show cut to revealing the absolute chaos and carnage that was all the students trying to force their way through that narrow hallway to get out to the course. People were shouting and cursing at each other, with Midoriya and Mineta prominently shown getting elbowed and smushed by larger first years. Izuku winced and pressed a hand to his cheek as he saw the elbow hit him, recalling the brief flashes of pain and the lingering sting of the blows he'd taken right at the start of the first round. He wasn't the only one shivering as they recalled the harrowing experience of the start of the first round. "I'm glad I made it out of there alive," Toru said in relief, the invisible girl letting out a sigh as she seemingly placed a hand to her chest. "I almost got trampled in there." "I didn't like it much either," Koji agreed. "Too many people were crammed in there." Todoroki's face filled the screen. "This is the first obstacle," he surmised. A chill wind blew past him as he used the right side of his quirk to freeze the entire area. A blast of frigid, snowy wind blew out of the tunnel as ice formed on the walls of the stadium and the ground below. Todoroki himself ran ahead, ice coating the ground beneath him with every step of his right foot, leaving many of the other first years trapped in his ice. "Apologies," he said as he ran on ahead. Nito huffed. "Such a dirty trick like that." "Effective, though," Mashiro countered. "It's a race. If you can freeze a large number of opponents in place like that right from the beginning, it's going to give you an edge." Izuku glanced over. "Minoma, you can't tell me that you wouldn't do the same if you had Todoroki's quirk." The blonde laughed. "Well, doing something so flashy wouldn't have been part of our plan, now would it?" "Ah, yes, your plan," a hero remembered. "Remind me again how that worked out for you." Copycat BSD, Katsuki growled. Counter to Todoroki's plan, a great number of 1A students had managed to evade his trap and were coming after him above the ice. "Nice trick, Todoroki." Vorozu taunted him, having used a metal rod she created to vault over his ice. He glanced back, only to see Bakugo with an enraged expression flying through the air. "I won't let you get away so easily," he roared, repositioning himself to prepare for a big blast from his hands. "You icy hot BSD." Ojiro's tail slapped the ground just before the ice could reach him, helping bounce him up above it. "You froze me in place one before," he told Todoroki with playful confidence. "It won't happen again." "Those were some nice moves, Ojiro," Toru complimented him before sighing. "I only managed to dodge the ice by climbing onto somebody's shoulders." "Or, don't sweat it," Mina replied before Mashiro could respond to the praise. She pointed at herself, fumbling and trying not to fall after having melted holes in her shoes. "It's not like all of us were quite so cool in dodging Mr. Iceman's opening move." The screen transitioned from Midoriya and Mineta frantically trying not to slip on the ice alongside one other student from their year to Uraraka moving carefully while leaning back in an attempt to keep her balance on the ice. "Gotta wait for the right time to show off my quirk," she reminded herself. Ochako sighed and shook her head. "Why didn't I just float myself a bit?" she wondered aloud. "But didn't you have problems with nausea if you did it too much?" Izuku asked. "Yeah," she replied, mussing up her hair in frustration, "but I could have at least handled a couple of seconds to deal with the ice." "It's all right, Uraraka," Tenya consoled her. "It was pretty chaotic at the time." Hitoshi Shinso was riding a group of students who all seemed to have zombified looks on their faces as they used their arms to make a litter for him to sit upon and avoid the ice. "So they are good at using their powers, here." Even Izuku found himself frowning a little at Shinso's words. "I'm not the only one who's a little cessed at that, am I?" Denki asked. "It does sound arrogant of him," Fumikage agreed. "Tisich brainwashing BSTD," Katsuki growled. Nito also scowled. "Being jealous of us being in the hero course is one thing," he admitted, "but being so conceited to think that we weren't good enough to earn our spots in the first place takes the cake." "So you do admit that we're good," Hanta pointed out. Nito scoffed and lightly waved his hand. "I never said that you're better than us in Class B," he replied, "just that you've managed to earn your spots here." Mineta was tearing ball off of his head and throwing them down onto the path that Todoroki had iced. Since he didn't stick to his own quirk, the pint-sized embodiment of lust bounced off of them, using his footholds as miniature trampolines to quickly gain on one of the most powerful students of their year. You think you're so cool, but I've outsmarted you. Mineta shouted, pointing at Todoroki as he came at him from the air. Ha! How pathetic, Todoroki. Are you seriously monologuing, Mineta? Aizawa asked. I was young and dumb then. Minoru answered. You're still young and dumb, ribbit, Tsuyu countered. Gra! Mineta was foiled from shouting out his special move, Grape Rush, by suddenly being slammed in the side by one of UA's training robots, causing the boy to be sent flying and cartwheeling. Are you okay? Midoriya called out as Mineta rolled away. The ocular sensor of the robot recalibrated as Midoriya recognized his position, many more robots than just that one standing in front of him as the show's music shifted. Targets acquired. Terminate them. Midoriya tensed. It's those robots from the entrance exam. Tetsu scratched his cheek. Oh yeah, you didn't do so well against those during the exam, did you, Midoriya? But you did much better this time, Ichiko pumped him up. Yeah, Tsuyu agreed. After going up against Nomu and Shigaraki, the robots weren't all that intimidating. A test of strength and cunning. Mike announced as the camera panned out to reveal no less than 3 of the massive zero-pointer robots from the practical exam. It's a robo-inferno. May frowned. I really don't know why Mr. Power Loader doesn't like that name for them. Maybe because the robots don't shoot fire. Itsuka asked. Denki grabbed his head with his hands. Please, don't give the principal any ideas. Nizu chuckled. Oh, no worries, Mr. Kaminari. It's only the first-year robots that don't breathe fire. The second and third-year ones already do that. Denki wasn't the only one who looked towards their rodent principal in growing dread for what their next year at UA would entail. They do? Ichiko asked. Yes. Nizu replied cheerily. And much more besides. How much more? Minoru demanded. Nizu only laughed. Tenya cleared his throat. Everyone. With that in mind, I believe it is in our best interests to not slack on our training. We must do everything we can to ensure we fully absorb our lessons to become the best heroes we can be. Yeah. And so we don't get murdered by Skynet. Hanta added. There seemed to be a dozen of the zero-pointers standing between them and continuing, aided by many more smaller 1, 2, and 3-pointer robots serving as the first, true, obstacle of the obstacle course. So this is what the other students faced in their entrance exams, Todoroki stated. Where does the school even get the funding for these things? Yaoyorozu asked. Momo caught her breath and looked up. You don't need to answer that, Principal Nizu, she quickly clarified. That was a rhetorical question. Nizu smiled. I am aware of the Yaoyorozu Group's forensic accountant's requests for our financials, Miss Yaoyorozu, he replied. Rest assured that I bear them no ill will. Kiyama, how is their recovery going? She looked at her boss. They all went and took a year's LWA is what they did, you conniving rodent. Your books half drove them insane, and don't pretend that you didn't enjoy imagining every last second of their agony. A little more difficult, Todoroki declared as he started to massively freeze the ground beneath him with both his foot and his hand, ice spikes shooting up through the dirt path while also propelling him forward as they grew beneath him, giving the impression that Todoroki was ice surfing. Especially since my dear old dad is watching. The look in the teen's eyes was especially frigid as he spoke about his father. Denki shifted uncomfortably and glanced at his classmates. Hey, am I the only one getting bad vibes about that? Kyoka snapped her head towards him, hissing, Shut up, you idiot, just as Todoroki on screen created a massive wave of ice to stop the zero-pointer from crushing him with its massive robot arm. Hey, what did I do? Denki cried. Zip it, Sparky, Katsuki ordered. Ha! Denki whirled around, but Katsuki wasn't even looking at him. But Bakugo. Kaminari, prying into others' family lives is disrespectful. Tenya reprimanded him. But seriously, is nobody else getting a really creepy vibe about the way Todoroki said that? Denki tried to argue. Hanta elbowed him. Dude, his dad's endeavor, remember? Yeah, you remember what he was like during Todoroki and Midoriya's match during the festival, right? Mizo inquired. Denki shook his head. No, I don't. What was he like? Sports parents are a different breed, Kaminari, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered him. Shoto nodded. Yeah, we'll go with that. Hidden by the veil of condensed water vapor from the cool air, one of the other students cried out, "Look! Between their legs. We can get through." Careful now, Todoroki warned them as he looked back. The zero-pointer continued lurching forward as the ice covering its metal body started to crack and fall off. I froze them while they were off their balance. As the ice cracked, so too did the metal where the joint's integrity had been weakened by the sudden extreme cold and ice damage, with the robot both falling over and falling apart. On purpose. Todoroki continued running, well in the lead as the explosion of dirt and cloud rose up behind him from the massive construct's fall. Tetsu grunted. Okay, I may have been caught underneath that, but that was pretty darn cool. Half the theater groaned. Early lead with a devastating display. Present Mike called from the booth. He got out of his chair and slammed his hands down against the panel in front of him. Amazing. He's one we should watch. It almost seems unfair. Thus, Aizawa seemed to regrettably agree with Mike. Todoroki's move was both offensive and defensive. No wonder he was let in on recommendations. Mike screamed. He'd never even seen those robo-infernos before, but they didn't stand a chance against his chart-topping moves. Achiko pet her head to the side. Gotta say, not a lot of color commentary from Mr. Aizawa. Well, Present Mike does tend to dominate the conversation a lot on his radio shows, Izuku replied. And Mr. Aizawa's never won for the spotlight, so it's really not all that surprising that it's been mostly Present Mike. Izuku took a half-step back with his teeth gritted as more of the smaller robots Todoroki didn't freeze advanced on the mass of students penned in on the path. Gotta hurry. The show pulled back to the other side of the TV, with Inko Midoriya watching in fright. No, you can't beat those, son, she said. Get out of there. Tears were in her eyes as she frantically reached out her hands towards the TV, as if trying to use her quirk to attract Izuku back to her. Please, just run away from me, baby. Izuku winced while his breath caught in his throat. Mom. I don't know how to take this, Ochako murmured next to him, ignoring whatever comments the rest of their classmates were saying to tease him for making his mom worry like that. Izuku glanced into Ochako's wonderful brown eyes, and saw both frustration and indecision in them. Like, I know that she's scared for why, because Wade never had a quirk before so she hasn't seen what you can do, and she's your mom, so she wants you to be safe and all that. But on the other hand, Ochako trailed off and growled, mussing up her hair again. Seeing her like this, doesn't it kinda look like she doesn't have any confidence or faith in you, even after she told YA to do your best? Izuku's eyes widened. The episode had moved on to the outro while she was talking, but Izuku couldn't spare a thought to pay attention to their second time seeing it. Oh, Ochako. She seemed to catch the offended tone in his voice. I'm not saying she's a bad mom or she's not supportive or anything. Ochako hurriedly backtracked. And I said I know that she's never seen you use your quirk at all before and now you suddenly have this power and you've already been hurt a bunch of times using it, so it makes sense she'd want YA to run and be safe. She groaned again, trying to force her frustration into words. It just makes me mad that she seemed to give up on the idea that you could get through them right away, when you saved my life and got me started on falling for you by facing those same robots. I won't stand for anybody putting you down like that anymore, Izuku, even if it's your mom. Now kiss. Mina shouted, startling the both of them. Are you out of your mind? Katsuki snapped. We've seen enough of that already. Just the thought of Midoriya and Uraraka doing that is gonna make me lose my lunch. But lunch isn't until after the next episode preview, a hero pointed out. Exactly. I'm gonna vomit what I haven't even eaten yet. It's time for the dumb preview. Narrator Bakugo shouted. Everybody just listen to me. Finally. Katsuki roared, while Mina booed because she still hadn't gotten to do one. Why are you so mad? Narrator Midoriya asked as short clips from the next episode were shown one after the other, including Kirishima and Tetsu bursting out of the ice and Uraraka, Ashido, and Asui gazing into the abyss. This is the fun part. I already know how the obstacle course is gonna end, narrator Bakugo argued. With me at the top and you trampled on the ground in last place. Hunter and Denki were both laughing when they heard that, as narrator Izuku answered that that wasn't a preview. That's more like your personal dream. You tell him, Midoriya, Momo, Tenya, Tsuyu, and Mai all said simultaneously. Shut your mouth, you demon nerd. Narrator Bakugo ordered. If you're even one step ahead of me, I'll incinerate you, no questions asked. Actually, I think I'll do that even if you're not ahead. All bark, no bite, Tsuyu stated. Why are you always so scary? Narrator Izuku asked. Next time, in their own quirky ways, narrator Bakugo announced. Watch me go boom in a minefield. Narrator Midoriya declared with way too much excitement. Go beyond. Narrator Bakugo shouted. Plus ultra. The lights fully came back on and the blue light for the quirk inhibitor flared, returning the students' usage of their quirks to them. Aizawa rose from his seat while Kamemoto stretched in her chair. All right, you hellions, their teacher announced. You've got your hour for lunch before you need to be back here. Don't forget the assignment Principal Nezu gave you. You'll be presenting before we watch the videos for the afternoon. The students all peered at Aizawa strangely, but none of them found the courage to say anything. Yagi sighed and bit the bullet. Aizawa. What is it, All Might? The former top pro winced, and was very unsure of his response, because he had never seen Aizawa do this before. Aizawa, I'm over here. That's a chair. And your students are down there. You were facing the audio booth. Aizawa blinked several times and reoriented himself. Nemurai, this is all your fault. That's Principal Nezu, Aizawa. I'm drunk, aren't I? Tenya was aghast to hear their homeroom teacher swear, but none of the three class representatives felt like trying to prevent the swarm of giggles that erupted amongst the students as they quickly cleared out for lunch, before they had a chance to learn if drunk Aizawa was also a bigger hardass than sober Aizawa. Exiting the Maple Theater, Denki yawned while stretching his arms behind his back. Anyone want to guess what lunch is going to be today, he asked. Yesterday it was those fajita things, and the day before it was a whole bunch of stuff buffet style. Those fajitas were pretty good, Koji answered. But maybe we'll have something like a chicken salad today. There is a salad bar, Koda, Tenya reminded him. So you could always take advantage of that. Nodding his head, Koji looked at the former class rep. Maybe, but I'm more thinking of courage in the salad, you know. You mean sort of like a wrap? Kyoka inquired. Courage in a wrap with lettuce and vegetables. Oh, that sounds good, replied Koji. I wonder if they're going to serve me a special lunch like they did breakfast, Izuku muttered, hand pressed to his chin. And I'll need to apologize for having thrown up some of that breakfast that they made me because of what we saw earlier. Hey, can we talk about that Midoriya? Tetsu asked. Izuku looked up. Here. Talk about what, Tetsu? Tetsu looked down on the smaller young man with a small amount of trepidation. What we saw and figured out in that Season 1 recap episode, Tetsu answered him. You know, with that villainous scumbag of a doctor. What's there to say? Katsuki growled. That bastard is going to die as soon as we get back. Only if the pros can find him, though, Minoru reminded them. We've got no idea where he ran off to. Mineta's right about that, Izuku answered regretfully. Unless. Whenever this show about us gets to the future and it shows where he is, it'll be up to the pros to look for him. Bullshit. Katsuki retorted. I'm going to explode his butt straight to hell. You don't have your provisional license, though, Shoto reminded him. You'll be arrested as well. Don't remind me, icy hot. Izuku pondered that as the group of students walked along. The same doctor who had diagnosed him as quirkless when he was a child was working alongside All for One. He was the one who had created the Nomus. That was a remarkable coincidence that he had a childhood connection to such a villain. If it hadn't been pointed out by his more keener-sensed classmates that they sounded the same, they never would have made the connection. Hey, if that doctor could make guys like Nomu with multiple quirks, don't you think Midoriya's really lucky? A hero wondered. Several people, Izuku and Ochako included, looked at him. What do you mean? Momo asked. He winced and rubbed the back of his head. Well, nah, it's nothing. You can't reel us in then take it back like that, man, Tetsu complained. Yeah, come on, Hunter grumbled. Ahiro's eyes met Izuku's, and Izuku saw a tinge of regret and sorrow in his friend's face, with maybe a little bit of fear. Izuku remembered briefly the horror that had been on the other hero student's face when they encountered the warehouse holding the Nomyu in tanks. What was it, Kirishima? He asked. The redhead gave a frustrated sigh while bowing his head and scratching behind his ear. Jaya. I just thought, that doctor guy created the Nomus, right? And they used to be people until he messed around with them and forced a bunch of quirks into them somehow. That's basically what All Might implied, yeah, Katsuki huffed. Well, wouldn't a quirkless kid like Midoriya, a totally blank slate, have been, like, the perfect test subject for something like that? Izuku froze. Everyone in the hallway froze. If that's a joke, Katsuki growled, it ain't funny, Kirishima. Oh, like you have any moral high ground to preach from, Bakugo, Nito scoffed. Katsuki whirled around, palms lighting up with an explosion that blasted the side of Nito's face. The blonde was sent flying into the wall, not having expected that reaction at all. I may have told Deku to kill himself, but I never actually wanted him dead, you copycat butt. First BLD goes to Bakugo, Kyoka stated. I'm honestly surprised it took this long for someone besides Kendo to hit Monoma. Me too, Itsuka added, as Nito rubbed his jaw. And the brute finally shows his true colors, Nito growled, glaring up at Katsuki. You listen and you listen good, ditto, Katsuki barked. I'm gonna be the #1 hero, not Deku, no matter what these DMN videos show us. If you're willing to just sit back and settle as a B-list reject by coasting by as a Fing copycat, don't go around acting like some righteous big shot when you haven't got an ounce of ambition. It's Fing annoying, always mouthing tea and acting like you're better than everyone around you. Why are you even here? Ahiro and Tetsu quickly got between the two blondes, though Katsuki's hair was still dyed pink. Hey, come on now. No need to fight. Let's just go get lunch, yeah. Maybe you should ask that Kamemoto woman again why I'm here, Nito replied. As if I'd choose to hang around Class A on my own. The feeling's mutual, I assure you, Fumiki jutted. If only because of your irrational hatred of our class. Katsuki pushed his arm off of Ahiro and clicked his teeth. I'm talking about why you're even at UA, dumbass. I'm gonna be #1. Deku seems to think that's his destiny and wants to save people. His girlfriend wants to be the best so she can get paid for it and give her folks the easy life. And Glasses is carrying on his dumb family legacy or some SHT. Why the hell are you even here? To brag that you can use anyone's quirk better than they can. You wanna be some kinda Pokemon MSTR with quirks, here. Nito huffed, glaring at Katsuki from behind Tetsu. Like you've ever understand. You've gone your whole life with people inflating your head telling you how great your quirk is and how you'll be an amazing hero with it. I've been told my whole life that I'll never be a superhero with my power, that my power's just that of a side character. I'm going to prove them all wrong. Katsuki sneered at him, the pair holding everyone's attentions for several more seconds, before Katsuki turned on his heel and walked away. Whatever. You're not worth my time. Come at me again when you've pulled your head out of your butt. Denki watched Katsuki walk away in hushed awe. Whoa, dude, did Bakugo just try to help Monoma? Hunter barely nodded. Yeah, I think so, in his own twisted way, I guess. It's not like I don't get where Monoma's coming from, though. Nito's eyes shifted to Hunter, even though the boy from 1A didn't notice since he was still busy talking to Denki. Come on, I shoot tape out of my elbows. It's really useful, but it's not like I'm ever going to be able to explode a villain with it. Still, Best Jeanist made it to the top 5, and our quirks are kinda alike, so I've got something to shoot for. F whatever middle school assholes said about us. Heads all turned towards Kyoka as she dropped the F-bomb on the hallway, regardless of the fact that Katsuki had already dropped it several times. Gyro! Momo hissed. No, seriously, F whatever they said, she repeated. I think everyone here needs a reality check, because guess what, all of us were probably mocked for wanting to be heroes, so shut up with all this depressing people told me I couldn't do it garbage. You know why? Because we're in the UA Hero course, guys. We're here, and all those assholes who told us we couldn't do it aren't, well, except for Bakugo in Midoriya's case, because their situation is just nuts. Itsuka thought on it for a second. When you put it that way, you're right. I was made fun of in middle school too. Same, Ochako added, looking down. Deku's not the only one who had a shitty time in middle school. Mashiro also agreed, looking pensive. Yeah, and I'd been thinking before we got to this island that I'd been the only one. You don't think that that's why we all had such a visceral reaction to seeing what Bakugo did in the first few episodes, do you? Because out of all of us, he's the only one who's been a bully instead of being bullied himself. Kyoka shrugged, and Momo recovered from her shock of her friend using vulgar language to speak up. Maybe, but we need to think about the present right now, and Jiru is correct. We are all of us, students of the UA Hero course, and support course. And support course, Momo amended at Mai's interjection. We have to remember that, despite whatever may have occurred in our respective pasts, we are here, as students of UA. We need to be proud of our accomplishments in the face of the obstacles placed in front of us, whether they were physical, mental, or emotional. We've all had it rough in one way or another. Nobody's existence is perfect despite what it may seem on the outside looking in. Which means, shape up, Minoma. Momo finished, turning directly towards him. We're all struggling and working hard. You have an amazing quirk. Get your act together and become an amazing hero alongside all of us. Nito scowled and looked away, and for a moment everyone around was impressed by Momo's speech, until a squeal came from behind them and a woman latched onto Momo in a hug from behind. Oh, that was adorable, my little peach. And mother. Momo shrieked as Koyama smothered her in her hug. You're all holding up the hall, Aizawa droned from behind. Get a move on. You're wasting your lunch hour. Right. Izuku said, snapping himself back into action. Sorry, sir. Come on everyone. We still have Principal Nezu's assignment to go over. Mina groaned. You had to remind me about that. I'm sure we can all contribute ideas, Ashido, Momo assured her. Ochako watched Izuku carefully as the combined group of students hurried their way onto the buffet hall for lunch. He seemed to be doing a little bit better, but his complexion was still pale from a hero's earlier question. Honestly, the thought had shocked her as well. If someone was performing quirk experimentation for adding quirks to people's bodies, someone like Izuku, who had been born quirkless, would have made for a great test subject. Why Dr. Tsubasa hadn't tried to snatch up Izuku for something so immoral was puzzling, but at the same time Ochako could only be glad that he hadn't. Hey, she inquired once she was sure they weren't going to be listened in on, except maybe by Tenya. Are you okay, Deku? About what Kirishima said, you're not letting that get to you, are you? Izuku grimaced at her question, his lips forming a thin line. I'm trying not to, he answered, but yeah. I'd just rather not think about that right now, okay? Let's just focus on getting lunch and working on Principal Nezu's assignment. An excellent idea, Midoriya, Tenya enthusiastically agreed. Have you had any thoughts about it yet? Izuku brought his hand to his chin. I've been mulling over some ideas throughout the episodes this morning after the principal gave us the assignment, he began, and I've been narrowing them down into two separate categories. Please, Midoriya, wait until we have lunch before you start, Denki ummed. Trying to keep up with a mumble storm without having food is giving me a stomachache. Oh, sorry Kaminari, Izuku apologized. Hey, do you guys smell that? Hanta inquired, sniffing the air. Many of the other students paused to stop and sniff. Achim, Momo began to speak, catching a whiff of speakeasy. This fragrance. It smells like, Mina continued. Curry. A hero shouted. The students took off at a mad dash towards their waiting lunch, bickering good-naturedly about who was going to make it there first. Kamemoto was left behind in the dust, groaning and staring at the slightly cracked drywall where Nito's face had slammed into it thanks to Katsuki. Guess I'm gonna have to take care of this too. Everyone was much more orderly once they actually arrived in the buffet hall, which for lunch today seemed to be only curry and rice, along with the salad bar. Izuku, Momo, and Itsuka were able to get everyone into somewhat orderly lines for their curry, with Mai not caring one iota about fulfilling any sort of class rep responsibilities and managing to sneak her way into being first in line when the other three were attempting to organize everyone else. Once Izuku had gotten himself into line after diffusing Katsuki's longing to blow up Mai for having cut in front of him to get at the curry, he approached one of their catgirl servers. Excuse me. I was talking to one of your co-workers this morning. I can't remember her name exactly. I think it was Mayla. She said that I needed to ask for her to get the medicine the nurse was making for me. Oh right. You must mean Malia, Naya. The catgirl responded. She actually had to leave real quick, but let me go get the stuff for ya, Naya. The catgirl turned away and headed into the kitchen, calling out, Hey! Naya seen the potion for Midoriya. I hope this doesn't take long, Tenya said as he and Ochako stood with Izuku. We don't really have all that much time to eat and work on the principal's assignment. Yeah, Ochako agreed simply with a nod of her head. Do you think you're getting a special meal again like YA did at breakfast, Izuku? I don't know, he answered, shrugging. The curry smells so good, I was hoping that I'd get to have some of it, too. He turned his head at the sound of the kitchen doors swinging open, and saw one of the kitchen staff stride out ahead of the woman with whom he'd spoken. Like seemingly everyone except Amahi Kamemoto, she was another catgirl, and was dressed in a long white coat with a red sash around the waist with what looked like a pocket watch and a fancy meat thermometer hanging from it. She came out from behind the counter just as the chef he'd talked to at breakfast had. Ah, Mr. Midoriya, said the catgirl, who was shorter than the one he'd spoken to at breakfast and had an aesthetic closer to Gyro's punk rock, with short black hair with crimson tips and highlights and black triangles painted onto her cheekbones. It contrasted with the white chef's hat she wore, and it also helped that because of her shortness, Izuku's eyes weren't at this woman's considerably smaller bust like earlier, but at her chin. She didn't seem to be as young as he or his classmates, probably more like the Pussycats or less than a decade older than Pixiebob said she was. Actually, were all of the staff here women seemingly between 20 and 30. But her vibrant magenta irises spoke of a depth of experience far beyond his own. It's good to meet you. I'm Unidanya Kubler, but you can just call me Nidanya or Nidar if you wish. Unfortunately, I'm afraid Ayla had to leave the island urgently, so I'll be taking care of your meals instead in her place. She had to leave? Izuku asked. This was the first time he'd heard of staff, of anyone, really, leaving the island. No way. Why? Nidar shrugged her shoulders. I didn't ask, but it didn't stop her from blabbing that her friends needed her sword, or her bow, or whatever. Seems some troubles popped up back home and she needs to go help take care of it. It's no big deal to me, since I'm her sous chef and do most of the work around here anyway. She paused for a second while shrugging her shoulders. Anyway, in case you forgot, our instructions from Falmo are to only provide the tinctures she makes for you at breakfast and supper, so you don't have to worry about getting one for lunch. You can also just go ahead and get one of the plates of curry. You haven't had any of the side effects listed from your breakfast, have you? Izuku shook his head. Just a bit of muscle soreness and an energy boost, mostly, he replied. Also, I need to apologize. During our video watch this morning, I ended up getting sick and vomiting the remainder of the breakfast you all made me while we were on the second episode. He bowed. I am deeply sorry for wasting your time and effort on me. Midoriya. Deku. Nidar raised her hands. Hey, hang on there, kiddo. No need to apologize to me. Izuku lifted his head. But I wasted your cooking. And it was such a delicious breakfast, too. Listen, Midoriya, you didn't start watching until 10, right? It only takes an hour for the etheric energies of that meal to be absorbed into the body. What you vomited up at that point was just stomach acid and chunks of protein, starch, and carbs. Besides, we're not going to hold it against you for getting sick and throwing up. As long as you can say our food tastes delicious, that's what matters to us. She grinned at him as she ruffled his hair, while Tenya turned towards Izuku. See? Hear that, Midoriya? Everything is okay. But is it okay for Izuku to just grab a plate of the curry? Ochako asked. Isn't he supposed to be on some kind of special diet? Nida waved her hand and made a four sound. Nah, it's fine. When I decided on making curry for Midoriya's lunch, we just went and made up one big batch for all of you. The rest of you could use it too, especially since it helps you learn more, faster, as well. We might just start doing that for all your meals now anyway, if the only side effects Midoriya's noticed were some muscle soreness and excess energy. A nearby Mina, already carrying her plate of curry and rice, overheard that. Whoa! So you're saying that this curry can make us smarter? The cat girl gave her a proud smile. Maybe not smarter, but it'll help you learn quicker, she said. So go on out there and fight some monsters or something so you can become experienced. I'm not sure what you mean by go fight monsters, but I'll do my best. Mina replied with a big thumbs up. Momo paused by the trio of Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya to give the chef an inquisitive look. If I remember correctly, the chef from this morning said something about etheric energies as well. I can't say that I'm familiar with the concept. Yeah, you wouldn't be, Nida replied with a throaty giggle. You come from a world without ether, which is weird to me, but what else about the multiverse isn't weird? Simply put, it's magic. Magic! Momo gasped. Magic! Mina, and several others repeated. Whoa! We're gonna eat magic curry for lunch. Denki shouted. That is so cool. Morin, Katsuki muttered as he appended an entire bottle of Tabasco onto his curry. There's nothing magical about this stuff. Not all of us like having our taste buds drowned in fire, Bakugo, Tetsu replied. So it's not a quirk? Izuku asked. What the nurse said last night was real. She actually did use magic to heal my arm. Yep, Nida replied with a nod, and took something out of a pocket in her coat, making Izuku and those around him gasp in awe. A glittering cluster of orangish-red crystals rested in the white-gloved palm of her hand. We used these crystals in the cooking of your breakfast this morning and in the curry you'll be eating for lunch. These crystals are brimming with fire-aspected ether, and we also use water-aspected ether as well. They're the elements best used in infusing magic into cooking. You don't want to try using earth or wind or lightning, things just get messy. She replaced the crystals into her pocket. Anyway, you're free to go ahead and grab a plate of that curry, Midoriya, and don't feel bad if you have to vomit some of it during training at any time. As long as it tastes good going down, I don't care how it tastes coming back up. Come ask for me at breakfast and supper and I'll give you your medicine. Nida tapped her hat in an odd little salute, her black-furred cat ears twitching, the movement of the crimson tips on them attracting attention, and turned around to walk back into the kitchen with swaying hips and swishing tail peeking out through a hole in her coat. Guess we'd better get some of that curry, Izuku. Ochako urged him forward so that they could get their plates of the specially prepared lunch. It smelled delicious, and certainly looked so as well. A rich, thick brown sauce containing what looked like a lot of legumes against a bed of rice and garnished with chopped scallions. Tenya peered cautiously at his plate. I'm not seeing any crystals. You don't think they were crushed into a powder and stirred into the stew, do you? A peal of laughter came from a nearby catgirl server. No, silly Naya. The magic gets get out of the crystals like voom while we're cooking. Eating crystal would give you a stomachache, Naya, or worse. Well, that's a relief, Tenya murmured, leading the group towards an empty space. Still, I am concerned that we may be being used as guinea pigs in an experiment of theirs. Lighten up, legs, Mai said from nearby, her voice muffled as she practically shoveled curry into her mouth. This stuff's delicious. I might even go back for seconds. She froze, quickly reaching for her water glass, and started draining it while punching her collar. Hatsune. Slow down or you're going to choke. Izuku dipped his fork into the curry, ensuring that he got some of the rice along with the legumes. Out of the corner of his eye he saw All Might talking with a freshly reappeared Unidanya before being handed something and leaving the room. Wonder what that's Obu. Izuku's thoughts froze as soon as the curry touched his tongue and he started eating at a pace to rival Mai's. They weren't the only ones eating quickly. Forks and chopsticks were clattering like mad at every table. Once the first bite of the dish entered a mouth, the pull to eat such a delicious plate of food was irresistible. The curry was perfectly seasoned with just the right blend of spiciness and richness from the 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 and butter, with the lack of meat not even serving as a detractor. The rice it was paired with was also light and fluffy, absorbing the flavor of the curry where the two mixed and otherwise cutting through the spice when hints of lemon and garlic. Unless you were Katsuki Bakugo and desired to have your mouth on fire, there was no need to make any alterations whatsoever. Cries went up as students jumped out of their chairs to return for seconds, even thirds, of the meal, with compliments being dished out by nearly everyone as they practically inhaled their plates of curry. Eventually, Izuku put an end to the festivities by standing up, enlarging her hands, and clapping. "Okay everyone, I know the curry's awesome, but we really need to go over the assignment." Several groans rose to counter her declaration. No arguments, Izuku brushed them aside. The principal asked us to come up with defensive strategies for UA in either one of two situations, dealing with an active security breach such as what happened at the USJ, or deterrence. We should probably start by deciding on which one we're dealing with. Mai moved her hand into the air and spoke before anyone could acknowledge her. Wouldn't whatever we come up with to detain villains if they did infiltrate serve as deterrence too if they knew what was waiting for them? Mizo looked towards her, one of his tentacles forming a mouth to speak. If the threat of All Might wasn't enough to deter them from attacking the USJ, I don't know what could. A giant mech. 3 of them. But we already have the robots we use for training and the entrance exam, Izuku replied. And even students like us can deal with them. I don't know how exactly that works for deterrence. You can take a 0-pointer down in a single punch, Midoriya, Denki countered. You don't get to talk. Yeah, and you can just zap them, Kaminari, Kyoka countered his counter, so you especially don't get to talk. Mai waved her hand dismissively. Those robots are just big hunks of metal that punch and swing their limbs around. I'm talking about ones with 30mm autocannons and MLS installed, and not the cheap ones on the small robots, but laser-guided high-precision missiles rather than dumbfire ones. Mashiro flinched. Isn't that a little extreme? Mai looked over at him. Would you like to fight a Nomyu that can go toe-to-toe with All Might face-to-face with your tail, or a 30mm autocannon with armor-piercing rounds from 1.5 kilometers away? Point taken, Mashiro replied. Point taken. Give me the cannon, please. Unfortunately, I've identified a glaring problem with that solution, Hatsume, Momo said, pinching the bridge of her nose and lowering her head while shaking it slightly. That's a very lethal solution, and as heroes we are to resort to using lethal force only as a measure of absolute last resort. Katsuki smirked. Don't you try to solve all your problems with cannons, Ponytail. You think you're really in a position to lecture her. While I do understand the appeal in that simple solution, Principal Nezu stated while Momo blushed and held back a retort at the explosion quirk teen, unfortunately I have been reminded by the Hero Public Safety Commission that UA is not a military facility or associated with the JSDF, and is not authorized to use lethal force in response to trespassers. He sipped his tea. So please keep in mind that ideas which involve termination of the threat will be rejected out of hand, even if their purpose is deterrence. Phooey, Mai huffed, throwing herself back into her chair and folding her arms in a pout. Perhaps we should focus on the deterrence aspect of the assignment, Tenya suggested. That way we can avoid any suggestions on how to combat villains that enter UA grounds and instead focus on non-lethal measures to ensure that they do not get past the UA barrier. That seems safest, Shoto agreed. Katsuki made a noise of disapproval. DMN committee, he muttered while shoving some of his Tabasco red curry into his mouth. The F in League of Villains attacks UA twice and they still say we can't just kill them when they decide to come after us again. It wouldn't give us a very good image, which is something you need to remember, Kiyama pointed out. We're a part of the law enforcement and emergency services of our nation. We cannot abuse the authority granted to us to mistreat or kill our citizens, even if they happen to be breaking the law. That doesn't mean we can break the law ourselves in response. Which we will be going over in more detail again after our afternoon episodes, Aizawa reminded them. So, what? Denki asked. Could we maybe electrify the barrier or something? Make it an electric fence. That way Shigaraki wouldn't be able to disintegrate it again. What makes you think he wouldn't just power through the shock? Rikido asked. Involuntary muscle spasm, Denki replied. You get hit with a strong enough jolt all of a sudden when you're not expecting it, and your muscles will spasm and pain reflex will basically snap your arm away like that. He snapped his fingers. Yeah, but electrifying the whole barrier so it's strong enough to give anyone who touches it a good zap has got to take a lot of power, right? Minoru asked. What happens if it goes out? We could build backup generators that exclusively power the barrier and aren't attached to the main energy grid, Mai suggested, so a general power failure wouldn't affect the barrier at all. That sounds like a good idea, Kyoka said, but do you really think that just an electric fence would be enough to keep them out? Would it keep our classes out? That actually sounds like a good idea, Nito admitted. If we design a security system that our Class 40 quirks would be incapable of penetrating, then it would be pretty safe to say that nothing could circumvent it. Our 40+1, Katsuki stated. You can't forget the warp BSTRD. Izuku swallowed the last bite of his plate. I had a bit of an idea about that, actually, he said, pulling out the notebook he had been writing notes in. I'm pretty confident that you're all aware by now that I'm kind of a hero nerd, and this extends beyond just the heroes in our everyday lives. Before quirks, there were lots of comics and movies about superheroes, some of which were lost in the chaos caused by the appearance of quirks. However, a lot did survive thanks to hardcore enthusiasts dedicated to preserving pre-quirk culture, and I studied them too to see how feasible they'd be today or how they would stack up against today's pros when I was bored, since I didn't really, have a social life. Katsuki received several hard glares, and he avoided eye contact with any of them to continue pretending not to give Izuku his attention. Anyway, Izuku continued, this is probably a dumb idea, but Kurogiri said that he needs to know the precise coordinates of where he's going to open up a warp gate there. We don't know yet whether those coordinates are a fixed geographical location via longitude and latitude or whether they are relative, but I suspect that it has to be a fixed location based on what he said. He has to know exactly where something is in order to warp there. If that's the case, since UA has already transitioned everyone to dorms, all we need to do is move UA somewhere else. Kurogiri won't be able to warp there, and the best way not to be invaded is to keep the enemy from knowing where you are. Momo and Itsuka both blinked in surprise at Izuku's plan. That's an excellent point, Midoriya, Momo started, but we can't exactly move UA, Itsuka added. It's not like this is Island. Izuku nodded. Right, and this is why I'm calling it a dumb idea, but what if we were somehow able to turn the mountain UA is on into some kind of giant helicarrier like SG uses in the Marvel Comics universe? Mai's eyes were filled with manic light. You want us to turn UA into a giant flying mountain? Izuku chuckled. Yeah, silly idea, Rai, challenge accepted. Mai shouted. If Ultron could do it, why can't we? Because Ultron had vibranium, Izuku countered. It acted as an applied phlebotinum to let them handwave a magnetic field holding the flying rock and city together. Also, wait, you've seen those movies too. And we've got a quirk that lets us make anything so long as it's understood at the molecular level, Mai argued, turning to look at Momo and completely ignoring Izuku's question. It's a completely fictional element. I can't just make it with creation. Momo objected. Trust me, I've tried. My quirk won't let me invent new substances. You've tried? Izuku asked. Midoriya, you cannot tell me that you've never wanted Captain America's shield before, Momo answered begrudgingly. Kayoma nodded. Oh yes. Her tantrum when she discovered that she couldn't produce vibranium was just adorable. Mother, but, Hanta started to say, didn't Miss Kamemoto say that we basically had access to anything except alcohol while we were on this island? Everyone took a moment to pause when he said that. I mean, we're already eating curry that's been cooked with literal magic, and we're watching a TV show about Midoriya's life provided by people who know our future. Doesn't this kinda prove the existence of the multiverse? Mai gasped, vibrating at the revelation. Meaning that we can get anything. Even atomic diagrams of elements and the molecular composition of materials not present in our home universe. If they have access to a complete record of human history, I could become the first person to genuinely remake Damascus steel. No, better. I could make adamantium. Ah. Adamantium made with Damascus steel and vibranium. Or Uru metal. Now I just need a Nidavella hyperforge built around a neutron star. Momo placed a hand to her head. All right, let's say in theory that we have access to fantastical metals and elements from other universes. That still doesn't exactly resolve the question of how we would make the entire UA campus fly. To get the move necessary to lift the entire mountain would require a lot of liquid oxygen and liquid methane, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, pulling out her own notebook and pen and poking the side of her cheek with the back end of it. And that stuff all needs to be cryogenically cooled to maintain its liquid state, which is also going to take energy. Does anyone have a reasonable estimate for the mass of the mountain, the forest, and all of UA's facilities? When she looked up, most all of the students were staring at her like she'd grown a second head. What? I'm a space geek. 13's my favorite hero. You think I don't know how rocket engines work? Yeah, but it is a little surprising, Ribbit, Tsuyu stated. You did place in the lower half of the class during midterms. And you were freaking out a bit about finals, too, Izuku added, looking a bit guilty for bringing it up. Not as much as Ashido and Kaminari, but still, if Mr. Ectoplasm taught us physics and chemistry instead of just mathematics for mathematics' sake, I'm confident that I'd have placed overall in the top 10, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 frantically countered while blushing. Nito shook his head. As entertaining as this idea is, aren't you forgetting a crucial element? Once we've successfully gotten UA airborne, and somehow managed to keep it airborne and mobile, and resolved all problems regarding independent power generation, running water, water treatment, and living and training on a daily basis at high altitude, how would we keep UA supplied with fresh materials and parts? You can't simply rely on one student to make everything out of her quirk, and would need to be continuously supplied with food. Ever heard of the Berlin airlift? Tenya asked. It could be done with enough coordination, but that would also necessitate creating an airstrip on UA grounds and instructing an air traffic control group. This is just a hypothetical thought exercise anyway, myheroacademia pointed out. If we're agreed that we're looking for ways on how to prevent an attack on UA, why don't we look at this idea of making UA a flying mobile school and check it against our self-defined criteria of being able to defeat our combined class's array of quirks? The ability of flight already neutralizes most of us as a threat, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stated. Even Midoriya, with All Might's power, is incapable of flight, as is Todoroki. Which means it's useless against me. Katsuki stated, slamming his fist down on the table with a laugh. I can already fly with my explosions. It'll be a piece of cake for me to get up there. Uraraka could also negate someone's gravity and float them up there, and Set, 𝐒𝐿𝐴, Itsuka clarified at the confused look she received, can also use her quirk when she splits herself up to fly pieces of her body around, and Tsunotori can fly by basically using her detached horns as skates. Fukudashi might be able to come up with something from onomatopoeia, and if we give Shiozaki enough food, water, and sunlight she could potentially grow her vines into a large enough pillar like the story of the beanstalk, but those are big IFS to be going off of. Likewise, I would be able to use creation to make a small airplane if I had the schematics, Momo added, but I don't have a pilot's license, so actually flying one is another matter. This is all, assuming that the 40 of us acting as an assault force are already aware of the school's location, which would theoretically be a secret given its mobile nature. So are we actually going with my dumb idea? Izuku asked, incredulous. It has merit, Nito admitted. The problems with it are mostly logistical and engineering, but quirks are bullshit, so even without comic book metals, it might still be doable. I guess we need to think of a way to deal with a lone Bakugo once he flies his way on up, Rikido chuckled. How about gun turrets that fire those capture nets Hatsune stuck Ida in during their match during the festival? Minoru suggested. Wrap Bakugo up in one of those nets and he won't be able to control his explosions as well. Katsuki grumbled. Twerp's right about that. My quirk is through my hands. Ideally I'd just blow my way out of a stupid net, but if it's got me wrapped up I'd need to take time blowing it up or untangling myself from it before I'd be able to regain full maneuverability. And if I overuse my quirk to get up there, I'll F up my arms, or I'll use up so much sweat I'll get dehydrated. I'd do everything I could to avoid that kind of endurance match. And the same thing with the nets could apply to if Uraraka used her quirk to float up someone like Midoriya or Todoroki, Momo suggested, to which Ochako nodded. Yeah. Zero gravity just removes the force of gravity acting on something. Toss a net on them and they'll start being weighed down by the net which still has gravity acting on it, or if any other force is applied like a strong gust of wind blowing them off course. Ochako sighed. That ball I threw for Mr. Aizawa's test probably never made it to space and got picked up by a jet stream or something. Wind. Tetsu thought. Hey, wouldn't Tsuburaba be able to make platforms with solid air to run up? Completely impractical to do so, Nito dismissed immediately. He needs to be blowing air out of his mouth to solidify the air, so he'd need to have his head down the entire time. Tsunotori and Tokage are probably our best bets to make it to a flying UA, and while Tokage might be able to escape the nets and Tsunotori's horns could probably tear her way out of them, Tokage is definitely more a stealth type than a power type. Yeah, but UA's got a raise ahead, Tetsu pointed out. Even if Bakugo, Tokage, or Tsunotori manage to make it up there, one look from him and they've lost their powers, which'll make it easy to take them out, or keep them from flying. Oh, that's an idea! Mina shouted. We make UA fly, get a whole bunch of Hatsume's capture nets in turrets all the first years get to man all around the campus, and we put Mr. Aizawa in a watchtower so he can disable the quirks of anyone flying up at us. Ooh. And we put electrified ropes on all the capture nets so we're zapping people unconscious while we reel them. Denki added. This is all assuming that we are somehow able to make UA fly in the first place, Tenya reminded them. Couldn't Uraraka just float it with her quirk? Toru asked. My weight limit's only about 3 imperial tons, Ochako replied, or at least it was before summer camp. I don't know what my limit currently is, but UA definitely weighs exponentially more than that. Why don't we just make UA a space station while we're at it? Katsuki laughed. That'd keep anybody from being able to get to us. We are not making UA a space station when you cause explosions with your sweat, Todoroki makes fire, and Kaminari makes free-flowing electricity. Ochako shouted. Unless you want to be vented into space along with everyone else when your quirk blows a hole in the structure. Would the atmosphere be the same, though? Shoto inquired as Katsuki rolled his eyes at Ochako. If there's a higher oxygen content, then my quirk and Bakugo's would be even stronger on a place like a space station. Bakugo does have a point, though, Koji said calmly. If UA was in space, there's no way anyone in our class, let alone any villain, would be able to get to it. Yo Ema, Kyoka spoke up. You've been quiet this whole time. Got any thoughts? Anything is fine as long as it doesn't affect my twinkling, he answered. Perhaps a series of mirrors and prisms that would let me shoot my naval laser from any position in the campus to light up the barrier with mon éclat magnifique. Yeah, sure, Rikido half-heartedly agreed. Kyoka turned her head towards Koji. Hey, Koda, what if you did what we did in our match against present MIC and weaponized the bugs of the forest against any potential intruders? Izuku, Ochako, Momo, Tenya, and Tsuyu all shuddered when they recalled what the two of them had done to incapacitate present MIC. I think that's going a bit too far, Tsuyu commented. Yes, Momo added. I hope present MIC has managed to get over it. Kayama and Aizawa both sighed. That was a long night at the bar, she admitted. Principal Nezu checked the time on one of the clocks in the hall. Well, I do say that this was a most enlightening discussion to listen to, he expressed in a very happy tone. However, it is time for us to be making our way back to the theater for the afternoon's episodes. Miss Hatsume, I have a feeling that we will need to have a discussion with Miss Kamemoto once the others have commenced their afternoon quirk training. The possibilities of using and fabricating materials from realities outside of our own are nearly infinite. You got it, Principal. Mai replied. Hey, Tenya. What would you say to an armor upgrade made with impossible metal? Or a super suit? Or power armor? Why don't you just make everyone their own custom super mecha suit while you're at it? Itsuka jokingly suggested. Mai gasped. Maybe I will. So many super suit babies, and I'll make them combine into one giant mega robo baby. After I give the school rocket engines. As Mai cackled, the 23 other students collectively thought, maybe this assignment was a bad idea. The doors to the Maple Theatre almost burst off of their hinges, slamming into the padded doorstops to prevent them from hitting the walls, immediately followed by an explosion of sound from the force of the hit and the shout of the person who had brutally kicked them in. Miss Kami-what's-it? You said when we got here that anything we wanted except alcohol would be available to us, right? Amahi Kamemoto nearly jumped out of her skin at the volume and suddenness of Mai's shout. Ah. What? Yes, I did say that, yes, she answered. What do you want? I can't provide it here, but we should be able to. Great. Mai interrupted her. I'll need atomic diagrams for the structure of vibranium, Uru metal, the element Tony Stark synthesized to power the Iron Man armor Mark VI, mithril, schematics for the miniature Takamak arc reactor, historical records or documents showing the processes used to create Damascus steel, proto-adamantium, and Kamemoto held up her hands as the other students and teachers started to file into the theater. Whoa, hang on just a second. You said that besides alcohol, we could ask for anything and we'd get it, no questions asked, Mai pointed out. Yes, but, and you said that anything we learned or made here could be taken back to our world and timeline. Yes, but, and the entire stated purpose of us watching these videos is to be aware of the future and take steps to prevent whatever horrible fate awaits us from taking place. Yes, but, and if literal magic is being cooked into our food and being used to fix Midoriya's injuries, then what I'm asking for should be fine. Yes, but, so gimme. I've got babies to make. Kamemoto took a half a step back as Mai reached out in front of her, making grabby hands as the inventor continued to mutter gimme in a low voice. Look, Hatsune, she began, I can't, you promised. Don't be a lying mean, I can't get you those right now, Kamemoto said over and above Mai's protest. We're in the theater. I can't get you any of that stuff here. I'll swing by the workshop once we finish the afternoon episodes. Get me a list of everything you want and I'll get it to you by 3, okay? Works for me. Mai answered. She spun in an instant 180-degree turn and started walking back towards the stairs near the entrance, allowing Kamemoto to have a little bit of breathing room. Their crimson-haired caretaker looked at the other students filing into the room, confusion plain as day across her face. What was that all about? Principal Nezu's assignment, Mashiro answered her. We were brainstorming ideas during lunch for upgrading UA's defenses, and when it was brought up that Midoriya's eating food with literal magic cooked into it, well, some ideas started spiraling once we got the idea that we could get our hands on things not from our home universe and either bring them to or recreate them back home, Momo finished for him. Ah, Kamemoto replied. I see. She sighed, placing the heel of her palm to her forehead. Well, the whole point is to prepare you all for the future you're going to see, after all, so I guess it's fine. As long as she's not asking for anything like an infinity stone, but she's still going to be getting her hands on a miniaturized sustainable fusion reactor. This will be a game changer, no doubt about it. Kamemoto waved off several students beginning to apologize for Mai's behavior. Don't worry about it. It'll all work out. Just take your seat so we can get started with the afternoon's pair of episodes. Woo! Sports Festival. Mina cheered. It'll be fun to watch the obstacle course from the safety of the theater without having to run through it again. And maybe we'll be able to figure some stuff out, watching it again, Rikido added. I still don't really know how Midoriya managed to win that thing, or where the giant explosion came from. Ochako looked at Izuku with an expectant smile on her face. You said you didn't use your quirk during the first event, so I bet you went and did something crazy again, didn't you? Chuckling, Izuku replied, guilty. It was cheap and humiliating is what it was. Katsuki shouted, throwing himself into his customary couch spot. Honestly, it was vexing, Shoto commented, but it was also a smart move of Midoriya's. The whole DMN Sports Festival was humiliating, Katsuki grumbled. A hero gave him a weird look as he sat down next to his friend. But you won, man. Not in the way I wanted, Katsuki barked. Todoroki didn't go all out like he did against Deku. It wasn't an indisputable victory. Kyoma cleared her throat. Despite the words present MIC encouraged you all with, need I remind you that the sports festival is a school tournament and not a BLD sport and not a gladiatorial fight to the death. Would you have even bothered trying if it was like last year's and the end tournament was fighting with foam swords? That would have been really fun. Mina gasped before Katsuki could shout or growl anything in response. I wonder how it would have gone down. Seems a bit odd, though, Mizo wondered, having a foam sword battle when we're trying to stand out for internships and showing off our quirks. It was really entertaining, though, Hunter replied. Our upperclassmen last year could still use their quirks, but they couldn't directly attack their opponents with them. They had to use them on the ring, themselves, or the swords. It was pretty cool seeing what some of them were able to come up with on the fly. So you watched last year's festival, Zero? Minoru asked. Yeah, he replied eagerly. Since I was so jacked on getting ready for UA this year, I made sure to watch the first years last year to get some ideas on what kind of stuff we would be getting up to once we were in UA and competing in this thing. Must have been kind of boring, though, Denki mused as he plopped down in a second-row couch next to Hunter. What do you mean? Well, the business course never really tries in this, Denki replied, and you saw how much enthusiasm a lot of the Gen Ed kids had. So it probably would have been mostly 1B showing off since there wasn't a 1A last year. Hunter frowned. Here. What are you talking about? There was a 1A competing last year. The final came down to a girl from 1A and a guy from 1B. But that can't be right, Myheroacademia commented. Remember what All Might said when he caught Mr. Izawa behind the gymnasium after our quirk assessment test on orientation day. Mr. Izawa expelled his entire freshman class last year. But I'm telling you, there was a Class 1A competing in the sports festival last year, Hunter argued. Come on. I can't have been the only one watching. No, Zero's right, you guys, Izuku spoke up. There was a 1A competing, and a 1B. So what's this CRP about Eraserhead expelling his entire class last year if they are still competing in the sports festival? Tetsu asked. Did the school doctor the records? UA would never do something so immoral as to fake their records, Tenya immediately countered. Principal Nezu smiled as he clambered into his seat atop the top-level railing. Just because a student is expelled from UA doesn't mean that they cannot be reinstated, he stated quite simply. As Principal Nezu's words sunk in, Izuku placed his hands over his eyes and hunched forward while Kamemoto locked the door and engaged the quirk inhibitor. I don't even know what to think anymore. Seems like Mr. Izawa's just stacking deception on top of deception on top of deception, Ochiko grumbled, putting her hand on Izuku's back and rubbing it in circles. Mr. Izawa, I must protest. Tenya said, jumping up from his seat at the front and turning to face his teachers. Tenya's arm was already robotically chopping up and down. I understand UA's teaching methods are unconventional, but this really does go too far. How are we supposed to trust anything about our great institution if it's willing to continuously deceive us? I agree, Momo added. I know the phrase expect the unexpected, but this is frankly ridiculous. An entire class gets expelled, and then reinstated. What lesson could you have possibly been trying to teach that justifies jeopardizing a student's entire academic career in an instant? An expulsion from UA is basically a death sentence to their future. Izawa sighed while enduring the harsh stare of Kyoma next to him. That is the point, Yorozu, Ida. Kamemoto glanced over the stunned looks on all of the students' faces. This particular point is going to be covered in the videos down the road, just FYI. In case you want to put this talk off until then, I think we should get an answer now. Frankly, Minoru loudly disagreed. He was vibrating with emotion, entirely torn on how he should be feeling. There was the fear that had struck him the first day after lunch when Mr. Izawa's rational deception was dispelled by All Might and he'd realized how close he was to actually getting expelled, and then now the indignation to hear that it was likely just a temporary thing to expel them and they'd be reinstated. What do you mean that's the point? Standing from his seat, Izawa swept his blurry vision across the seats in front of him, cursing the slight pounding in his head from all the alcohol that stupid drinking game had caused him to consume before lunch. He was no closer to sobering up now than he was when they left this theater. Hero work is dangerous. Dropping your guard, getting complacent, treating this like it's a game or something fun. Any of that can get you killed in the field. If you hold yourself back, or hesitate, like Aizawa shook his head. I learned that lesson in my second year at UA, when 3 of us left on a work study and only 2 came back. You need to take this course seriously, because the world and the villains inhabiting it won't let you live if they catch you slacking off or goofing around. There's also a difference between self-sacrifice and being recklessly suicidal. The expulsion move I make is to simulate that. Those that want to die so badly, I give them that death, then they work harder than ever after reinstatement. That's its purpose. Izuku's mind whirled as classmates around him erupted into noise. That was the reason Mr. Aizawa expelled so many students on the first day. To teach them not to hold back. Not to hesitate. To approach their training seriously. To not get into situations they cannot win for no reason. That if they do that, they'll just die, so he simulates that through expulsion. And we're not getting into any more of that right now, thank you. Kamemoto declared, dimming the lights and putting the projector on. Time to watch the first event of your sports festival. But hey, don't care. Kamemoto interrupted a hero. Obstacle course time. The screen lit up with a globe of the earth, narrator Izuku speaking over it. This is a superhuman society. Oh my. Good, groaned Katsuki. We get it already. We know we have superpowers. It's a show, Bakugo, Kyoka shot back at him. It's going to have this pointless stuff. Stop complaining. Yeah, man, I'm surprised you're still going on about this, Tetsu added. We could be spending more time watching me dominate the festival instead of listening to this CRP over and over again, Katsuki complained. And next you're going to be complaining about having to watch the intro over and over again, right? Hunter asked jokingly. Just chill out, relax, and enjoy it, man. Ochiko sat back in her love seat next to Izuku, stretching one arm back while patting her stomach with the other. Not sure how much of this I'm gonna be able to watch, she admitted. I'm just so stuffed from lunch I might just nap it off. But this is the obstacle course. Izuku countered. You sure you'll be able to sleep through it when there'll be Bakugo's explosions and the landmines going off? Story of how I became the world's greatest hero. Oh, I'm sure the noise will wake me up, Ochiko replied as the intro started. But, that curry. Yes, Momo agreed. That curry was delicious, Ribbit, Tsuyu agreed. Many of the students nodded their heads. I believe that is something that we can all agree on, Tenya stated. It was magnificent curry. Needed more heat, Katsuki groused. It was too DMN weak. Considering that Bakugo drinks fizzy pepper spray cola, I'm good with how spicy the curry was, Rikido said. Yeah, same here, Minoru agreed with him. Bakugo can go and breathe fire all he wants, but I'm going to stick to foods that won't give me heartburn, thank you very much. I feel like it could have used a bit more spice, Itsuka said thoughtfully, placing her right index finger to the corner of her lips. Adding in some dried chili flakes or something, but definitely not the entire bottle of Tabasco sauce like what Bakugo did. But that's just being nitpicky, it was really good. If we're going to be nitpicky, having it be a legume curry was nice, but it would have been even better if it was a lamb curry, Denki commented. Could you imagine that? Oh yeah. Mina agreed. Some lamb in the curry would have been great. The beef curry we made at camp wasn't bad either, Tetsu commented. A hero nodded. Yeah. Not bad for a bunch of high schoolers. Yagi looked towards Nezu. Sir, could you remind me again why the Hero Corps students don't have a home economics class? It was still something they took when I was a student, not that I was ever very good at it. Because it's pointless, Aizawa answered before Nezu could. We're training them to combat villains and perform search and rescue. The curriculum doesn't have time for extraneous things like cooking lessons. Kiyoma sighed. We don't need to hear you arguing that, Aizawa, she chastised him. Coming to this island is the first time in years I've seen you eat actual cooked food. I get the nutrients I need just fine, Izawa replied coolly. I don't need them dressed up. Extravagance is not a requirement. Besides, we could always be called upon at a moment's notice. The last thing you need is to be in the middle of making supper, suddenly getting a call to an active situation, and return to a burned-down home because you forgot to turn the stove or oven off. But providing food after a disaster is an important part to trying to take care of the victims, Yagi argued. It's also good for their own well-being and morale if they'll be able to provide good meals either to disaster victims or just themselves after a hard day. Also, Izawa, I'm over here. That's the doors to the theater. Nezu nodded his head while Izawa grumbled. Yes, All Might. You make an excellent point. However, since your time as a student, the Hero Public Safety Commission decided that home economics classes were unnecessary distractions for the Hero course curriculum when they did their last major overhaul of it 15 years ago. Grumbling, Yagi folded his arms and looked back to the screen as the intro finished. That's a shame. Midoriya. The young man looked forward, and Bakugo glanced over as Todoroki finished his declaration of war. Know that I will beat you. Okay, Rikido said, leaning back with a smile and his arms folded. This is a decent place to recap from. All the other courses, they are coming for us with everything they've got. We're all gonna have to fight to stand out, Midoriya stated as the show had returned to 1A in their waiting room as they prepared to enter the stadium. Midoriya raised his head, confident defiance on his face as he returned Todoroki's gesture. And I'll be aiming for the top, too. The music is giving me chills, man, Denki-ud, leaning forward slightly in his seat. Why is everything so much cooler when it's got a soundtrack to it? Because music is soul, Kyoka replied. The red title screen displayed, with the yellow writing for in their own quirky ways. That's such a fun little phrase, Kiyama giggled, still feeling the effects of the booze from earlier. The show dropped back to a wide aerial shot of the outside of the Coliseum UA was using for the sports festival, with present MIC's voice commentating on the race thus far. The first-year students are already off to one rocking start. And it's only the first round. MIC was very excited within the commentator's booth and he gave himself a thumbs up. Talk about a cruel obstacle course. The camera adjusted to being in front of MIC and the bandaged Izawa as a screen appeared in the air behind them. This was likely a view that was being broadcast to the viewers at home on their televisions or streaming services. Our players are racing against each other in a vicious battle where anything goes so long as they stay on the track. Present MIC announced, exaggerated flourishes forcing Izawa to duck underneath his flailing arms. Watch it! MIC started dancing in his seat as he turned to point at the screen, which changed from an image of a person running around the ring outside the stadium into a view of the student stopped in front of the horde of robots. We'll continue to bring you live updates and pulse-pounding action thanks to the camera robots placed around the course. Why do you need me here? Izawa's voice droned. Momo sighed in sympathy. Poor Mr. Izawa, she quietly spoke as present MIC continued to chatter on over the visual of Midoriya preparing himself to take on the robots. Did Mr. Izawa just pull the short straw when it came to sitting in the booth with present MIC? Ochako wondered. Maybe they thought that commentating would be less strenuous on his injuries than actively cheering and supporting his students from the stands. Mai suggested. Mr. Izawa. Cheering? Tsuyu asked. As one, the entirety of Class 1A tried to imagine that, and immediately felt sick. Not possible, Fumikage remarked, shuddering in horror. That just feels so unnatural, Koji added. Guess we're spoiled, then, Itsuka said with a shrug and an apologetic smile. Mr. Khan's our class' biggest cheerleader. Yeah, but Mr. Izawa's more like, I don't know, a very stern grumpy sourpuss of a dad who makes you figure things out on your own instead of giving you the answer or helping you figure it out, Mina replied. So whenever he does give us praise, it really means something, you know. Izuku nodded his head, but didn't say anything out loud. Mina had pretty accurately hit the nail on the head, there. Up until arriving at this island, and even for the first couple of days, Izawa's main teaching methods to get him to improve in using his quirk had been telling him to do better, and not hurt yourself and get control over your quirk. Granted, All Might as their heroics teacher was the one who was really supposed to help him figure out One for All and how to control it, but with the amount of time that Mr. Aizawa joined All Might for his lessons, was it really necessary to keep to the whole sink or swim methodology even if it was to somehow prevent them all from becoming another Oboro Shirakumo? Aizawa didn't react to Mina's words, because for the first time since they had arrived on the island, he fell asleep in the theater. Yagi glanced between Principal Nezu and Kiyoma. Should we wake him?" he asked. Kiyoma cheerily waved him off. "It's just the sports festival, and he's never been very interested in that in the first place. Let him nap off the booze for a bit." I do not believe that there is any new information that Aizawa would be able to glean from watching the obstacle course event or the cavalry battle that he was unable to pick up on when the first events happened or when he reviewed the camera footage, Nezu added. Let him rest. He barely allows his body to get enough sleep as it is. 2 nights on this island haven't been nearly enough to properly rest him, and all of the revelations from these first few days had to have taken their toll. What a showing! Present MIC shouted over the feed showing Todoroki running on ahead after having sent one of the 0-pointer Robo Infernos crashing to the ground from the end of the last episode. Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A has taken an early lead. The view swayed to back with the rest of the students, panning down over the Robo Infernos and centered on the one Todoroki froze. Laying on the ground, one of the students shouted, "Hey! There's someone trapped under that robot." A hero grinned. "That totally wasn't manly at all, Todoroki," he teased. "Dropping a robot on us." "Yeah," Tetsu agreed. "Anybody but us would have been killed." "Apologies," Shoto replied. "I didn't think you'd have been reckless enough to keep running while it was falling over." Mina sighed. "Have you met Kirishima? Or Tetsu?" Itsuka added, placing the heel of her palm to her forehead. The frozen metal of the robot crumpled and shuddered for a second before it broke, Kirishima bursting out of it with an excited, "I'm alive." Kirishima from Class 1A. What a hardcore debut for this rookie. Todoroki, Kirishima scowled as the background music picked up some fun energy. "I can't believe you pulled something like that. Geez. Anyone but me would have been killed." The camera quickly zoomed out, Kirishima's body becoming a slightly stylized sketch as Present MIC gave the hardening boy his intro. A hero Kirishima. Quirk, hardening. This power makes his entire body hard as a rock. That means he can be the ultimate shield, or a devastating weapon. The frozen metal buckled and broke only a couple of meters away from Kirishima, as Tetsu's voice came from beneath the wreckage. Class 1A really is full of JRKs. He blasted his own way out from the robot's body, fully enraged with his body turned to steel. "I'll smash that ice guy when I get my hands on him." Woo! Present MIC cheered. Tetsu from Class 1B was also stuck underneath. What are the odds? Tetsu leaned back and seemed more like he was addressing the audience instead of talking to himself. "Why no, anyone other than me would have been killed." The first student outside of 1A to be named in the show suddenly got his own splash sketch screen with a quirk introduction from Present MIC. Tetsu. Quirk, steel. This makes his entire body hard as steel. So he can be the ultimate shield, or a devastating weapon. The students couldn't help but giggle or laugh at the absurdity to which the show presented how a hero and Tetsu were superficially the same, as the on-screen Kirishima lamented with faint tears flowing behind him while Tetsu complained that the rock boy was the copycat. Kaminari wasn't too impressed, himself, but mostly because of his own situation. Man, how lucky are they? They don't have to worry about being crushed. Hiryu Rin from Class 1B swept his arm out in a gesture to attract Kaminari's and the other students' attention. "We're racing each other, but we can team up for now," he declared, growing green scales over his left arm as his fingers also elongated and nails grew into sharpened claws. "Let's carve a path." Izuku ignored the sight of on-screen Katsuki blasting off from behind those at the front to head over the 0-pointer, opening up his notebook to take notes. So Rin Scales' quirk also does a minor transformation of his hand into a claw. Interesting. I wonder if he's able to encase his entire body in scales, and if he can, does it also change the shape of his head and feet like it does his hands? If he develops it enough, Will it also allow him to create limbs he doesn't currently have, like wings or a tail? Can he really just create and shoot off scales? Or is this an underdeveloped dragon transformation quirk sort of like Ryukyu's? The green-haired young man's head turned towards Izuku, where she again sat next to Momo and Kyoka on the extreme left-hand couch of the front row. One BS class rep paled a little at the inquiring look he was giving her, which Izuku felt put her back on her heels a bit. Actually I don't know. I don't think Rin's tried that hard to cover his entire body with scales to see if he can do a full body transformation. I guess that'll be something to ask him when we get back. Clever. Present MIC said, turning his grinning face towards the side while making a gesture with his left hand as he reacted in excitement to Bakugo's usage of his quirk to go over the Robo Inferno. Bakugo landed on top of the Robo Inferno's head, safe from its massive arms, and looked behind him. 𝐂𝐿 appeared on screen, saying, I figured you'd just try to blast your way through these things with your quirk. The camera swayed shots to a wide angle from behind 𝐂𝐿's back, showing him pulling himself up from his tape while a long ribbon of darkness, that turned out to be Dark Shadow's hand, was gripping the top of the Robo Inferno's head. I'm impressed. Dark Shadow's pull launched Tokoyami into the air next to 𝐂𝐿, looking calm and collected. I'll hitch a ride on my shadow, 𝐂𝐿 grinned as he shot more tape forward to keep pace. The picture froze, turning into another character sketch. Hand to 𝐂𝐿. His quirk, tape. He can shoot tape-like material from his elbows, stick it to objects, or wrap things up. You should see the traps he makes when he rips it off. Hunter grinned just like his on-screen self was doing but shook his head. Now if only it'd show some of those traps. I think we got enough of that a couple of nights ago, Ribbit, Tsuyu said. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 Tokoyami. His quirk, Dark Shadow. He's got a shadow-like monster inside him that can materialize and morph into any creation he wants. Bakugo grunted a huff of acknowledgement as he hopped down from the zero-pointer, still keeping ahead of the following 𝐂𝐿 and Tokoyami. Momo found herself frowning, and she wasn't the only one in the theater to do so. Are we sure that present MIC's information on Dark Shadow is accurate? She asked. How so? Ochako inquired. It should be, Tenya reasoned. For the most part it appears as though the information that present MIC has been relaying throughout the show when introducing our quirks has been accurate to the descriptions that were provided to the school when we were admitted. But there's an issue with that, Shoto stated while 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shifted slightly in his seat. Clearly, Midoriya did not provide truthful information about his quirk upon entry, as both All Might and the principal helped cover up that he had one for all. Yaozu, what are you suggesting? Is there something present MIC missed in his introduction of 𝐂𝐿 and Tokoyami? Momo sighed and shook her head. Perhaps I am overthinking things, but still. I can only think of two possibilities. Either present MIC was given false information or Tokoyami's not using Dark Shadow to its maximum potential. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 turned his head away from the screen, where the past self of Denki Kaminari had just jumped onto the arm of one of the one-pointer bots and started shocking it while Midoriya's do something crazy heroic music was starting up. What are you suggesting, Yaozu? Have you discerned a way for Dark Shadow and myself to improve? Slightly nodding her head, Momo turned her attention more fully to where he sat next to Tsuyu in the love seat adjacent to the couch Tenya and Mai were occupying. Possibly, first I need to ask a question, however. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 nodded. Is what present MIC just said about your quirk correct? Nodding his head in reply, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 stated, yes, that is correct. Then why do you always have Dark Shadow take the form of a bird monster with claws? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 blinked. I'm confused by the question, Yaozu. Dark Shadow is like my shadow, therefore it appears similar to my form. Ochako's eyes widened and she opened her mouth a split second before Izuku could do the same. Oh, I get it. She quickly glanced between Momo and 𝐒𝐿𝐽. But present MIC said that it can morph into any creation you want, right? So Dark Shadow always looking like a shadow version of you, whether it's big or small, sort of limits it, doesn't it? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 gasped, his mind shattering at the implications of what she just said. He turned his head away and directed his beak to between his knees, hands coming up to massage the feathers on the sides of his head. I didn't even think of that. It's been in front of me this whole time. Why did I not consider the possibility? Was I too blind by the idea of dark shadow being my own shadow that I never considered having it become anything else? Nito rolled his eyes from his new seat in the back right, on the far side from the teachers, but held his tongue from voicing thoughts about how another member of his rival class was discovering new facets of their quirk. Izuku was beaming at Ochako for having figured out what Momo was trying to say, while the black-haired vice-rep of 1A placed a hand on her chest. I admit, I only thought of it because present MIC used the term creation when describing your quirk. Since mine is creation, it made me think on it. No, I welcome it, Fumikage answered her, raising his head. You have given me much to think about. I will need to see if it is possible to put this into practice this afternoon. Midoriya dodged an attack from a one-pointer, the robot's arm smashing into the dirt of the course and kicking up a small dust cloud. He glanced to his side, noticing something on the ground. A piece of the robot Todoroki knocked down. Midoriya picked it up, grunting from the awkward angle with which he needed to carry it. This thing won't let up, he thought. It must have me targeted. It's moving so quickly. Whoa! Wait! What? Denki shouted, leaping to his feet and grabbing the railing in front of him as he stared at the one-pointer that was still chasing after on-screen Midoriya. Those things had freaking machine guns on their arms. Looks like an M134 minigun to me, Mai said, ping her head slightly. Here. I wonder why they never fired them. Because those would freaking kill us if they used them. Minoru panicked. Ha! Katsuki laughed. Maybe they'd kill you. Run. Keep going. Midoriya encouraged himself after having used the piece of metal from the Robo Inferno to destroy the one-pointer's arm in a daring counterattack. Excellent work, Midoriya. Tenya praised. Your timing and form in that attack were outstanding. Midori's mastered the art of dodge and counter. Mina cheered. Kyoka quirked an eyebrow. So that's where Midoriya got that hunk of metal from. An explosion blasted the neck of one of the zero-pointers, the massive Robo Inferno reeling from the blow and starting to fall backwards. Midoriya gasped as he came a bit closer behind the pack of competitors who were still hesitant to charge ahead of the massive robots, because another Robo Inferno's neck was blown away by an explosion, and then a third barely a moment later. Midoriya seemed a bit confused for a moment as the trio of robots collapsed before turning his head. Yarozu. His vice-rep stood with her gym shirt undone to reveal only a black sports bra beneath, a firm expression on her face as she stood next to a cannon she'd created with her quirk. A piece of cake, Yarozu declared before running forward, having done all she needed. Looking good there, Yomomo. Mina cheered. Thanks for that, Itsuka said. Most of us were stuck behind those. Wow, she beat a zero-pointer so easily. Midoriya said as he ran on past the downed robots before turning to look at her again. No wonder she got in on recommendations. Momo blushed a little but turned towards Izuku. Midoriya, beating that robot had nothing to do with, you're better off dodging those big fellas most of the time. Snipe's voice came to them over a camera robot's feed of the fallen robots. But if you gotta take 'em down, they're just slow, dumb hunks of metal, pretty easy to hit. Long as you land a smart shot, that is. What Snipe just said, Momo continued. Oh! Mina cheered. Here it comes. Hunter eagerly awaited as they saw All Might having a mental flashback to before the festival. All Might's mind had gone back to when he and Midoriya had met in one of the teachers' lounges, when he had impressed upon Midoriya the importance of this festival. And say I am here. Drink, about half of the students cried, turning around to look at their teachers. Aizawa was still asleep, but Kamemoto stood at the ready behind Kiyama with a bottle of sake, ready to fill up the R-rated hero's cup with the rice alcohol. She drank it down with gusto. Aizawa's such a party pooper, falling asleep like that, she giggled. You don't have to come in first, All Might thought as he watched his apprentice's progress on the screen. Just get to the next round. Izuku folded his arms and lay back in his seat. Ochako glanced at her boyfriend, wondering what was up for a second, before Izuku let out a sigh and pinched his nose. Really could have done without the belief that I had to win everything, he muttered. Ochako giggled, enjoying this somewhat petulant side to him. But would you have tried as hard if you weren't set on being number one? Izuku scowled, making Ochako giggle even more and kiss his cheek. You're cute when you're mad. Izuku's head turned tomato red and he feebly tried to hide behind his arms. Let's see how YA feel about the second one. Present MIC commentated in his booth now that competitors had reached the second event. The camera swayed to showing Uraraka, Ashido, and Asui staring down with varied expressions of distress as the view rapidly pulled away from them into a gorge with many standing rock pillars connected by ropes. If they take a spill, they're out. If they want to pass this test, they'll have to get creative. It's the fall. When did they even have time to build something like this? Uraraka asked. Asui stepped past her, with Ashido asking, "What are you doing?" "This," Tsuyu replied, smug. "𝐼𝐴." The frog-quirked girl screamed as she jumped before easily grabbing hold of the linen rope between the edge and the first pillar. Rip it. She started to clamber her way upright along the rope without a trace of unease. "This is my moment. Easy peasy." "Yeah, really should have seen that coming," Mina giggled. "Frog quirk and an event like this. Should have known you'd have it in the bag, Zoo." A golden glimmer in the dark revealed a pair of goggles attached to a head with pink dreadlocks. "Yes. Finally. Finally." Mai cackled as her on-screen self did the same, and she joined in repeating her own past words. "My chance to show off what I can do. My support items are gonna steal the spotlight from these wannabe heroes. Everyone, observe what my brilliant gadgets can do. Wire arrows and hover souls." Several members of the audience looked towards Mai nervously. "Gee, I didn't know you got so into the sports festival, Hatsume," Yuga said. "Usually the other courses don't." "But of course," Mai replied. "How else would I have been able to show off my babies for all the support companies watching?" Mr. 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐿𝐿𝐴 was just like Eraserhead in emphasizing how important the sports festival is to advertising your brand. None of my other classmates were able to stand out with their babies, which meant that I got to take all the spotlight for myself. Allowed to bring whatever gadgets and costumes we want into the games, so long as we develop them ourselves. So sit back and enjoy the show. Now that she says that, it really puts business and general studies at a disadvantage, Toru said. You said it, Rikido agreed, watching as on-screen Hatsume explained her reasoning and laughed like a jubilant mad scientist. We get tons of extra physical and quirk training and practice, not just for the festival but because it's part of our curriculum. And those are the exact things that are being shown off here, Izuku agreed. It really is an uphill slope for those outside of the hero course, which makes the kids from general studies or business who do well all the more amazing, and the support students who are able to make gear that evens their odds against the hero students that much more valuable. Bingo! Nezu said. You are quite right, Midoriya. Such is the philosophy behind the current system. Of course, when it comes to first-year students, the hero course is usually going to take up the majority of spots from the first event to narrow down the rest of the day's competitions. It's in the second and third years that we really start to see students from support but in and challenge the hero course. Except for Miss Hatsume here, there really isn't enough time from the start of term until the festival to create suitable items for a freshman student to have a fighting chance. Thank you for endorsing my babies, Principal Nezu, sir, Mai giggled. Hatsume laughed as she hung in the air above a pillar seemingly halfway across the fall already, far ahead of Uraraka and Ashido, who she had left standing in her dust. If the two girls wanted to catch her conventionally, the ropes appeared to be in an unnecessarily circuitous route, far longer than Hatsume's simple straightforward approach. Wow! Uraraka breathed. Talk about annoying, Ashido griped next to her while Uraraka's visage grew more determined. I won't lose. Ashido flailed for a moment in her annoyance at how Hatsume got ahead of them so easily. This is so unfair, she declared before rushing after Uraraka to tackle the fall herself. Behind them, ♀♀ grinned. Interesting. Heh. Boo. Minoru declared. Boo. That guy's really starting to grind my gears, Tetsu growled. He just gets a kick out of anything that gives us trouble. In the world of heroes, it can be hard to get popular without a flashy quirk, present MIC said in the booth before turning to his mostly silent co-commentator. Right eraser head. Aizawa flinched, hard. I don't know what you're talking about, idiot. Well, would you look at that, Yagi mumbled to himself while stroking his chin. So Aizawa actually does want to be popular. To chase why he's never liked you, All Might, Kiyama laughed while slightly slurring. Because, cause with your power it was always so easy for you to get noticed. He says that doing your job is its own reward, but it's always nice to get a little bit of recognition for protecting peeps. Shinso really must not like not having a flashier quirk, then, a hero said. He did say he was going to steal one of our spots, Ribbit, Tsuyu reminded them. So naturally he'd be happy about seeing Mina complain that a support student got to bring in gear that helps her get a leg up on some of us. Still, he's going about it the wrong way, Shoto stated, giving the screen a cold look despite Shinso not being on it anymore, but Bakugo was badmouthing him, so he could get by with giving it a disdainful stare. If he wants to be a hero, he shouldn't be happy about seeing other heroes being troubled. You idiot, Katsuki snarled. The sports festival is a war. The only thing that matters is coming out on top. If a bunch of extras complain because somebody's beating them, then just walk all over them. No, Todoroki's right, Bakugo, a hero shook his head. That Shinso guy. I don't like the way he's going about this. If he wants to show everyone that he deserves to have a shot in the hero course, he should be acting like a hero. The way he is right now isn't very manly. Natural athletic talent and keen judgment keeping him in first place, stated one of the spectators in the stands, a bald darker-skinned man with an eye in his forehead and a chin-puff goatee wearing a crisp suit and tie. I'm not surprised, said the young man with spiked burgundy hair in a black bandana and white t-shirt with a purple collar. Don't you know who his father is? The flame hero, Endeavor. Wait, for real? A different man asked over the screen showing Todoroki running ahead of the pack. That guy's second only to All Might himself. The camera slowly panned in on All Might's face as the pro sat next to 13. Everyone'll be fighting to have him as a sidekick for sure. Midoriya was now on the ropes at the fall, his picked-up piece of metal on his back strapped around his front while Shoji and Aemar soared on past above him using their quirks. Present MIC continued with his commentating while All Might's successor continued to press on without using his unreliable quirk. The leaders putting distance between him and the students still stuck at the fall. Midoriya was straining himself a little as he pulled himself forward, what with all the extra weight on his back. It hasn't been announced how many competitors will make it through to the next round, so there's no time to relax. Come on, Izuku, Inko Midoriya anxiously urged her son on, watching from home. Hey, was that steel plate really giving you that much trouble, Midori? Mina asked. You were lugging around All Might on your shoulders when he was buffed out during your training with him, and he was over 500 pounds. Yeah, but that was carrying him on my shoulders, Ashido, Izuku replied, scratching his chin. I needed to maintain my posture, but it was mostly my legs having to hold me up and my shoulders and spine to not give in to All Might's weight. With the rope line I needed to pull both my weight and the steel plate's weight forward with my arms and needed to make sure my legs didn't slip out of the lock and send me falling to the net. Might be loud and flashy, present MIC informed everyone while a creepy purple light lit up his face, but they're not all that powerful. Just enough to make you wet your breathes. I am so glad we didn't have to watch present MIC in the booth while we were out there, Kyoka deadpanned, with nearly everyone in agreement. Someone's already made it to the final obstacle. Midoriya thought as he ran. Koroiro and Komori from 1B ran past him as he still lugged that metal plate from the Robo Inferno around. Faster! I can do this! Oh hey, good job, Izuku, Ochako smiled at him. You'd already cleared the fall by the time Todoroki got there. Yeah, but you were already ahead of me, Izuku replied. I got held up too much by the crowd and the robots in the first obstacle, while you just blazed on right past them. Oh stop, Ochako playfully batted at him. You did amazing. You were going the whole race without using your quirk. Because he was still SHT at using it, Katsuki jeered. Ochako and Momo both frowned at the yapping former bully, but Izuku raised his hands and tried to calm at least his girlfriend down. He is right, you know. You know I kept breaking my bones whenever I used one for all. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pouted. Still doesn't mean he should say it like that. Bakugo took to the air, soaring above the minefield as he used his explosion quirk to blast his way towards Todoroki. The bichromatic youth turned back to look at him, while Bakugo laughed to himself now that his foe was finally within reach. It's over! Bakugo yelled once more, letting off another pair of explosions from his palms and managing to catch up to and surpass Todoroki. 𝐵𝐵. Todoroki appeared stunned by the sudden reversal of his fortunes with the lead overtaken by one as hothead. Your declaration of war was to the wrong person. Bakugo moved out with his left hand, an explosion leading the way of his attack. Todoroki dodged backwards, assuredly forfeiting his lead to Bakugo. Yeah. You go, Bakugo. A hero cheered on his friend as Katsuki grinned. It was a good move, Rikido agreed. Yuga placed his chin on his hands while his elbows rested on his knees. It sure is different getting to see what the leaders were up to. Unfortunately, my tummy didn't like how I got past the second obstacle. Yeah, Mizo commented. You were using your laser a lot more than just a few seconds to get over that. I'm surprised you even made it to the second round because of that, Toru said. You really took yourself out of the running with that move. Even so, Yuga replied while shaking his head, I had to show off my twinkling. It would not be denied. Not to sparkle would have been so very shameful. Ida nearly blew himself up as he tried to use his speed to just outrun the exploding mines, pink explosions from them detonating following behind him before enveloping the hero hopeful in their blast. Shiozaki and Honinuki from 1B were also moving through the minefield, while Bakugo and Todoroki battled it out at the front while still evading the mines. Hey, hey, hey. The rest of the competitors are catching up, too. And what's this? Can our two leaders fight each other and stay in front of the competition? Of course we can, hairspray. Katsuki taunted the voice of present MIC. The only challenging part was avoiding the mines, Shoto said. Hitting one would have been a setback. Katsuki turned his head towards him. What was that, icy hot? You saying that fending me off wasn't a challenge? Not really. Growling, Katsuki then roared. Forget crushing Deku. I'm crushing you this afternoon. Shouldn't we study more so that we can receive our provisional licenses, though? Shoto asked. Shut up. Nito rolled his eyes and smirked at the sight on screen. Well, Midoriya. It looks like there were about 50 people between you and the lead, spotting the distance between when Midoriya reached the minefield and where the two leaders were battling it out. That's more than both of our classes, so it looks like you even managed to fall behind a bunch of general studies and support corps students. How tragic for the successor to All Might. Yagi raised a hand, but Kiyama beat him to it. But remember Monoma, she said. Midoriya was doing all this while quirkless, and while weighing himself down with that big chunk of steel from the zero-pointer. That he was handicapping himself and was still around 50 out of 160 if we get rid of the 60 business course who noped out right when the race started says a lot, don't you think? Momo smiled, happy that her mother teacher had corrected Nito before anyone from their class got involved. Midoriya braced himself while gripping the straps from the robot piece. Thanks for the idea. Kaken. I never gave your dumb. But any ideas? Katsuki shouted as on-screen Izuku jumped with the metal plate below him. Using your quirk to propel yourself through the air was something one just had to see, Tenya remarked as the massive explosion his friend had caused sent the green-haired inheritor into the sky and froze everyone else in their tracks. Midoriya was simply the only one thinking creatively enough to use the mines to cause an explosion he could take advantage of. It's not like I knew there would be a minefield or anything, Izuku answered. I was just concerned there'd be more obstacles like the robots up ahead and figured that the robot piece would come in handy. If I hadn't carried it around with me, I might have been further ahead in the pack since it wouldn't have slowed me down, but then there would have been no way I'd have been able to catch up. Yes. All Might cheered, leaping to his feet at the sight of Midoriya emerging from the pink smoke. What just happened? Present MIC asked over the stunned expressions of Todoroki and Bakugo. Whatever the case, Class 1 as Izuku Midoriya is suddenly in hot pursuit of first place. The screen froze with a stylized look at Midoriya's gritty expression, teeth clenched in a ferocious grin as his insane plan had him gunning for the classmate who had picked on him for years and the classmate who had declared war upon him. Ochako gulped and fanned herself a little, seeing that look on Izuku's face. Is it, getting a little warm in here, or is that just me? Momo shifted. I'm feeling it a little bit, too, she said. Itsuka and Kyoka shared glances. It's probably just that magic curry kicking in, Itsuka said over the mid-episode title card's appearance, grinning. It can't be that you're thinking of a certain someone, can it? Kyoka asked, elbowing Momo, who blushed. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Don't sweat it, Yomo. Mina cheered. Midori looking all intense like that. Ooh, I got me some shivers, too. A hero glanced towards the pink-skinned acid girl, and then at a currently hiding under the blanket Izuku, not quite sure how he felt about that. Midoriya's armor plate broke the earth as he used it as a shovel. I gotta think about this, he mentally reminded himself as he went through his plan. These landmines go off if you step on them. They're not that powerful, but they can turn into a huge pain if you detonate a bunch of them. In the foreground, people ahead of Midoriya were either being very cautious, or just setting off explosions from stepping on said mines. You can't just rush through. So that's what you were doing, Kyoka said. Geez, why didn't I put it together before now that that's what happened? Midoriya, that was incredibly reckless, Tenya chided him. How many mines did you use to cause that giant explosion? I don't know. Maybe 12. Izuku replied, sheepishly. Deku, that's incredible, Ochako said, awed. I wish I'd thought of that, but Ida's right, it was still crazy. Crazy as it was still effective, Momo relented, scowling as a still image of herself appeared on the screen, looking back at Minoru who was in the air with a creepily excited look on his face and one of his pop-off ball in each hand. Kiyoma's expression soured. Was that? Mineta, what were you doing with my daughter? The tiny student flinched in his seat, suddenly recalling that the pro-hero was his victim's mother. Just doing what you told us to, Midnight, he replied fearfully. When did I tell you to leap at my sweet peach Momo like that? She shouted as Momo buried her head in her hands. When you said that so long as we stayed on the track, we could do whatever our hearts desired. So I used my quirk to hitch a ride on Yorozu's back. You're just the worst, Ribbit. I can't be impatient, Midoriya thought as he used the piece of armor as a shovel, while Gyro looked back behind her, hearing his digging with her jacks that were plugged into the earth. What's Midoriya doing? She asked quietly before turning back to keep advancing carefully through the minefield. Or I'll just blow myself up. Todoroki and Bakugo are neck and neck for the lead and knocking on the finish line. Present MIC's voice blared out. There, Midoriya said as he finished working. A pile of landmines were in front of him, nestled up against a mound of earth. Midoriya, that is much more than 12. Tenya shouted, chopping his arm while Mai began giggling next to him. No wonder the blast was so big. I'm sure you had over 20 of those little babies piled up. Super explosive turbo speed. Midoriya shouted as he ran forward with the armor piece in front of him like a tower shield, leaping onto the piled mines. Kaboom! The mines all detonated in a truly massive explosive blast of pink, drawing everyone's attention in an instant. Idiot, Katsuki scoffed. Why the hell were you thanking me? Did you get inspired to just copy my quick? I never gave you any ideas. You did that on your own. Whatever the case, Class 1 as Izuku Midoriya is suddenly in hot pursuit of first place. Present MIC shouted as Todoroki and Bakugo stared, stunned, at Midoriya's rapid approach on his metal airborne sled. The green-haired youth soared above and past them. Strike that! The lead is his. The audience cheered like mad. Denki laughed. Midoriya, you mad lad. Nezu nodded. It really was an inspired use of the resources he had at his disposal. Yes, Yagi agreed. He may not have had any concrete plans with that hunk of robot metal to begin with, but it turned out to be just what he needed to turn the tables around. Aizawa nodded. It was an interesting move of his to attempt such a stunt. Any number of things could have gone wrong. He could have misjudged the number of mines that he needed to detonate or got the angle of his impact with them wrong, either of which would have given Midoriya an incorrect velocity in order to achieve his desired outcome. Even with the correct application, he still didn't think of a proper landing strategy. Midoriya uses his head to think of a plan for in the moment, but his problem is his only thinking about the first couple of steps. Quite right, Nezu stated. While it is difficult for a young man of his age to think of a fully developed plan on the fly, care should still be taken to go beyond step 3. He had ample time to think about what to do once he had taken the lead while busy digging up the mines. Good to see you rejoining us, Aizawa, Yagi said, turning towards the formerly asleep hero. Nodding, Aizawa replied, Midoriya's explosive action woke me up. Midoriya, his feet on the shoulders of both Bakugo and Todoroki as the two other boys were neck and neck striving to pass him and retake the lead, swung down hard with the line connected to the metal plate. The slab slammed into the ground, all over the circular indentations where one could see the presence of the planted mines. The shot was replayed a couple of times from different angles before the ground exploded in a massive pink burst, hurling Midoriya forward while his two rivals were blasted to the sides. Nito began to laugh. Oh my! That must have really burned, Bakugo. Midoriya used you as a literal stepping stone. Watch it, copycat, Katsuki growled. That was so awesome, Izuku. Ochako praised him, nudging her boyfriend in the ribs with her elbow. You cleared the whole field in an instant and managed to take out both Bakugo and Todoroki. Holy CRP, Midoriya, Meshiro said. That was insane. No wonder you managed to come in first. It was annoying is what it was, Shoto commented, but it was a very Midoriya move. What do you mean by that, Todoroki? Izuku asked. Unorthodox, Shoto replied. Eraserhead, your students are amazing. Present MIC commentated from the booth. What the heck are you teaching them? This has nothing to do with me, Aizawa answered. The screen split between showing Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo, each of them running as hard as they could to the goal. Each of them is powered by their own drive to succeed. There you have it, MIC stated. Eraserhead is a terrible teacher. I'm what? None of the students were sure if they were safe to laugh at Present MIC's comment or not. On the one hand, he was right, and on the other hand, he was getting better. It wasn't like the Mr. Aizawa of today was the same Mr. Aizawa of the quirk assessment test, right? Katsuki had changed from the beginning of the school year, and their teachers seemed to be changing too. Still, it was probably better not to antagonize him. None of them wanted to run laps around the island. The first to make it back into the stadium is the first place winner. A student ran through the camera view from the hall exit into the bright stadium, showing the mop of messy emerald hair. Fanfare blared as the screen swayed to a close-up of Midoriya's face as confetti rained down. Izuku Midoriya is our champion. Cheers and applause from the audience, mostly Izuku's friends and girlfriend, joined with the cheering of the sports festival's audience. I don't know why you're cheering at a recording, Nito sighed. We already knew the outcome. That doesn't make it any less fun, dude, Denki replied, smiling. I was too far back to see how things really went down between Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki, so this is really cool. Oh, my baby Izuku! Inko cried, sliding off the couch as tears of pride and relief flowed from her eyes. Izuku blushed and looked away while most of his classmates smiled at him, some giggling. Death Arms turned around from where he was doing security with Kamu Woods and looked up at the screen outside the stadium. Hey, it's that kid. Kamu Woods looked at him before turning around and catching sight of the screen too. Oh, yeah. He fought the sludge monster, he remembered while Mount Lady was busy posing for a gaggle of fans taking pictures of her. Ha! Ochako laughed. Take that, you meanies. Mina added. Bet you aren't thinking of 𝐒𝐲𝐴𝐻? Rikido's voice stopped as the image on the screen swayed to a dark room with a man sitting in a rolling desk chair, the only light in the room from the computer monitor in front of him. Shigaraki was watching the live stream of the sports festival, scratching at his neck with his right index finger. It's that brat again. Izuku was immediately glomped on by his neighbors, seemingly trying to serve as a protective wall between him and the villain on screen. "Shigaraki seems unusually focused on Midoriya," Kiyama said, concerned. "He was the main irritant in his plans not going his way at the USJ," Nezu said, his face in a thin frown. "Midoriya did try to hit him with one for all, which Nomu blocked for him. Shouting smash reminded him of All Might, whom he hates, and Midoriya's last-second distraction prevented him from finishing off All Might before Snipe shot him. Despite everything Eraserhead did, and the interference of Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima, Midoriya was the one who had the most direct impact on preventing All Might's death at his hands. With how emotionally stunted he is, it's natural that he's fixated on Midoriya." Placing his paws together, Nezu continued. "Despite the League's longing to destroy the symbol of peace, it is distressing to see their leader more focused on one of our students." Midoriya sobbed as he looked up at All Might in the teacher's box, proud and emotional beyond belief that he had managed to come in first place. "This sports festival is a competition where everyone aims for the top," All Might thought as the show revealed the other students still racing for the finish line. "Even though that means defeating your friends and classmates. And for professional heroes, popularity plays a huge part in their careers, so they have to want to be the best. It's a bloodthirsty world. At your core, you want to help others. That's why I chose you, young Midoriya. But in all honesty, I also thought your selflessness could be your weakness." Izuku felt his eyes widen at the private thoughts of his mentor, while Yagi looked away and whistled. All Might clapped his hands together. "Turns out, I was worried over nothing. You are a fighter. Still, maybe cool it with the waterworks." Before Izuku, or anyone else in the audience could really react beyond a chuckle, an unfamiliar chin was gripped by an unfamiliar hand on screen. "This is interesting," the chin and hand's owner vocalized. A different person's neck and lower face appeared, seemingly wearing the UAP uniform, also speaking. "I think it's obvious that Midoriya's stock is about to go up," he said. "Not so fast," said a third, the top half of his face also hidden mysteriously but holding up a finger to allay his contemporaries, also seemingly in UA's gym clothes. "He's still an unknown since we have no idea what his quirk is." The camera pulled back, finally revealing the faces of the trio, revealing them to in fact be students wearing the gym uniform, with the middle one wearing large round glasses and carrying a clipboard. Imagine for a second that an agency was to take him on. How would they market someone so plain-looking who doesn't show off his quirk? Izuku gulped as he considered what the other student just said. The middle one smiled a little in amusement. "They definitely have their work cut out," he said while turning towards the first. The camera panned up on him, eventually showing All Might standing above them from his box, looking down at the trio. "Well, he doesn't have much going for him appearance-wise, so you'd have to push his skills and the unexpected, artistic ways that he performs under pressure," he explained. "Business course students," All Might internally sighed. "Some things never change." The business course. Present MIC announced over a graphic of the three young men standing proudly in front of UA. There's really no benefit to them participating in the sports festival. So, they cultivate their instincts by selling things or running market simulations. They have a lot of free time. Momo placed her hand to her chin. "I was sort of wondering where they all disappeared to so soon after we started. But the sports festival is supposed to be for all the students." Tenya cried. "Miss Midnight, did you not say that the first event was for all students? Why would the business course classes suddenly be exempt from that?" "Because they have absolutely no longing to compete or need to stand out for any of the watching heroes or companies," she replied. "You cannot exactly showcase your business acumen by dodging through a minefield or fighting robots. But the cavalry battle could showcase teamwork, initiative, and leadership," Tenya argued. "All of which are things that business leaders as well as heroes require." "Very true," Nezu conceded with a polite nod. "However, the business course makes up for their lack of participation in the sports festival with the culture festival in the autumn as well as their third-year capstone projects. Not being present in the sports festival is not as much of a detriment to them as you might think." A hero gave Katsuki a sympathetic look. "You weren't doing so well there, Bakugo. You okay?" It took Katsuki a long second to remind himself that a hero was not looking down on him or thinking he was weak by asking that question. Fine. Some people just don't like sports, Ida, Minoru said. It's not like they seem to mind missing out on facing the robots from our entrance exam, crossing that insane gorge, or navigating a minefield. And you didn't seem to mind avoiding the minefield by sticking yourself to me. Momo accused him with a sharp glare. How could this happen? Breathed Yorozu as she re-entered the stadium, her shirt still undone while it became apparent that Mineta was behind her thanks to his unique hair. He laughed. The camera swayed to a view of Yorozu's back, showcasing a beaten-up Mineta with a bloody nose and swollen face sticking to Yorozu using his quirk. His hands and his right foot were holding onto 3 ball on the back of her gym top, while his left foot was stuck to one that was on the left side of her glutes, giving him an adhesive on both her top and her bottoms. A very fairy tale-esque wow sound effect played as Mineta advertised his brilliance, despite the injuries he sustained. 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm a genius. Yorozu looked back at him with a disgusted expression. You are the worst. Kiyoma's face grew stony. She could accept Minoru's panicked shouted lament at the USJ that he'd die without ever touching her daughter's BRSTS. Her daughter did have magnificent assets, after all. It would be odd if hot-belted secular curious teenagers didn't harbor lust for them. It was even possible to overlook the inappropriate touching that happened at the USJ because of the punishment he'd already endured at Tsuyu Asui's hands and the trauma that had been experienced by all of the students during the event. However, Kiyoma felt a lump of lead in her stomach. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. Our players are racing against each other in a vicious battle where anything goes so long as they stay on the track. Mineta, Kiyoma spoke, I believe that there was an implied within reason in those instructions. You may do whatever your heart desires, within reason. Clearly not, since he wasn't disqualified, Ribbit, Tsuyu grumbled. I actually have to hand it to Mineta, Denki said. He kinda won there. Are you being serious right now? Kyoka asked flatly. He stuck himself to Yorozu's back and her butt. Hey, Yorozu's tall. I used my quirk in a creative way to overcome my own shortcomings, Minoru answered. There was a pause. Did you just make a short joke on yourself? Rikido asked. Only a little one, Minoru replied. Groans and faint chuckles filled the theater. That was actually approaching funny, Kyoka said. Please stop. We know you did it so that you could get close to her. Izuku grimaced. I mean, it's not really a nice way of doing things, but you have to give him points for an effective use of his quirk. The girls in the class all gasped and looked at Izuku. Midoriya. Holding up his arms, Izuku flailed in a panic. I'm not saying it was a nice thing to do, just that, objectively speaking, it was. A creative and effective use of his quirk to pass the obstacle course, like when Todoroki caused the zero-pointers to fall behind him to stall the rest of us, or when he and Bakugo attacked each other in the minefield, or when Shinso used his quirk to make a bunch of other students carry him. Mineta's not very tall, so he can't run as quickly as most of us because of his stature and leg length. Using his quirk to stick himself to a taller, more athletic student, and hitch a ride on them like a parasite is effective, and having one pop-off ball on Yorozu's breathes while the other 3 were on her jacket meant that even if she removed it he'd still have a hold on her. If you remove all moral or ethical arguments, objectively speaking, by the letter of the rules it was an effective strategy. Midoriya is correct, Tenya said, gritting his teeth. Though it bears repeating that even if permissible, it was a deplorable strategy, Mineta. That was clearly disrespectful to Yorozu. Mai shrugged. What's the big deal? It was just the back of her jacket, right? It's not like he actually did anything to you, he was basically a living backpack weighing you down. Besides, you clearly punched his face in, so he already got punished for it. Kiyoma pinched the bridge of her nose. I suppose our special lecture after the next episode is going to be more interesting than initially intended. This is part of where I just do not understand humans sometimes. Nezu took a sip of his tea. He did everything permissible for him to achieve favorable results and you're upset with him for it. Another student used his quirk to effectively rob other students of their own wills to submit to him so that he could pass, and you're upset that Miss Yorozu ultimately decided that the effort to remove Mr. Mineta from leeching off her backside for his own benefit was not worth the risk of not advancing at all. Didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine, Midnight said, and liked her lips. Why was it only 42? Yuga inquired. Not that I'm complaining, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to advance, but because it's the answer to everything, Nezu replied brightly. It is odd that it's the exact number for both hero classes and 2 extras, Tetsu said. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Not liking the principal's words, or Yuga's attempt to steer the conversation away from it as most of her classmates seemed uncomfortable with the discussion, Kyoka looked up. But, sir. She would have had to have taken her breathes off to get rid of the creep. Miss Yorozu seemed to have no qualms with her hero costume being destroyed at the USJ, Nezu patiently reminded her, and with her quirk, making a new track uniform already on her body would be done in a very short amount of time, almost instantly, in fact. Objectively speaking, she absolutely would have been capable of removing Mr. Mineta while still abiding by the event's rules. Furthermore, this happened in the minefield obstacle, where tossing him aside would most assuredly have had him strike a mine, further disadvantaging him and potentially causing Mr. Mineta to not make the cut of 42. So we should praise Mineta for being a disgusting creep? Tsuyu asked, feeling anger bubble up in her chest. This was the second time today that it seemed as though the teachers were defending and lauding Mineta's behavior and deriding that of the girl he'd made unwanted advances on. It's okay because Yomomo didn't do anything to stop him despite being the victim of unwanted physical contact. I do believe that Miss Yorozu inflicted several painful injuries to Mr. Mineta's face, Nezu answered. I highly doubt that Mr. Mineta wanted to receive such injuries, though he appeared to accept that they were an acceptable price to pay to ensure his strategy's success. Likewise, Mr. Bakugo and Mr. Todoroki, as well as Mr. Midoriya, all engaged in unwanted physical contact as they fought for the lead. Should we also reprimand Mr. Midoriya for deliberately detonating mines against his peers to delay them, or for the usage of quirks against one another between the two leaders as they fought in the minefield? Their actions were far more dangerous and risked greater injury to each other than the altercation between Mr. Mineta and Miss Yorozu, yet they do not cause the same level of hostility despite all of them being within the rules of the event. Mr. Todoroki's early moves to attempt to freeze his opponents in place or drop the 0 point. Okay, fine, I get it. Tsuyu relented, realizing that she could not argue with the principal when the core part of her and the other girl's objection was purely an emotional response while the principal's argument was entirely based upon objective logic. Removing emotion from the equation. Tsuyu couldn't help but agree with him, and she hated that. But the one person who hadn't spoken about it yet was the very girl that it involved. You're a Momo. Kyoka said. Back us up, here. We're going to bat for you. Heaving a sigh, Momo hung her head. She appreciated what her friends were doing for her. She truly did. They were standing up for her dignity in the wake of being reminded of Minoru's actions during the sports festival. First it was the first event, and then it was when he and Denki had convinced her about the whole cheerleading thing. However, she did agree with Midoriya and the principal. While Minoru's actions disgusted her, they were entirely within the rules provided for the obstacle course. Anything goes as long as you stay on the course. Minoru used his quirk to piggyback on her, a taller, more athletic student. When her initial attempts to dislodge him were unsuccessful, she relented and soldiered on through the final obstacle and last stretch of the run, placing 17th overall, just behind Ochako and ahead of Mina. It wasn't the position she would have wanted to finish in, but it was potentially better than if she had stopped to put more effort in removing Minoru from her back. She didn't have any issues with exposing herself, at least in her underwear. She did run the entire course with her jacket undone and her sports bra out, after all. It would have just been too much of a hassle to remove her clothes, chuck him into the minefield, and make new ones on the fly. I appreciate the effort, and thank you, Momo said at last. But ultimately, Mineta did what he needed to advance with a decent ranking, and I chose not to pursue the matter further after punching and elbowing him in the face was insufficient to remove the parasite. Everything that happened was perfectly within the rules of the event, as distasteful as it was. But you're Momo. Mina interjected. He creeped on you. Which is why he's never, ever, ever, ever going on a date with me unless he becomes a better man, Momo retorted. I already punched and elbowed him in the face for doing that. Asui suffocated him via drowning for his inappropriate touching at the USJ. Gyro used her jack to stab him in the eye for using the peephole in the locker rooms, and Kota pushed him off a wall for attempting to peek in the hot spring at summer camp. At this point, this is exactly like a manga. Mineta does something perverted, he gets caught, slapstick comedy happens when somebody offers a violent reprisal, and we all move on. Momo, you cannot seriously be fine with the principal suggesting that you STRP on national television. Kayoma objected. Sir, that was going too far. Mother, I have watched the tapes of your own sports festivals. You did much worse, Momo replied, feeling more embarrassed about how this discussion was still ongoing rather than its subject matter. Furthermore, you raised me to be proud of and never feel ashamed of my body. If I stripped it would have been because I deemed it necessary. I deemed the time spent removing Mineta more forcefully to be more detrimental compared to permitting him to leech off me like a parasite. You do also have to begrudgingly give him credit where it is due. He used his quirk to his advantage in order to advance in a favorable position for the next round. ♀also did as much, just as Principal Nezu said, and his quirk involved hijacking the minds of his peers in order to do so. Mineta simply hitched a ride on my back, to which I already expressed my displeasure with extreme prejudice via my fist and elbow to his face. Now could we please drop the subject? 10 million. There was silence as Midoriya's appearance became just a white sketch with tiny pinprick eyes against a completely black background. He suddenly became blue and the camera yankee as Midoriya mumbled, T10 million, while sweating profusely. The music swelled again as the other contestants grinned as they turned towards him. Really? ♀thought. In other words, Hatsune recognized, if you take down his team. The camera pulled back to show all the students crowding around Midoriya, staring at him as they came to the same conclusion. You'll win the cavalry game, and take the lead yourself. The entire screen became superimposed in red, and everyone's eyes became malicious red and white glares. I didn't look like that at all, did I? Momo gasped, staring up at the narrowed eyes of herself on screen, also trying to redirect attention towards what was currently happening on screen and not remaining on the discussion over Minoru's actions that day. Midnight grinned down at the unsuspecting boy who'd just been handed the ball in Australian rules rugby. That's right, she said, knowing exactly what the students were thinking. Midoriya stood alone in a sea of red as his classmates grew into giants around him, glaring down at him oppressively. It's a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Ochako sighed as the outro began before turning around in her seat. Don't think you're getting away with this, Mineta, she said. We are going to have a conversation with you. Maybe we should have a conversation first, a hero said, cracking his knuckles in his palm. I'm sure we need to make sure he starts drinking his respect women juice every breakfast, lunch, and supper. No thanks, Kiri babe, Mina answered him, frowning. We've got this one, since the teachers don't seem to want to do anything. He'll be fine as long as he dodges, Itsuka promised. I am just going to say this now, Momo announced. Mineta, while I am going to let the reminder of this instant slide, that is only because you acted within the rules of the game. If you attempt this again, we will learn just how much pressure it takes for a hydraulic press to crush a TSTCL. Minoru gulped as he looked nauseous and quickly scrambled around in his seat to look up at the top row. Mr. Aizawa. Save me. Aizawa looked down, his gaze looking off to his right when Minoru was more in the center or slightly to his left. You made this bed, Mineta, now you get to lie in it. This is your punishment for being too smart for your own good. Smart. Him. Toru nearly screamed. Why do you think we haven't done anything about it despite knowing about it? Aizawa asked. Because you teachers SCK and side with the little pervert. Toru complained. Because he's been smart about how he's done it, Aizawa answered. It's because of that nothing has been done, even if such a thing were possible. Even if it were possible. Itsuka asked. What do you mean? Do I really need to teach your own culture to you? Figure it out for yourselves. What point is there if we just give you the answers? Yagi sighed. This is where Japan really differs from the United States. Dave really couldn't believe my stories and I couldn't believe his when we talked about high school. Izuku gasped. You're talking about David Shield, right? What kind of stories? Yagi chuckled. I'll tell you later, young Midoriya. It looks as though the preview is about to start. Hey, Deku. Narrator Uraraka spoke up. Let's talk about the next episode, okay? The second game is a cavalry battle. Narrator Izuku stated. Phooey, Mina pouted. It's still not my turn. No one wants to be on mine because everyone's after me now. It's kinda sad being you, isn't it? Narrator Uraraka said sympathetically. Ooh. Maybe you could have phrased that a little differently. Narrator Midoriya asked. You must be so lonely. Izuku and Ochako both felt their cheeks growing hot at the way the voiceovers were talking. It was taking all of their willpower not to bury their heads in their hands or try to hide underneath blankets and never venture out again. That's not any better. Next time, strategy. Deku's sure to shed even more tears now that he's a giant target. You've got that right, Yagi chuckled. Plus ultra, most of the students cheered along with the narrative versions of Izuku and Ochako who did the preview for the next episode, which was a lot more teasing and light-hearted than the previous one with Katsuki's grandiose boasting about how he would incinerate Izuku. Kamemoto reminded everyone of her presence by loudly clapping her hands. 5 minutes, people. 5 minutes before the next episode. Last call to do any business in the bathroom before your last episode of the day and I turn you loose on your teachers. Minoru felt a hand grab him by the collar of his shirt. He looked up at the owner, feeling like he'd been betrayed. Shoji. This is for your own good so we don't find your body stuffed into a broom closet later, Mizo replied, handing the dwarf over to Mina. She grinned at him, resembling a large predator on the attack. Come with us, Mineta, Mina declared. We're going to have a chat and make some things crystal clear to you. Notes: so when I was writing the stuff about Mineta, I was doing some research specifically about high school punishments for misbehavior in Japan. Long story short, punishment's not really a thing. Corporal punishment was outlawed decades ago, detention's not a thing because the time they'd be in detention would be during after-school clubs, which are serious business. Parents would complain to the school if their kid was pulled out of class and deprived of the opportunity to learn, which the parents pay for their student to receive, so the teachers are reluctant to do that so the school doesn't come down on them for having embarrassed the school by upsetting a student's family. The worst that happens from the faculty side is a student gets yelled at by a teacher, but that's it. They can't exactly do anything. The worst that happens from the student side is for them to single out the troublemaker and ignore them so that they are not part of the group. However, in canon both Bakugo and Mineta are not socially isolated from the class, which is probably the real reason why neither of them get anything that would be coming to them if they tried to pull their SHT in Australia, New Zealand or any country on the opposite side of the Pacific that has colonial ties to Great Britain. Also found an anecdote while doing said research that sums up some of Aizawa's teaching, which I'll share here. In my memory, there was a day in elementary school that I and some other classmates were told to get off our chairs and sit on our knees on the floor, and to close our eyes. Then the teacher said something like, "We will start the class, and those of you who are sitting on your knees, remember about your behavior and when you realized what was wrong about it, raise your hand and tell us, or you keep sitting that way during this class." I think it was a year after coming back to Japan after living the US and I was in the process of transforming to a proper Japanese. I mean, I have learned then that in Japan, teachers or classmates don't tell us what is wrong and expects to find by ourselves. So Aizawa just telling Midoriya fix it without telling him how to fix it is perfectly normal. Crazy how great the culture divergence really is, here. The door to the girls' washroom slammed closed behind the girls and Minoru, leaving everyone else left in the theater to watch the countdown clock and imagine what the girls were up to. Katsuki stated, "Well, he's dead." Bakugo. A hero gasped. "Don't say that. I know Mineta's, Mineta, but the girls aren't going to kill him." Hunter and Denki shared looks with one another. "Hey, Denki cautiously started to say, think we should try and listen in on them." Seems kinda dangerous if you ask me, Hanta replied. I don't want to get caught in any crossfire from them. But, we are sort of chummy with him, so, hey, come on, Izuku spoke up. Mineta's a good guy who wants to be a hero like all of us. If it wasn't for him, Zu and I wouldn't have made it out of the USJ. He just need to tone down on the pervy stuff. Dodgeball with a cannon. All of them could hear Mina's shout through the bathroom door, making many of the boys in the theater gulp. Which, I think is being sorted out right now, Izuku continued. You said it, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 agreed. Hell if no fury indeed. I really don't want to see the girls mad, Koji said. That sounds unpleasant, Todoroki agreed. Tetsu looked up at the teachers. Should we, maybe, check on them to make sure they aren't killing him? Nezu shook his head. Now. Miss Kamemoto has already clarified that the circumstances of this island seem to forbid death. We can let your peers handle the matter, as they are the ones who have the grievance in the first place. Are you sure you don't understand why they are upset, sir? Yagi asked the principal. While I am aware that they are rejecting Mineta's overtones and SXL advances, I did not see anything in that regard in what occurred, Nezu answered. They clearly interpreted his actions as SXL in nature, though I fail to see how it was, and Yorozu already sufficiently made her rejection clear, viz. the damage to his face. Either he will learn from their rejections or he will not. Either way, he certainly won't be securing a mate like young Midoriya has anytime soon. Izuku felt his face grow red-hot at the principal's words. Mate. No, sir. It's not like that at all. Don't be bashful, young man, there is nothing to be ashamed of, Nezu replied. To have found someone you wish to share your life and raise offspring with is just as noble and heroic as the actions you will take after graduating UA. Passing on your heroic genes and the lessons you learn to your children will ensure this country has a bright future. Kayama lost it. Perhaps it was the alcohol from the drinking game. No, it was definitely the alcohol from the drinking game. Her mind was swimming with thoughts of the babies that Izuku and Ochako and Momo could produce. They would be so adorable. Cheeks so squeeze and pinchable. She'd be a grandmother, and Inko Midoriya seemed like a very nice woman. Perhaps she should take some time to get to know the lady, especially since she did such a wonderful job of raising her son despite the challenges he faced. They'd be so cute, she squealed, fully on board with helping her little Momo out with turning that adorable couple into a cutie-tastic throuple. She had let slip the first day of their arrival her growing admiration for the young man. Now she just needed to get her head on her shoulders and go for it. The best place to start would be to get an in through the woman of the relationship so as not to engender any bad BLD between them and cause friction. She'd seen the way her daughter had been looking at them, and it wasn't just at the young man. There will be no mating while we are present, Tenya declared loudly, standing upright before chopping his hand at Izuku. Midoriya. I hope it goes without saying that I expect you and Uraraka to behave with the dignity of UA students and abstain from such activities. What little authority you had ended when you let Deku take the class rep spot, Katsuki snorted with a smirk as Tenya froze. Face it, Four Eyes, you can't say SHT if the nerd and pink cheeks want to take the first train to PND town. Bakugo, stop trying to help me, Izuku whined, to which Katsuki cackled. I will always be here to ensure that our class comports itself with the utmost standards of good decency. Tenya vehemently countered Katsuki's laughing. There will be no tomfoolery happening as long as I am around. Isn't that really not your business, Ida? Rikido asked. I'm pretty sure Yorozu reminded you earlier that there are no rules UA has preventing student relationships, Meshiro recalled. So, if Midoriya and Uraraka want to, you know, there's nothing stopping them. And we had that class, that we agreed never to speak of. Koji interrupted a hero. Izuku took a deep breath through his nose and slowly exhaled. He was calm. He wasn't thinking about Ochako in white wedding dresses or what happens on wedding nights or kissing her on the beach hidden away in a secluded rocky cove where nobody could see what they could get up to. He wasn't thinking of what she'd look like, older, with a pronounced belly carrying an unborn child, or of being with her as she lay on a hospital bed, cradling a swaddled infant with either green or brown hair, or if that child would grow up to inherit its mother's quirk or somehow get something from him. Nope. He was calm. He wasn't fantasizing about such an appealing future at all. That would be way too optimistic to feel that they would last in the long run. Something was bound to go wrong along the way, even though neither of them had any intention of dying. That was just the way their industry was. Living to retirement was a luxury few heroes could receive. The water hose duo were a husband and wife couple, and they left Kota behind. Could Izuku honestly bring a child into this world with Ochako, knowing that something similar could happen to them one day? But you're not water hose. You have one for all, and you're going to be inheriting the quirks of all the past users. That won't be your fate. The you of the show said it already. This is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero. Shaking away the internal argument he was having with himself, Izuku took another deep breath and exhale. He was calm. Ida, you're my friend. I respect you and am grateful for your opinions. So as a friend, know that I mean no disrespect when I tell you to please get all the way off my back on this. Yeah, get off of that thing, Ida, Mizo chuckled. He needs it to carry that massive weight of All Might's legacy, Denki added. Like a good son, Shoto sniped. Todoroki. The bathroom door opened, the girls trooping out with satisfied expressions on their faces and a traumatized-looking Minoru stumbling out afterwards. Some of those grins even looked diabolical and villainous in nature, while Minoru's mouth opened and closed wordlessly, like a goldfish, as he bumbled his way back to his seat. Izuku felt a chill go down his spine as Ochako returned to sitting next to him on their love seat, while Momo, Kyoka, and Itsuka returned to their spot on the couch to their left. So, Izuku asked before clearing his throat, and decidedly not reminding himself that Principal Nezu had referred to Ochako as his mate a few minutes ago. How did it go? It went very well, Ochako replied. I do believe that Mineta understands the consequences of continuing his current behavior going forward, Momo added. Cannon dodgeball? Denki asked, looking down at his classmate who was barely more than a meter tall. Minoru looked up at him, as if seeing clearly for the first time since re-entering the theater room. The blonde was giving him a confused and sympathetic look. Kaminari, Kyoka warned, you're on the dodgeball team too if you fall to his level. Denki squealed and shook his head vehemently. Kaminari, Minoru began, eyes watering, Mineta. He froze, hearing the sing-song in that voice, and turned towards the owner. He couldn't see her, because of course he couldn't see her. Nobody could. That was the point. She didn't say another word, just that teasing song of his family name, and the way that he reacted to it made nearly all the other boys tense with how Toru had just acted. They couldn't see the invisible girl's expression, but they could all imagine her as a dangerous yandere in that moment. To Minoru, though, his mind flashed back to a minute before, hearing that voice. Speak to him in a different voice, and feeling something warm and soft and slightly moist press against his cheek. Something that he, and none of the girls in the room, could see. That's what Midoriya's getting now, because he's a good, honest guy who helps others without thinking of getting anything out of it. Think about that. And nobody's going to believe you if you try to tell them what I just did, right ladies? Did you do something Hagakure? Itsuka asked, grinning. I didn't see anything, Ribbit. Nope, not a thing. Minoru clenched his fists, feeling the smirk on Toru's invisible face. His first kiss from a girl that wasn't his mother, and he couldn't even tell anyone about it and have them believe him. Mount Lady wasn't the only diabolically evil woman in the world masquerading as a hero. Shaking his head, Minoru turned back towards Denki and plopped up on the seat next to him and Mizo. It's nothing, forget about it. Frowning, Minoru hunched forward, chin on his fists as he descended into thought. All right, Minoru, put that awesome brain of yours to use. What do your idols Defiant and Red Dragon Emperor have in common with Izuku Midoriya? How can I become a HM King while also being like him? He had some work to do. The countdown timer reached 0 and the lights dimmed again as their 18th episode since arriving at the island started to play. The familiar spinning globe of the Earth appeared, with narrator Midoriya's traditional, "This is a superhuman society," starting up. Given the preview of the last episode, this is going to show the cavalry battle, Rikido commented, his arms folded. I wish we'd done better. Same, Tsuyu agreed. It was very disappointing. Nito started to laugh. That's what you get for going up against my brilliant strategy, he declared. All of you were so busy chasing after Midoriya's 10 million points that none of you thought about anyone else's. You all should have remembered that it wasn't only the first-place team that would advance. That didn't exactly work out for us in the end, Monoma, Itsuka reminded him, looking over her shoulder to where he sat at the far back right on his own. You antagonized Bakugo with that speech until he blew you up. In the end, of the 16 finalists who advanced, 12 were from 1A and only 2 were from our class. She shrugged and looked up at All Might before shaking her head. All Might was right, it was all about our mindset. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo were all clearly aiming for the top the entire time, while we were willing to settle for good enough. Even ♯ went in with the aim of teaching all of us our place and beating us, and he ensured his team advanced. Tetsu's was the only one of our teams that kept fighting right to the end. Katsuki clicked his teeth and glanced at Nito. You know, that mouth of yours is going to get you killed one day. Excuse me. I don't need to hear you of all people lecturing me about my lip, Nito countered. You're the most like a rabid dog in our entire year. I still think you're trying to compensate for a micropenis, my casually let slip. It's really telling, Monoma. A vein throbbed in Nito's forehead. For the last time, I do not have a micropenis. Tetsu. Tell this gearhead. Dude, I've never seen it, Tetsu replied. Hell, I've never wanted to see it, so don't drag me into your inferiority complex. Kyoka smirked. So maybe Hatsume's right. Maybe it really is that small. Hey now, come on you guys, Izuku spoke up, maybe we could at least try being civil to Monoma. He got brought here to learn, the same as us. No, you asked for him to be here so that we could all try getting along with him, Midori, Mina replied. And so far, he's gotten jealous of you having earned one for all from All Might, and any improvement in his attitude has been mild, at best, added Ochako. Yagi raised his hands. I'm sure that all of you can come to an understanding that will be to the benefit of all of you, he said, loud enough to draw their attention towards him. However, you're all going to get nowhere if you continue to antagonize one another. I can understand the Class A and B rivalry, but according to our caretaker, something much bigger than all of you is coming, so you're going to need to set aside your grievances with one another in order to overcome this challenge. And yet our wonderful caretaker Miss Kamemoto has yet to tell us any of what this upcoming threat is, Nito snarked as the show's intro song started to get into its second half. It's not like it could really be that bad. The horrible villain leading the League of Villains has been locked away in Tartarus and the scraps are on the run. What sort of looming threat could possibly be on the horizon that I need to sit through the Midoriya and Class A highlight reel? Ochako stiffened as she recalled what Kamemoto said while drunk that first day after watching the episodes, about how Izuku would injure himself again, to where his arms may be permanently unusable. What kind of foe could possibly make him do that again, after what he already experienced at the training camp? He still wasn't being very forthright with what had actually happened there to get him so banged up, but it was clear that he'd pushed himself when fighting a villain, and since then he'd been taking steps to limit the use of his arms. Shoot style was his way of compensating for the abuse he'd put them through. Now the island staff were also throwing magic at him to heal his arms back to how they were before to even further mitigate the risk. Nito was right, but without the sarcasm. Was there really a looming threat on the horizon, or was it something that just caused Izuku to go overboard when he shouldn't have? From the way things were put on the first day that Nito missed, tragedy was in the future, but she just couldn't see it. Ochako, you okay? Izuku asked. You are the fledgling symbol of peace. The next All Might. Izuku Midoriya. The view shifted from Midoriya's trembling, anxious form to All Might, clenching his fist, during the flashback to prior to the sports festival. You must introduce yourself, and proudly say, I am here. As a number of other students shouted drink. While Kamemoto poured some more sake for Kiyoma since Aizawa was still in an alcohol-induced nap, Ochako shook her head. Putting a smile on her face, she took his hand and gave it a squeeze. It's nothing, she replied as the show jumped ahead to shots from the obstacle course with present MIC's commentary. Kawamoto had not given in to Nito's taunting and instead replied that she wasn't about to give out any spoilers. Just thinking about things. Izuku pondered her for a second before inching closer and leaning on her. You know, I'm here to listen if you want to talk. That is what a boyfriend's supposed to do, right? But beyond that, I'm still your friend, Ochiko. You can tell me if something's bothering you. Laughing in her chest, only letting it out as a slightly humid puff of air, Ochiko genuinely smiled at him. Just thinking about whether Kawamoto was exaggerating whatever threat it is that's gonna make you bust up your arms, or if it was just you being a dummy and going overboard again, she replied, and gave him a fierce grin. And you can bet that if it's the latter, I'm a WHPU. Don't threaten me with a fun time. Ochiko froze, hearing his words, and it took exactly 1 second before her head rocketed back like she'd been shot in the forehead, blood geysers surging from her nostrils. Uraraka. Midoriya. What did you say? Red-faced, Midoriya apologized. I'm sorry. Was that too much? Ida, I need your handkerchief. Splayed on her back between the love seat and couch, head in Momo's lap as the black-haired young woman had no idea what caused this sudden nosebleed and impotently fretted, Ochiko pinched her nostrils closed to attempt to stem the flow but was still able to see her boyfriend's steaming face. Yeah, just a smidge. Holy F, Ochiko, where did that come from? Midnight directed her WHP at Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya placed first in the qualifier. He'll be worth 10 million. The world darkened and turned red around Midoriya, all of his classmates looking at him with bright, shining eyes offsetting their now BLD red appearances. Even Uraraka, just in front of him to his left, was giving him that same intense look of a predator locked on to her prey. I swear, I was not looking at you like that, Midoriya. A hero tried to defend himself while in the front row Ochiko was pressing Tenya's handkerchief to her face to absorb the BLD as they applied pressure and waited for it to clot. I dunno, Kaminari said, rubbing his chin. That is sort of how I felt. That whole, if I can just take Midoriya's headband, then I win vibe was really intense in that moment. Makes sense that you felt that much pressure, Rikido added. Beating you means an instant win, so of course everybody looks at you like a big target right away. Kinda glad that that was you instead of me. I might have cracked under that pressure. Midoriya flashed back to his time in middle school, where Bakugo and his jeering classmates were depicted as demons. You'll never be able to hang with the best of the best. You're just a quirkless wannabe. Things have changed so much since junior high, Midoriya thought as the show returned to the present, showing Bakugo and Todoroki icily gazed forward, presumably at him, but I'm still a target. I'm only in first place right now because of some good luck. Not that that matters, I guess. All Might narrowed his gaze as he watched the field. Now you know the burden of being the best. Midoriya felt the pressure upon him like he stood at the bottom of the ocean, the weight of the world crashing down upon him. It's hard being at the top, right All Might, he thought before the show cut to the episode's title. Strategy, 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 is being at the top really so hard? Minoru asked as the on-screen Midnight went over the rules again. Yagi nodded from his seat at the back. It is, young Mineta. When you're at the top of the mountain, not only do you have your rivals in the hero industry trying to take that top spot from you, you also have villains who want to make a name for themselves by defeating the number one hero taking shots at you. I'm sure I don't need to remind you of what Shigaraki said prior to and during the USJ incident. A chill came over the students, Minoru himself trembling at the reminder, as Yagi continued. About how the world would react when the symbol of peace was killed by villains, how killing me would make a statement. When you rank high and have the public eye on you, it makes you a target not just from those ranked below you who want your fame and position, but also from all the punks who want their name etched in history as the villain who killed the number one hero. The sports festival's cavalry battle you participated in is an example of that environment in miniature. But there are still rules. Midnight announced after stating that they could use their quirks all they wanted. Make a team fall on purpose and I'll slap you with a red card. You'll be disqualified. Bakugo made a noise of annoyance and tossed his head to the side. A timer appeared on the hologram screen, showing 15 minutes. Now, you've got 15 minutes to build your teams. I recommend you get started. Midoriya's face became serious as he placed his hand on his chin, starting to mutter internally. It doesn't matter how many points my teammates have since I've got so many, he reasoned. I just need to make sure I pick the right people. Okay, I know who I want. So who did you originally want on your team, Izuku? 𝐒𝐿 asked innocently as the scene shifted. Well, you and Iida, obviously, Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his head. And after that? I didn't exactly get far enough. After Iida refused us, I was kinda stuck until Hatsune asked to join us. The inventor giggled nearby. The camera had panned down to a staff break room outside of the stadium. Moving inside, it revealed Death Arms, smoking and watching the broadcast of the sports festival on the television inside of the room. Boo! 𝐂𝐽𝐽 heckled when he appeared on screen, earning some laughs. The sports festival isn't really about seeing how prepared they are at being heroes, he commented to the others at the table with him. It's more about simulating the competition they'll face if they go pro. An off-screen Mount Lady inquired. What are you talking about? Death Arms exhaled, a large puff of smoke he'd gotten from his cigarette spewing out in front of him, wafting across the table towards Mount Lady and Kamu Woods, both of the younger rookies paying attention to the veteran. We both know this country's overrun with agencies right now, Death Arms stated. If you want to put food on the table, you've got to be willing to step on top of other heroes. Mount Lady made a face as she covered her mouth to avoid inhaling the smoke and waved her hand to waft it away. That was the whole point of the first round. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 muttered. Momo gasped. Gyro. Well, he is. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 argued, gesturing at the screen. But did that all the freaking time during my internship with him. Didn't give a SHT who was in the room with him when he was smoking or where you were standing or sitting. I could still smell the cigarette smoke in my costume for weeks after we came back. I agree. Tenya remarked. His callousness towards the feelings and respiratory health of his fellow heroes is not something to be emulated. And he also gave Midori SHT during the sludge villain stuff when he wasn't doing anything himself, Mina added. But isn't this just like what All Might was saying? Mashiro pointed out. At the end of the day, we're all competing. Death Arms exhaled again after Kamu Woods called out Mount Lady's hypocrisy at calling Death Arms' distillation of their job sad. But, on the other hand, the scene shifted to the sludge villain incident itself, recalling Kamu Woods extracting victims from the fires. Even if you're battling each other for popularity, there are plenty of cases where you have to work together. Katsuki made a TCH noise. He's got that right, he grumbled. Nito blinked, managing to just overhear what Katsuki said. What was that? Did you just admit, don't put words in my mouth, copycat, or I'll blast you into the ocean. Point you score is not just for you, but for your teammates as well, Mount Lady pointed out. She placed a finger to her chin in contemplation. Plus, you have to think about how quirks work together and who you're compatible with. Okay, so, show of hands, Denki proposed at Mount Lady's last comment. Who guessed that Midoriya and Uraraka would be on a team together even before we started picking teams? Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 looked around rapidly in bewilderment as a good half of the class raised their hands. Here. What? Zoo. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 wailed, seeing the frog-quirked girl with her arm raised. I'm not saying that it was obvious at the time that you two were pining, ribbit, Tsuyu replied. Midoriya just didn't seem to have a lot of close friends at the time. He had a big target on his back, and both Todoroki and Bakugo were gunning for him. Practically speaking, joining Midoriya's team was a bad bet for passing the event and a safe bet for ending up seeing Recovery Girl. No offense, Midoriya. He rapidly shook his head and waved his hands. No, none taken, Zoo. I wouldn't have picked me, either. Yeah, and, to be frank, Midoriya, you really weren't all that impressive at the start of the year, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 pointed out. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 gasped. Gyro. Gyro. That was not a very polite thing to say. Momo scolded her. What? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked. You said the same thing a couple of days ago. Besides, it's not like I'm wrong, am I? She's got a point, bro, a hero grimaced while agreeing with her as Momo got flustered. Seeing that you had so much power that you'd break your bones using it, while also being as timid and jumpy as a mouse, it was a bit. A hero trailed off, not wanting to finish his sentence. It was thing weird as SHT. Katsuki finished for him in a bark. And don't forget his stupid mutter. You didn't have to put it like that, Denki hissed. No. It's okay. It's all right. Izuku said, waving his hands and trying to calm everyone down, especially his girlfriend, who looked like she was about to throw someone into space, quirk or no quirk. I get it, I really do. Izuku, YA shouldn't have to rationalize why none of them wanted to be your partner. Ochako countered, her accent slipping out more. You're a Mazin. Don't apologize for them not being able to see it. Ochako, I'm not being mean, but you were a bit biased since he saved you from the 0-pointer during the entrance exam, Tsuyu pointed out. And he saved you during the shipwreck zone at the USJ, Ochako countered. We all saved each other. Izuku quickly corrected her before Tsuyu could get angry. I blasted the lake, Mineta captured the villains, and Zu got us to safety. It was a team effort, I couldn't have done all that by myself, and if you didn't use your quirk to save me during the entrance exam, I would have either screwed up my left arm or become a pancake on pavement. But Izu, can we please not argue about this? Izuku begged her. Picking teams for a sports festival game isn't the hill to die on, Ochako. Ochako grumbled and folded her arms before burrowing herself into Izuku's side. Fine, she relented. But I'm gonna cuddle YA to remind YA how awesome YA are. BLD turning his cheeks red, Izuku tried to be nonchalant as he said, fair enough, while being able to get a whiff of the conditioner in her hair. He's a hothead, All Might said to 13 while overlooking Bakugo, who just proved his powers of observation regarding things he felt beneath him when he asked the crowd of his peers around him to remind him what their quirks and names were, when everyone surrounding him were in his own class, but he came in third and he has 200 points. And considering how versatile his quirk is, I'm not surprised people are trying to join up with him. Bakugo. Well, if we really want to discuss loyalty, Fumikage started as Kirishima appeared on screen appealing. To Bakugo's masculinity and drive to take the 10 million to get onto his team, we need look no further than here. And your hair really isn't much different from each other's now, Toru giggled, to which Katsuki made a sour face and turned towards his constant companion. How long is this SHT going to be in here anyway, he asked. Well, you're kinda stuck with it, Bakugo, a hero replied. My products don't wash out once they've set in. Turned a few towels pink because of taking a shower before the dye set properly the first time. Mom's still upset about the first load of laundry she did in April after I dyed my hair. Unless you're using enough bleach to burn your scalp and pretty much wreck your hair, you're going to have to wait until it grows out and you've got fresh natural roots again. God damn it. Hey man, we could just dye it properly so it's fully red instead of pink. Would that make you feel better? No, it wouldn't. Stop patronizing me. Then I guess Bakugo either stays having pink hair or he goes bald, Shoto spoke up. He tilted his head to the side and placed a hand to his chin. I can't imagine Bakugo being bald. Can anyone else? Noises in the negative and shaking of heads answered Shoto's question, while Katsuki just seethed in his couch seat. When I find the BS-30 who pulled that prank on me, I'm gonna. Shoji stood alone, looking forward and analyzing his options for teammates for the cavalry battle when Mineta started to talk to him. Shoji. HM. His tiny classmate was bawling his eyes out, a little bit of snot coming from his nose. None of the girls want to team up with me. Please be my partner. Minoru winced at how pathetic he looked on screen, while Mizo just folded his arms in memory of this moment. The girls were just giving the screen a deadpan expression as they witnessed the grade's big pervert being casually dismissed. Mineta continued as Shoji started walking away without sympathy. I'm super tiny, so I can't be a horse, but for some reason no one wants me to climb on top of them so I can be a rider. With your huge body and those tentacles, you could cover me completely, so no one'll take my headband. Shoji reacted at that, turning right around and growing out a mouth on one of his tentacle limbs while Mineta continued, right. Please. Good idea, Shoji said, grinning. Let's go. Mina scratched her head. That's actually a good idea. It's basically the only reason I joined his team, Tsuyu added. It was a viable strategy with minimal risk, ribbit. I still don't know how we managed to lose our headband, Minoru said. Shoji had us completely covered. It should have been foolproof. Tetsu whistled and looked off to the side, while a hero grinned at him. Sticking to the people in their homeroom class, Midoriya thought as the show displayed groupings of his classmates teaming up. The camera panned up, showing him glancing to the side anxiously. It's too much of a gamble to partner with someone if you don't know what their quirk can do. I need to find a team of my own and fast. A sound effect like someone bopping a single plink on a wooden xylophone played as the camera zoomed out, everything shadowed while Midoriya stood under a spotlight with a shiny gold P10 million over his head and a stylistically rendered isolated underneath him, while nearby students of 1B and 1A all blatantly ignored him. But everyone's totally avoiding me since I'm worth so much. Midoriya hesitantly approached Ojiro, greeting him with a quiet and anxious, "Oh, hey." The tail-quirked boy made an OSHT. It's 10 million point Midoriya face while the top-ranked competitor continued. "What's up, Ojiro?" Withdrawing quickly, Ojiro looked away and muttered, "Sorry." Midoriya yelped, his image turning completely white. Amidst the laughter at Izuku's past plight, Toru giggled, "Ojiro. That was so mean." "Just look at how devastated Midoriya was," Kyoka laughed. Smirking, seeing that Izuku himself was chuckling at his past misfortune, Mashiro said, "Well, it's not like any of you were stampeding to join his team." Caught in a spiral of understanding of his plight as well as existential dread that he'd be totally on his own and probably be disqualified for not having been able to form a team, Midoriya was rationalizing Ojiro's rejection before he even had a chance to suggest anything. It's a better strategy to steal as many points as you can at the end. He thought back to the displays of his classmates during the first round. And unlike Todoroki or Kaken, I didn't use my quirk in the first round, so no one has any confidence in me. He was caught in a dark spiral of the word confidence, since he lacked any of it. "Hey, Deku." Mina started to grow a exciting grin hearing Ochiko's voice. Midoriya's eyes creaked to the side to look at the girl who had called his name. Bright and bubbly, with a big smile on her face, Uraraka said, "Let's team up." Midoriya's eyes exploded into geysers of tears, with Uraraka playfully shielding herself from the deluge with her arms and not seeming bothered by it at all. "Uraraka," he sobbed. "Are you sure? Everyone'll be after me and my 10 million stupid points. Tell me you're not kidding. If we run away the whole time, then we'll win, right?" she asked. "A perfectly logical suggestion," 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 said, smiling subtly. Midoriya's tears stopped. "You're either overestimating me or underestimating everyone else here." "Phooey!" Uraraka exclaimed optimistically, punching up while smiling at him. The camera panned up her body to her face, where she had her eyes closed but was giving him the most radiant smile that even the background had turned sunny and happy. "Anyway, it's better to team up with people you like." "Oh, that is adorable." Itsuka cooed as Ochiko and Izuku both blushed. So would this have counted as an early confession? Denki ribbed them while the on-screen Midoriya looked to be having a heart attack. Ochiko waved her arms around. "It was nothing like that," she protested. "I just thought that it was better to team up with friends." "Why yeah. Friends," Izuku added. "Now don't be bashful, you too," Kiyama giggled. "There's nothing wrong with forming teams with people you get along well with. There's generally a lot less drama in those pairings." "Actually, I wanted to team up with you, too," Midoriya told her. "I'm shocked," Tsuyu deadpanned, to which her friends chuckled. Midoriya wanting to team up with Ochiko. Completely unprecedented, ribbit. Zoo. Ochiko 𝐿. "Teaming up with your best friend is not a bad thing," Uraraka, Tenya advised her. And Midoriya is correct. Ensuring that you can have smooth communication in an event such as this is definitely a priority. Izuku pouted. "Hey! You don't get to talk, traitor," he groused. "Yeah." Ochiko added. "You totally let Izuku spell out his entire strategy to you before you walked on back to Todoroki. You could have told us right from the start that you'd already sided with him to beat us." Ida, Midoriya said as he and Uraraka approached their much taller friend from behind, Ida standing beside Yorozu and Koda. Their friend turned to regard them at the call of his name, and Midoriya and Uraraka simultaneously smiled and fist-pumped. "Whoa, did you two rehearse that?" Izuku asked. "No way," Kyoka refuted before either could answer. "They were just way too in sync." Mina cackled. "And you blew me off every single time I talked about you having a crush, Ocha. You guys were already totally an item even then." Yagi smiled and chuckled as he watched his successor and the young man's girlfriend blush and try not to deny their mutual feelings for one another too hard. To be young," he sighed. "It'll be good for him to have a partner he can work so well together with." "Why didn't you, All Might?" Kayoma asked inquisitively. "There must have been plenty of heroes that you could have teamed up with, or just regular people you'd be able to be in a relationship with. You were always really popular with the ladies, if I recall." Yagi laughed. "True. And, well, Dave was in America," Yagi answered her, "and as far as anyone here in Japan, there was my former sidekick, Sir Nightai, but the biggest problem was how intensely secret I needed to keep one for all." He looked down at his successor, recalling everything he had told Midoriya. "Maintaining close personal relationships in my heyday was dangerous, and letting the secret of my power be known to others would put them into unnecessary danger. While that was your decision as the previous holder of One for All, I would like to remind you that I never entirely understood your stance on that," Nezu stated. "I believe that we have said this before, but the point of a secret is that nobody knows about it. If you are keeping a secret, so long as nobody knows you are keeping a secret, you are in no more danger than if you weren't keeping the secret in the first place. Spies are only in danger if the enemy finds out you're a spy, after all." Yagi sighed in resignation. "You have made a good point, sir." Still, he looked hopefully at the couple in the front row. "They're good kids, and now that things are out in the open, they'll be able to help each other grow even more. Perhaps young Midoriya will be able to have the kind of life I sacrificed. Since this all started, I've been losing to you," Ida admitted. "Please don't take this as an insult. You're a great friend, but if I continue to follow you, I'll never get stronger." Ida gave Midoriya a serious look as the green-haired teen looked up at him with a small amount of hurt coupled with his anxiety now that a huge wrench had been thrown into his only plan. "Bakugo and Todoroki have challenged you already, but they aren't the only ones who see you as a rival." "Ooh, things are getting intense in here," Rikido said, holding his chin in a hand as the music grew chilling and, as Rikido said, intense. Now even Ida's laying on the pressure. "Or, Monsieur Midoriya and Madame Uraraka appear so lonely," Yuga chuckled in his throat. Kyoka pointed up at the screen. "Hey, Kaminari, how did you wind up on Todoroki's team in the first place? You had the strongest guy in class paired up with both of the representatives and you. It doesn't add up." "What did you say? Who are you calling the strongest?" "Bakugo, calm down," a hero tried to placate him. Kyoka ignored his comment and looked at Kaminari in the row above her, who just shrugged and looked at her helplessly. "I don't know. Todoroki asked me to join him. Like I was gonna say no to that. Being on the second place guy's team meant we had a target on our heads, yeah, but it was nothing like the crown Midoriya was wearing. Plus, having Todoroki with us made me feel like it was a sure bet that no one would take our headband anyway. So he asked you and you figured that it'd be an easy ride to the finals," Kyoka summed up. "Yeah, that checks out. At least I made it to the finals." Denki countered. Kyoka grimaced while Momo and Itsuka giggled next to her. Hover boots whirred, keeping their occupant above the ground as Hatsune giggled to herself. "Oh, perfect, you're still alone. And you're the star." Turning around at the mad inventor's words, Midoriya and Uraraka caught sight of Hatsune with her goggles covering her eyes right before she invaded Midoriya's personal space with her face taking up the entirety of the screen. "Team up with me, person in first place." That was straightforward. Koji yelped. "She's also the only one besides Uraraka who actually went to Midoriya to team up with him," Shoto added. "Not knowing him, or his quirk, she must have had. We haven't met, but I'd like to use your current fame to my personal advantage," Hatsune said. "Ulterior motives," Shoto finished. Mai cackled. "Ahaha. Witness my genius strategy, she declared. Hatsum zoomed closer to Midoriya, him and Uraraka both backing up half a step as she got barely a foot away from his face again. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight. Part of the team that everyone is keeping their eyes on. She got closer, making them attempt to back away a little more. That means my super cute little babies will inevitably be seen by the big company CEOs who are tuning into the sports festival. She pressed forward even harder, Midoriya now being forced out of the frame. And following that line of reasoning, this is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. Mai cackled while the show swayed to on-screen Ochako being confused. Ha ha ha. Praise me and my brilliance. She gave Izuku a thumbs up. Thank you, Midoriya. You were the perfect advertising billboard. Those hacks in the business course don't know anything. You're welcome, Hatsum, Izuku replied. Plus, you two will definitely benefit. Hatsum was explaining to an increasingly distraught Midoriya with the female he was unfamiliar with invading his personal space, completely ignoring Uraraka's failed question. Oh, she doesn't care about me, Uraraka realized, stiffening up while Hatsum continued to press Midoriya. As the on-screen support student unveiled her gear, Tenya took issue with her. Hatsum, how dare you treat the sports festival as your personal infomercial? She giggled. But that's exactly what the sports festival is, legs. Or maybe you weren't paying attention to how you hero students use it to get scouted by agencies for your internships. You had to have gotten offers, well so did I. Mai sighed wistfully. My babies helped me score such an amazing internship. I got to spend all week in the lab of one of the top support tech firms in Japan. Tenya flinched. You're not still upset because she treated your match like a joke, are you? Hunter asked. That's quite petty of you, Ida, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 commented before Tenya could defend himself. Most inelegant, Yuga agreed. Frustrated, Tenya clenched his fist, and Mai patted him on the arm. Oh, don't worry so much, legs. I'll make you a super cute baby someday as an apology. Several people were quick to glance at the pair sitting together on the couch in the center of the front row. Smooth, Hatsum, Toru giggled. It's not like that. Tenya snapped back, while Mai giggled and said nothing. Izuku and Ochako exchanged grins. I based this on a certain hero's backpack, Hatsum stated, holding up what looked like a jetpack. Though, of course, I added my own twist. Like a SWCH had been flipped, Midoriya got excited at seeing the support item. Hey, I recognize that. The image swayed to a shot of a pro hero flying through the air, a similar jetpack on his back. Airjet, the Buster hero has one of those. Hatsum laughed while smiling at Midoriya as he held onto the jetpack she'd made. I love that guy. Isn't he awesome? Hatsum gushed, and Midoriya nodded. MMHM. His agency's close by, so, as the two of them geeked out over Airjet, the camera panned back to a watching Uraraka, who was looking at them with a very small frown on a puzzled face. Here. They sure get along well. Mina started to laugh. Oh gosh. Is this where we first get to see, she gasped, jealousy. No. No. No jealousy here, Ochako vehemently replied. Nah. Nope. Not one bit. I was just surprised by how quickly Izuku and Hatsum started getting along since she'd been marking him uncomfortable only a couple of seconds ago. But then they started talking about heroes, which is basically Midoriya's favorite thing, Koji spoke up. It's not surprising to see him get so animated about it, even with someone he doesn't know. Yeah, but it's more surprising considering it's a girl, though, Itsuka commented. From what we saw when Midoriya and Uraraka first met, Midoriya couldn't talk to a girl if his life depended on it before UA. Izuku gave Itsuka an unimpressed look. Yeah, sure, rub it in, Kendo. Make it sound even more miraculous that I'm dating my dream girl. Ochako felt her cheeks turn even pinker. Her heart thudded in her chest as it swelled with emotion. He couldn't just keep casually saying things like that. It was making her regret all the time she wasted being wishy-washy over how she felt about him. If she'd just gone for it during the festival after they'd both been knocked out of the tournament and asked him out, then they could have spent months together by now. Oh, stop. Ochako said, punching his shoulder while her cheeks hurting from how much she was smiling while her face warmed from all the BLD in it. "You're making me blush." Panicking, Izuku flailed about. "I'm sorry. Saying stuff like that isn't making you uncomfortable, is it? I'll stop if you want me to." She shook her head. "It's not that," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 replied. "You've just become smooth, and I'm not used to it." "Me? Smooth? I'm not smooth. I'm a bundle of anxiety and hero trivia." "She's right, Green," 𝐂𝐭𝐞𝐲 said. "Even if you've gotten super mushy, you've gotten really slick complimenting 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽." "Well, I meant every—" "Oh wait," Izuku interrupted him with a massive sh-eating grin. "You consider that FOI, don't you?" Many of those in the front and second rows started to chuckle as Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 both died. "I must ask that we refrain from teasing Midoriya and 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽 so much," Tenya spoke up. "We are here to watch these videos to learn from the past and better ourselves, as well as prepare for the future they will eventually show. We should not be focusing so much on teasing Midoriya and 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽, no matter how blatantly obvious their affections for one another were to the rest of us watching." "You say that, Ida," Denki said, "but you're the one Hatsume's talking about making babies with." As Tenya tried to utter a retort, a voice from the back shut him up. "Pipe down!" Nito shouted. "It's finally my time to shine and you're all talking over it." Monoma's back was turned to the camera, while Kororio, Kaibara, and Tsubaraba stood around him. Seemingly most of the class was listening to the blonde speak. "The only difference between us and them is that they fought a couple of villains. Just because we're Class 1B doesn't mean we're second-rate or can't win this whole thing." The camera changed angles, showing Monoma's face in shadow. "So, let's step it up and show those JRKs what we can do. Are YA with me?" 𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐾 inclined his head as the buzzer sounded and the 15-minute clock to form teams ran out. Not a bad rallying cry, all things considered. "Yeah!" Tetsu exclaimed. "We were ready to show you guys in Class A that we were no pushovers ourselves." He lowered his fist. "Although, now that I've seen what you all went through at the USJ, and when we encountered those villains in the forest at the training camp, we were really downplaying what you guys experienced." "Yeah," Izuku added. "It was definitely more than just a couple of villains, and they were seriously trying to kill you." Then there was Shigaraki and Nomyu on top of it all. Aizawa leaned forward, peering from the commentator's booth onto the field. "I see some unexpected student combinations," he stated. "Come on," President MIC called out over the crowds of cheering fans. "Everyone get your hands in the air. It's time for an arena-thumping UA battle royal. Let me hear YA scream, and here we go," purred Kiyama over the on-screen dark shadow screaming in excitement as it extended in front of 𝐿𝐵𝐻𝐼𝐾 on Izuku's team. A hot-belted battle of youth. "It turns me on." Momo's cheeks went pink and she bowed her head, but she wasn't the only one amongst the students who started feeling a little hot under the collar hearing the pro-hero parent statement. "Your mom should probably not be drinking while watching these with us anymore," Izuku whispered. "If she keeps up the I am here drinking game, I'm going to have to make her switch to beer," Momo replied darkly, withdrawing her hand from her face. "I've seen her drink those like water. Maybe she'll get less intoxicated with them since they have less alcohol content in them than sake." "How do you know that?" 𝐂𝐭𝐞 asked. "Organic chemistry was something I took an interest in elementary school due to my quirk," Momo replied as the mid-episode title card went away to return them to the action. "Hydrocarbons and alcohols are fascinating chemicals, though admittedly, I was initially drawn to it because of the nomenclature. Make for the most stable formation possible," Todoroki explained to Kaminari, Yaozu, and Ida. "Kaminari's our left wing. He can use his quirk to keep enemies at bay. Yaozu, you'll take the right wing. Focus on insulation and defense. Ida, you'll take the front. We'll rely on you for mobility and physical defense." Ida shifted slightly and gave his leader a slightly calculating look as the class rep analyzed Todoroki's strategy. "And you'll be attacking and creating diversions of ice and fire. Is that right?" Todoroki looked away from Ida at the class rep's inquiry. "Not quite." The camera panned up to the first level of packed stands, where an easily recognizable figure stood on the walkway above the seats, flames rising off of his broad shoulders. Endeavor. When I'm in battle, Todoroki's left fist clenched before the camera panned up a close-up shot of his father, gazing down with a disapproving frown. I never use my left side. I'm not the only one getting chills from that, am I? Minoru asked, seeing the dark glare on screen Shoto was giving his dad. That's some seriously bad mojo coming off of those looks, Tetsu agreed. Hey, Todoroki, do you, my father may be Japan's de facto #1 hero, Shoto replied, but is also an unpleasant individual. Concern, Denki commented. I actually have a conversation with Midoriya about it after the cavalry battle, Shoto added before anyone could jump on Denki's concern train. Given this show's format, I am confident that the contents of that conversation will be aired. You can save your questions until after that, but know that I may not choose to answer them. Concern multiplying, Mina piped up. Chosen teams. Present MIC announced as the show went through, showing off each of the teams for the cavalry battle, listing the individual members and point values for 1 second each. Tetsu. The steel-quirked user looked to his right at Minoma's voice. No hard feelings, okay? Tetsu pumped his fist. Right. Leaning into it, present MIC got things underway. Right. Let's get this party started. One final countdown before the game starts. 3. The camera panned up Bakugo's team, the explosive hothead cracking his knuckles in his palm. Get him. 2. Panning up Todoroki's team, the strongest student in Class A stated, his hours. 1. Midoriya nodded, preparing himself mentally for the onslaught about to commence. Begin. Midnight shouted, throwing her WHP and arm out in front of her. The teams all rushed forward, pairs of legs carrying almost the entire field's worth of competitors straight for Midoriya's team, with him whimpering at the sight of everyone coming at him. It's basically one big battle for 10 million points. Tetsu shouted. 𝐔𝐸𝐽, visible only through her headband and breathes, cackled as her team charged Midoriya's, Soto and Koda both blushing and looking up or away instead of straight forward. Even Gyro in the front had a faint dusting of pink on her cheeks. I'll be taking that headband, Midoriya. Rikido bit his lip. I still think that was unnecessary, 𝐔𝐸𝐽. What? She asked. Oh, come on. It was a legitimate strategy. Kyoka scowled. Damn it, we just got over dealing with Mineta being a perv. Why'd it have to show this? Denki frowned. The screen wasn't showing Toru's team anymore, but Izuku's as they prepared to run away. Am I missing something here? Did 𝐔𝐸𝐽 do something? Kyoka placed her hand over her face and pulled it down, dragging her eyelids along with it. Did you see anything floating between her headband and breathes? No, there wasn't any thigh. Denki froze as his brain caught up to his words. Red exploded onto Izuku's face as he came to the same conclusion everyone else in the theater did. 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Why we were, TTT, he couldn't finish speaking, his mind breaking as it came to the conclusion that a topless girl had been charging him. It's not that big a deal. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 commented. I can't take advantage of my quirk if I'm wearing clothes, and if someone grabs something they're not supposed to. Because they can't see it, I've got free range to slap them for being a pervert and inappropriate touching. It's foolproof. I didn't happen to see the waistband of any underwear alongside those breathes, young lady, Kiyama spoke up. Were you going commando during a school festival? Gasps around the theater and Yagi looked like his soul wanted to leave his body. Toru giggled anxiously while Kiyama's was more or a throaty purr. How naughty! 𝐔𝐸𝐽, you should be ashamed. Tenya scolded. Using sexuality as a weapon during a school event has got to be a flagrant violation of, if not the rules, the spirit of the event. My quirk is invisibility, Ida, Toru argued. It's worthless when I'm wearing anything. Because you can see right through me, but not my clothes. It would have been much easier to see my panties if I was actually wearing any. Class rep, can I get your input on this? Me. Izuku yelped, seeing her clothes turn more towards him upon calling upon his new office. Yeah. Is it better or worse that I wasn't wearing underwear during the cavalry battle? Toru asked. Izuku turned red, his brain frying as he tried to comprehend that a female classmate was genuinely asking him about wearing vs not wearing underwear. Only sputtering noises managed to get past his lips. This couldn't possibly be real. Toru would never have straight up asked Tenya this if he was still the class rep. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 frowned, her lips turning into a pout. Oh, very funny, 𝐔𝐸𝐽. You're making Izuku's brain melt. Isn't Uraraka the only one who should be asking him anything about panties anyway? Mai asked. You know, because girlfriend and all. Unless we're all supposed to ask class representatives about what underwear we should wear. Does UA have uniform underwear like our school uniforms? Is that a thing I should know as a class rep? Mai turned her head towards Itsuka, who facepalmed as the conversation veered this way into the ridiculous. No, Hatsune, we don't have uniform underwear. Oh good, because I probably would have forgot anyway, she answered breezily. I'm almost never wearing the uniform because I'm spending all my time in the design studio anyway. Hatsune, you really should be setting a proper example and wearing your uniform. Tenya remarked, as he was the only one in the theater to still be wearing his full uniform this afternoon. And 𝐔𝐸𝐽, don't try to pretend that you don't know exactly what you're doing. Stop teasing Midoriya. You know how innocent he is. Izuku came down from his seizure for a moment to grumble under his breath, not that innocent, in response, which 𝐒𝐿 heard and giggled. It's probably worse overall if 𝐔𝐸𝐽 was wearing panties, though, Mina chirped as on-screen dark shadow blocked on-screen Kyoka's earphone jacks after Izuku's team went airborne thanks to Mai's jetpack. Since you can see right through her, anyone looking down at her would have totes been able to see what she was wearing down there. Exactly. Toru agreed. So since I wasn't wearing any, all they got to see were the dumb UA gym breathes. Totally not sexy at all. It was still a little, uncomfortable, though, Koji mentioned. Sorry about that, Koda, Soto, Toru apologized. I honestly thought taking most of my clothes off would give us a better chance. Minoru clutched his fist as he bowed his head and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, willing himself not to say anything that could end up getting him even deeper on the girls' SHT list, like protesting the unfairness of it all, that it was bad for him to be a little perverted while Toru's running around without underwear during a school event. Besides, Tenya was still chastising her for it regardless of how much it made sense for her because of her quirk, so silver lining to have the invisible girl get a little comeuppance after the stunt she pulled on him during the break. We're landing, Uraraka stated, and the cavalry team descended, their descent slowed and cushioned by the hover boots on the brunette's feet. Uraraka's quirk is awesome. Midoriya thought, looking down at her like she hangs the Fing sun in the sky. She's floating everything but her and the equipment. The fursum dropped down to the field, dirt and dust being blown up by Uraraka's boots as they touched the ground again and took off running. So what do you think of my babies? Hatsune asked. Aren't they just precious? Cuteness can be manufactured, you know. Excellent mobility. Midoriya praised, smiling down at her like a satisfied customer. Your babies are amazing, Hatsune. Oh, thanks. Hatsune replied, a slight blush on her cheeks from the glowing praise for her work. Uraraka pouted while giving her two teammates a side glance. I'm the one who's making us float, she grumbled. 𝐒𝐿 pushed her fingers together, looking down at her knees in embarrassment. You know, you could have praised me out loud instead of just thinking it, Izuku, she mumbled. Man, Ashido was right, Hanta cackled as Mai overheard 𝐒𝐿's comment and laughed. You really do get jealous, Uraraka. And no I don't. Shut up. 𝐒𝐿's eyes went wide when she felt Izuku's lips press very quickly against her cheek. You, and your quirk, are awesome, 𝐒𝐿, Izuku quietly offered. Sorry I didn't say so during the festival. Still feeling embarrassed, 𝐒𝐿 kept her head down and continued pushing her fingers together. Why you didn't have to actually do anything, Izuku, she trailed off, not able to keep the glowing smile of happiness from her face even if she was a little ashamed of her past pettiness. I was just being, you know. Izuku was sweating through a forced smile as he looked away from 𝐒𝐿, unfortunately right at the eating grins of Itsuka and Kyoka, while Momo looked like she was going to die of cuteness from having witnessed that. Izuku didn't dare look anywhere else for fear of seeing how the rest of his classmates who may or may not have seen that were reacting. If he'd looked, he'd certainly have seen Denki give him a thumbs up. He couldn't believe his life now. He had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend was Ochako freaking Uraka, and he had somehow gotten brave enough to kiss her in front of his entire class, multiple times. Where was this confidence coming from? Was it from the constant dopamine in his system from having her next to him, knowing that she genuinely cared for him and wanted to be with him? Was it one of those side effects from the magic breakfast taking effect? One of the listed potential side effects was irrational self-confidence. That could be it. Katsuki made a noise in his throat while the on-screen as much as she could be Toru freaked over losing her headband while Nito's past self spun it around on his finger. "Oh, hey, Bakugo," Kirishima spoke up as they appeared on screen. "It's us. Barely 2 minutes have passed since we started, and it's already a total free-for-all." Present MIC announced over several shots of the different teams running around. "Things did get hectic pretty fast, Ribbit." "I'd say it was nerve-wracking from the beginning," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. "All of the pressure was upon us, though we did well not to break under it." "Pressure like a drip 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 that'll never stop," Shoto said. "Whoa." Heads turned and looked at Shoto. "What?" Shoto asked. Was that a song?" Kyoka asked. "Did you just sing, Todoroki? Did I somehow do it wrong?" Shoto inquired, tilting his head. "I believe I got the words correct." Kyoka didn't even know how to reply to that. Shoto had simply spoken words in a form that vaguely sounded like there was some kind of melody there, but not one she had heard before. Or at least, not in a very long time. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "It's too late in the afternoon to deal with this," she muttered darkly. Kyoka couldn't devote any of her brainpower right now to deciphering what seemed to be a hidden side of Shoto Todoroki. That was something that she could deal with tonight, seeing as they were sharing a room. "More like a massacre." Mineta's voice shouted from his hiding place on Shoji's shoulders, covered in what was basically a tent made from webbed arm duplicates of one as youngest student, as his team charged Midoriya's. "It's Shoji." Midoriya gasped, not seeing his hidden tiny classmate despite hearing him. If he all by himself? Where's his team? Team Tetsutetsu was heading straight for them again, Tokoyami being the one most aware of their situation as their lead horse. "What we need is breathing room. We can't get caught trapped between multiple opponents." Uraraka made a noise in the affirmative before gasping as she tried to push off to start running again. "Oh no!" The camera changed angles, showing that her left boot was stuck in one of Mineta's pop-off ball. "I still don't know how that got there," the brunette grumbled. "I could have sworn the ground was clear when we landed. I trapped the ground right in front of you when you weren't looking," Minoru answered, feeling quite proud of himself. "People are always shifting their feet around when they aren't paying attention. You just didn't notice until it was too late." Mai gasped. "You're the one who wrecked my baby. How dare you kill my cute, precious babies? I'll have to be extra forceful when taking your measurements later." "My measurements?" Minoru asked. "You mean the super private measurements you were asking about yesterday? Bring it on. Be as forceful as you want, I won't resist." Hanta and Denki both paled, Izuku and Tenya joining them in shaking their heads and waving or otherwise signaling in the negative. Mai just grinned. "Excellent. Thank you for volunteering to be my guinea pig in testing the structural integrity of male genitalia, baby killer. Fortunately it's you and not Monoma. I don't think I'd be able to get any data out of his micropenis." Nito, for once, managed to hold his anger in and not lash out. Instead, he chuckled. "You'll be eating those words once you finally see fit to offer a fair and impartial assessment. Monoma, honestly speaking, nobody here wants to make any sort of assessment as to what's between your legs," Itsuka said, shocking Nito. To hear his classmate say that would be a blow to the pride of any young man, Yagi thought sympathetically. Especially for someone whose pride is as fragile as young Monoma's is. "And I really don't like that look of superiority on young Bakugo's face." Mashiro grimaced while looking at the screen, seeing Minoru waving to Izuku's team from the safety of Mizo's back. "I'm actually glad I was brainwashed by Shinso for this," he said. I think seeing Mineta and Asui hiding on 𝐔𝐻𝐻's back might have given me nightmares of being stuck in place and having a giant tongue assaulting me. Judges say yes. Midnight declared to Midoriya's question on if Mineta's strategy was permissible, forcefully gesturing with her WHP. Mineta shrank back into the shadows underneath 𝐔𝐻𝐻's dupli arms, and a long pink tongue shot out from the darkness. Mina yelped through clenched teeth while watching. I'm with Ojiro on this one, Zu. That's just creepy. Seeing it from this perspective, yeah, I can see why you say that, Tsuyu replied. Maybe we should keep team-up moves like this in mind for the future, Ribbit. It does make for an interesting combination. It's only too bad we weren't able to successfully grab anyone's headband using this strategy before Todoroki neutralized us, Mizo sighed. Oh, don't beat yourself up, Shoji. Izuku told him, his head going between the three teammates who had been his opponents on the screen just now. It really was an incredible idea. He's correct, students, Nezu spoke up for the first time in a while. Never fear to take advantage of your physical characteristics if you feel like it could give you an edge in a battle against a villain. We may have rules against killing, but there is no such thing as fighting dirty when the lives of the innocent are on the line. Yes, sir. The bottom portion that contained the propeller blades of Uraraka's left boot broke off as the jetpack's move forced the almost weightless team airborne once again. Hatsume's mouth opened in grief and agony as she whipped her head around and stared at the smoking device. My baby's ruined. Sorry. Midoriya apologized. But at least we got away from them. That's what you think, nerd. Katsuki taunted with a grin on his face, seeing his past self explode himself into the air, trails of smoke behind his palms as he flew up to where Izuku's team had escaped into the sky. If more of us could fly, the cavalry battle would have been even more hectic than it was, Itsuka stated. Taking on young Hatsume was a good move of young Midoriya's, Yagi spoke up, witnessing from a new angle the desperate defense Fumikage and Dark Shadow made to fend off Katsuki. By involving a student who was capable of providing a wide variety of support gear, that opened up the third dimension as an option to his team. With so few students able to act against them while in flight, it gave them the mobility to ensure that they retained their 10 million points. And his choice of Tokoyami for defense paid off well, Kiyama agreed. Dark Shadow may be vulnerable to light, and lost to Bakugo during the tournament rounds, but in isolated incidents it was capable of fending off the only one who could pursue them in the air. Nicely done, Uraraka. Midoriya praised her as she managed to land their team okay. It's hard to control where we're going with just one foot, she informed him. I see, Tenya said. With only the one boot, Uraraka wasn't able to generate enough force to properly steer them in the air. Even though she made most of her team weightless, it still requires force to move them. With only one boot providing propulsion, getting them going or stopping them would be much more difficult. That would also explain why Midoriya didn't rely on using the jetpack after we cornered them, Momo said, looking towards Izuku and Ochako. Retreating into the sky wasn't a reliable escape option. While the camera panned over the teacher's and All Might's face, present MIC continued his commentary. It's been 7 minutes, so let's get those rankings thrown up on the screen. All Might turned from viewing the field below to the Jumbotron suspended off the X-frames lining the roof. The crowd suddenly went quiet as they all took in what they were seeing, after having just been rooting for and talking up Class 1A. Nito chuckled, and Itsuka and Tetsu couldn't help but feel a little bit smug themselves. Hold on here, MIC said in confusion. This is an unexpected turn. A headband slipped off of Bakugo's head. The screen showed a close-up of the current standings, with Team Midoriya in first place with their 10,325 points, followed by Team Momomo with 1,360, Team Tetsu with 1,125, Team Kendo with 685, and then Team Todoroki with 615 and Team Rin with apart from them. The other 6 teams all had absolutely no points, though that did include Kodai and Tsunotori, so there had also been some infighting amongst the members of Class B. Adrio winced. Man, I didn't realize we were behind by so much. It's a good thing that we managed to get Midoriya's headband, her guys. Denki said, glancing between his teammates. If we'd just kept the points we'd started with, we wouldn't have advanced at all. Izuku folded her arms. That just goes to show how much you underestimated our class, she said. A mistake I hope not to make when we conduct joint training this term. Likewise, Momo replied. I hope our training will be educational for both our classes. Bakugo's eyes dwindled into pinpricks of shock as Monoma snatched his headband away. Your class is too small-minded, the braggart of class B taunted. Think bigger. He got us. Ashido gasped as she whipped her head around. The camera panned up from her to show Bakugo's eyes completely white with rage. What did you say? Come back here. Monoma's team stopped, and he began to explain while his back was still turned, showing total disdain for Bakugo. Midnight said the obstacle course was just the first game, and we figured they wouldn't cut that many of us right off the bat. He turned back to look at Bakugo. Would they? Here. Assuming they'd keep at least 40 contestants for the next event, Monoma explained as the background around him became a sick and twisted mix of purple, green, blue, and black. All we had to do was make sure we stayed within that group as we ran. The show cut to flashbacks of 1A students using their quirks as they went all out during the first event. From our spots in the middle ranks, we could fully observe the quirks our rivals had and judge their capabilities. Only a fool would obsess over winning the preliminary rounds, wouldn't you agree? Bakugo gave Monoma a dirty glare. You planned this as a class. It wasn't totally unanimous, Monoma admitted as he wrapped Bakugo's headband around his neck, but I'd say it's playing out well. Hey, they are coming, Kaibara warned Monoma as Team Kodai, with Bondo as the lead horse, approached their position. Monoma ignored what Kaibara said as he continued to verbally torment Bakugo. It's better than chasing after a temporary frontrunner like a horse with a carrot waving in his face. Seemingly not seeing the way Bakugo's face shifted and his eyes started twitching at the comparison, Monoma kept on going. Oh, while I have your attention. You're kind of famous, aren't you? For being attacked by that sludge villain. The show shifted from a flashback of the sludge villain to Bakugo's neck and lower face, superimposed on the right side of the screen over a roiling red and black background like the glow of a raging fire and smoke, and Monoma just kept on going. You'll have to tell me about it sometime. It must be strange to always find yourself in the role of the victim. Bakugo snapped. His voice turned gravelly as he lost all thought of going after the 10 million points Deku was carrying around his head. All that mattered now was killing this arrogant piece of SHT that had just spat in his face. Kirishima, we have a change of plans. Oh, Tetsu said, his throat running dry and a bead of sweat running down his forehead as he and the rest of the students bore witness to